Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now.
Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh.
Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a
You're
taste.
looking so
Put your lips upon my lips.
tasty,
Let me have a taste.
You're so tasty.
Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste.
Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty.
Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know I went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Moving forward in the future. Now that we're together, now that we're together.
jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'ma jump from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the WRL.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by。
提起他的打野挥吧，
历经2个赛季的沉
我终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭 launch。
Good day and welcome to the WRLA 2023 season number 1. It is the second day of our regular season, second day of 10 long week period of filled with action. Of course, we saw a lot of surprises yesterday and a lot of intense games. Now we have 3 sets of series set in store for us, and we are going to be your shoutcasters, Giyang and Autolus.
Surprise, surprise, everybody, and welcome to day number 2. As you said, Giyang, again, more action, more Wild Rift games that will just fulfill quench our thirst for intensity, for battles from the Chinese conference and APAC conference. And again, Giyang, yesterday we did see a very good showing from all the teams that we have seen so far. Again, the Chinese conference has proven that they have that one up against APAC just because of that 1-0 or 2-0 match against Roster Wire, against KT Roster. Is it going to happen again today against NGX? I'm feeling not so much.
Well, I am very excited to see that later on to see the series, the Trace Esports versus Dima Galaxy. But we also have Thunder Talk and WHG Esports and EDG versus FPX. Again, it's just second day, and to think that it's going to be a long battle, a long duration, and as well by all these 20 teams to get towards the playoffs. It's going to be a tough battle, but I think one of the good things to think about this in this tournament is that there's also a lot of chances for them to showcase their talent and prove that they are the best of the best.
Absolutely. Like, this is game number 1 for the 4-month-long tournament. For all of these teams that we are going to see right now, WHG will be facing against Thunder Talk as our first series, followed by, again, an APAC versus Chinese conference special. We have Trace Esports going against NGX, and our final match of the day will be between 2 behemoths as well from the Chinese region. We have FPX going against Edward Gaming. And again, for me, what will be the most exciting match of them all? I would say match number 2.
Definitely. Oh yeah. Definitely, I have your back on that. Also, I'm very excited to see again our fight for side match, because it's a very entertaining thing to see the Aram matchup, road to 2 kills, and also having even a pick and ban phase just for that mini event before the series even start. That actually sets up the tempo. Now we do see the roster here of WHG Esports, the representatives looking now to have a big start in this tournament.
For sure. I mean, again, when we're talking about WHG, they've been in WRL since Season 1. Season 2, they also was part of the roster of the teams that did, compete. But one thing for sure, they want to get that one up. They want to have a good start today. And with Lemon manning the Baron lane, he will be helped by August to try and conquer the side lanes. The highlight player, of course, is going to be Lemon. Again, this player has just been a beast. And in a conference that features a lot of good mid laners, a lot of good junglers and supports, Lemon has proven to be a vital win condition for their team.
Definitely a crucial player here, especially on the side of WHG Esports, if they want to have a big bang of a start in this day number 2, or their first series here, because they're going up against a really strong team as well. Thunder Talk, who had a very similar experience as well. Also a veteran coming from 2021, the Horizon Cup, landing second place, only losing to Dakun Gaming in the finals. And here we do see the people responsible in having this big of a start, of an entrance here in the season numbers 1.
Sure, I know it happened a couple of years ago, but I still remember it as if it was just yesterday, right? Z in the mid lane was just a prodigy on the Z. I know that, in other countries they pronounce Z as Z, and it's just so fitting. Again, the highlight team, looking at their recent winnings, they were third during the Huya the Legend Cup, they were third during the Masha Cup, third during Ionia Cup, but as you said, during the Horizon Cup, they introduced themselves to the world as the second placer.
Oh yeah. I mean, this prodigy. They also have really young players here in their roster. SMY alongside with the Z as well. Those representatives, just having the momentum shift up in this game for Thunder Talk. It's actually going to be an interesting battle. They have met previously, though the rosters have changed in a sense, but I guess the momentum is still there. The storyline is still there. They're looking to prove themselves this time around in this tournament that they are a really good team amongst the other strong team as well, especially in the CN conference, as now they will be joined in against the APAC region teams. It's going to be a tough challenge, but I think this should be a moment for them to really highlight themselves in.
For sure. Like, this game number 1 is going to be a very important one for both these teams. Again, both of these teams didn't really qualify themselves during the playoffs of WRL Season 1 and WRL Season 2. They've been what we call the middling teams, right? They're consistent, but they haven't really gotten themselves over the hump. The last time that we saw Thunder Talk be so relevant was during the Horizon Cup, which was held back in Singapore, and that was over 2 years ago already, Giyang. So for me, again, if you want to really turn the tides for your team, winning game number 1 is very important.
Yeah, and we saw, the importance of that even in yesterday's games. Having Nova Esports defeat KBG, one of the strongest teams right now in the CN Conference, might even be in the whole Southeast Asia, right? The best mid laner. And we do see Long just defying all expectation, defying every struggle in that particular game, getting so many drags and objectives just for them to defeat the Titans.
Sure, again, just a quick callback. Nova Esports is the team that has their own designated skin lines, right? I know that it's a practice that we took from League of Legends PC days. I remember, the very first team that was able to get their own skin line was Taipei Assassins, right? During the season 2. And Nova Esports again. Long, my man. It's not just him. Yami. I posted on my social media as to why I think Yami won that game for them. But that's just one of many highlights from yesterday. You did say, or you did talk about, the fight for side FFS, which is going to be an ARAM. I'm not 100% sure if I will, dive deep into that, because I want to preserve my, I would say, heavy analysis during the 5v5s rather than the 1v1. So yeah, it's going to be a very refreshing state of Wild Rift that I will just be enjoying alongside you here, Giyang.
Yeah, likewise. Even yesterday, I was just enjoying the 1v1s of those players. We even saw a mirror matchup, Irelia versus Irelia, in the EDG versus FPX. It was fun and really entertaining, to kind of set up the tempo, because most of these teams don't really that much care if they do go on blue side or red side, because they have a vast amount of experience already in both sides. Having their own win conditions in a sense, as long as they do target the necessary champions to take away from the enemy team, they're all good to go. Especially if they have more strats set in store, like the champions they can actually use, maybe a combination of those, and more.
I mean, what really excites me the most about this 1v1s, Giyang, is just looking at the player cameras, the players supporting their teammate, right? And yes, Miss Beautiful, we're here live, and we have a stage for everyone. And this is absolutely a banger as well. Having to introduce the players. I know that the APAC conference players also wants to be part of this offline event. Do not worry, everyone, because come playoffs, those APAC teams that will be qualifying will be flying over to the stadium themselves.
Oh yeah, especially, this tournament is specifically designed to have 2 top CN conference teams battle against top 2 of the APAC conference teams. So either way, they're gonna be facing off here in the stage, and we are gonna be watching them, have the best of time playing the game that they love. And this is what I really love to see, them just marching.
Whoa, there's a
It gives
mic.
such-
Look,
is this
Mr. Kennedy.
the session?
So these are. You want to translate what they're saying here, Guillaume?
Oh, I wish I could. I mean,
You know what they're saying? Happy Easter to you, my friend.
happy Easter.
Happy
Have a good
Easter
game.
to you, my friend. Like, where are the eggs? Where's the bunnies, right? That we're going to win the 1v1 and we're going to smash you 2-0. That's what they're saying here, Guillaume. But what an interesting flavor. I get WHG Esports, August Lemon Yao, my man. This is going to be a very exciting series.
Oh yeah. I also love their photo, by the way. As it was posted on the Facebook pages and all these social medias. This shows so much creativity and positivity as well in this very good event for just all the teams. This selfie one, and every team has it. It's giving them a nice texture for every supporter that is supporting them.
A fun one, right? Like, and this is also a very, I would say, fun way to introduce the players. You have Lemon again on the left side going against Shin. What is that on his hand?
Is that a thumbs up thing? Oh yeah,
it's an inverted hand, dude. Like,
all right,
but sure. There's an interesting. That's an interesting hand that we're seeing, and some other
this
thing.
one is a.
Okay, so I have to ask you, Guillaume, if you are going to be there and be introduced, what's the item that you will be bringing with you?
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe a pillow as well. Maybe a small pillow, because I love to take naps, short naps on trips. Just like that one, the thumbs up pillow. The Shanghai.
Okay. I might
What
be
about
bringing. I might be bringing an egg or something, like an Easter egg. Yeah, I mean, it's Easter, right? Come on. Like, and the 3 other players that did follow the first 2 players that did have props with them didn't really bring anything except their game face. Oh, there you go. There's someone with a glove.
That's like
that's a cat glove.
Cat glove. I was.
Wait, I was
They're
so
so creative.
focused. I was so focused on the little things, on the not so relevant things. But this is actually fun, right? I mean, there's a reason why Wild Rift Esports is so fun to follow. It's because these players show identity themselves as well.
You just can be yourself in this tournament and pretty much bring anything you want. And even the small part earlier wherein they had them, like, I believe it was supposed to be the kind of like the trash talk session of both of the teams, but this has been like the trend, even in any tournament, even in League of Legends PC, right? They give them a trash talk session, but they say positive things, so it's kind of redundant in a sense, because they're really nice to each other, especially that they know each other.
I wish I can understand them. I mean, I'm going to message my Chinese
same.
friends and ask them what they really did say, and maybe I can share it to everyone on my social media as well, as to how intense the trash talks are. But looking at their faces again, it does seem to me that you're right. Like, they're saying friendly words. I hope, right? not something too harsh, I guess, because it's a very fun Sunday, and all the players are in a positive groove, positive mood. And I believe, Guillaume, we are on our way to the pick and draft, pick and ban phase for the 1v1 session.
I love the animation in our 5-4 side pick and bans, because it's very arcadey. It gives an arcade vibes in the selection, especially as they scroll through or choose the champions that they actually want to pick up. Now we have a different set of champions here, a little different from
right. So there is going to just be a select few of champions. But there are still champions that I saw from yesterday, like the Yasuo, like the Timo, the Vayne as well. I hope that they would be playing something that would be fun to watch, I guess, like Sona or something. You know,
Dash and I yesterday wanted to see a Yumi versus a Zeri, but it turned into an Irelia versus Irelia.
Hey, did you know that
Which is
Yumi's
equally
trading
fun.
is so busted at level 1 that you can actually out-trade Draven? That's a proven
That's
fact.
why it was. I remember you telling me that before, and even a Yumi.
I tell you,
Before it being used in the Baron lane as well, just because of that.
The
and
bops,
it's
right?
just
Like, my man. But this is going to
So
be very
busted.
interesting because this is a teaser of what we could see during the 5v5 game. Because we could see that, you know, on one side there is a Riven, there's a Darius on the other side. We can actually explain the matchup, but we are here to enjoy. So I guess, you know, let's just try to guess as to who's going to win. Who's your bet in this 1v1?
Not so sure actually. I want to see them end the rift
We're
first.
having
But
fun.
yeah, this is what I love, right? The other players, the coaches, just grouping up and just smiles everywhere. Because it's really a no pressure game, really. It's just part of the game part of the tournament to actually make it a little different and to lighten the mood.
Yep.
It may serve as a warm up, but it's actually just to give a good ambience for both of the teams before they actually start the main thing.
Maybe during playoffs they will be more intense in doing this 1v1s. But during the regular season, I feel, you know, especially during game number 1 or during your first game, during your debut game. I mean, look at them. They're having fun with each other, and they might be saying. I mean, the only question is: is it possible for them to have a mirror matchup? Did it happen yesterday?
It happened yesterday.
Oh, okay, it's a mirror matchups.
It was so fun.
That's fun.
Irelia versus Irelia, and I believe it WBG and JDG matchup.
Ooh, that's something that is very enjoyable to watch. But there you go, the Baron laners for both squads, and no surprises here, Giyang. This is, I mean, they're both playing Baron laner champions. Look at the
I also
slash.
love the skins here in Wild Rift. It's just so different compared to you know the PC version. Ooh, wow. Okay, Lemon is very low.
Yeah, and now Shin has the level advantage because he was able to push away Lemon. There could be an imminent level 1 first blood here. Lemon has to back away. But one thing to note is that this actually is a very good teaser of, you know, the Riot Games fighting game that they're developing right now. Because Darius is actually part of the roster, if I'm not mistaken. Is Riven part of that? I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure with which champions actually are a part of it, but it's something that my friends and I have been looking forward to see because.
Do you play?
You know,
do you play fighting games though?
I like playing fighting games. I'm not too technical on it, unlike my brother who is very, very technical. But I do. My friends and I have been looking forward to it because it kind of will give us an equal grounds on the game we actually will be playing.
I see. Apprehend. And it's just so hard to trade as a Darius against the Riven just because of innate mobility that the Riven possesses. So those 5 stacks that is needed for the hemorrhage to really complete, it's just so hard to pull off.
Yeah.
I think
even the decimate to hit is so difficult, especially because of the dash that Shin has on the Riven.
This is
I'm just having a hard time.
Pretty much similar to the Renekton versus Darius matchup, in where you can use your slice and dice to prevent any incoming damage from Darius, and you could also use your stuns to make sure that there would be lesser chance of the Darius proccing his hemorrhage stacks or the full stacks. Now, I think we're just waiting for formality here, and if Shin plays to, you know, plays well and plays patient in this game, I think he has the upper hand.
I believe the longest game that we had yesterday was between J-Team, I think, and Kate Roser.
One more?
Yeah, almost.
Using
it was a Yasuo versus Teemo. And
right.
It was also interesting. It was also fun to see. You know, the Yasuo actually won.
I think this is first blood. Oh, he missed. And
They're playing really safe.
for sure, and Shin is level 5 already. There is a potential of an all-in, and Lemon has to respect that. This med pack would be eaten by Shin. This is actually very scary because now the waves are pushing towards Shin. He didn't want to clear the cannon. I know that I didn't. I know, analyzing this 1v1 shouldn't happen, but I can't help it, Giyang. I can't help it.
I mean, it's in our innate
What?
innate mindset,
DNA?
right? We like analyzing things, especially that it's one of the
Yeah.
things we commonly do. But it's also nice to just see them, battling against each other. They have been playing it really safe and slow, actually, just waiting for each other to make a mistake. Though Shin is the one actually being aggressive against Lemon. What you might see an all-in here as Lemon has been ignited here by Shin. So far, he is relatively healthy, but he is trying to reach towards Shin here.
Again, there's a level advantage. Shin could go all in. He's just waiting for the cooldown, and I think this is it.
Yeah, shield coming through. Shin just wants to get that
1-0.
wind slash. That's first blood here. One more kill, and Shin will allow Thunder Talk to dictate their side selection.
Yep, he can even get some tower plates off of this as well, which means that Shin can actually just get that very juicy item, Power Spike, possibly Black Cleaver as his first item. We could not see the items, which really takes away a lot of fun in this 1v1s.
Yeah, I'm curious on what item they actually are buying, especially
You wanna
right
guess?
in 1v1s. I guess Black Cleaver. I
Yeah,
guess
Black
for both of
Cleaver
them.
because it gives you a lot of move speed, a lot of HP as well, and the armor shredding is not too shabby.
Lemon finally hitting those decimates, which she has been struggling earlier because of the mobility of Shin. Now with additional
what's
movement
OP
speed.
in 1v1s matchups such as
What?
this? Plated steel caps.
Mm.
It's just so good, whenever you go for the armor boots, because again, there is really no magic damage that would go your way. And you basically mitigate like 10% of the damage that's coming from the opposing Baron laner. But there could be another all-in here, Giyang.
Maybe Shin could pick up those items alongside with the Bramble Vest for the anti-healing. But here, we see an all-in, one more auto attack, and he does get it! Shin, especially after that additional shield, will secure the 2-0. And Thunder Talk will get side selection.
Lemon knew. Like, he was laughing and he knew. Like, my man, this guy really picked Riven. As a 1v1 champion, it should be illegal to be able to pick a Riven into the Darius matchup because it's just so easy to manipulate, the outcome of that 1v1.
I'm still gonna be looking forward to seeing a Yumi picked up here in the 1v1. Yesterday we almost saw that, but yeah, no, enough of the 1v1s. We are about to start the pick and bans as well of our 5v5, and this should be the start of them. We have been talking about Thunder Talk and WHG, their history, and how important this game is for them to set the tempo for the next matchups that they are about to have. But I actually want to ask you a question on this. Who do you think, on the side of Thunder Talk and WHG Esports, would have the biggest responsibility here?
The supports, man. Like, yesterday, I couldn't sleep, right? And I did a 30-minute review of what happened between KT Rolster Y and their opponent, which was the J team. And man, DY on the support role was just able to make his presence felt. That the jungler from the opposing side, which was Daw, by the way, was not able to impact the early game, and they were forced to play on the backside, which to me is going to be the same thing almost always in the Chinese region, Chinese conference, because you need to have a very aggressive support. You need to have a support would be able to maximize and utilize the fog of war to its maximum potential, because it allows them to play aggressive. It allows them to get resources as well. So to answer your question, aside from the superstars that we have been talking up, like Lemon and Z for Thunderdog, we have to pay huge attention to the supports.
Oh, definitely. You know, DY was just chasing though yesterday. But enough about what KT Roser and the J team. Let's move on to WHG and Thunder Talk. Support role, very important here to set the tempo and then try to get as much resources and information across the map, maybe mitigate some of the farming potential of the junglers as they do rotate around the map as well. But I like the bans here. It's kind of different from yesterday's games as well. We do see the Zoe being available, Sen as well. So far available. It's good that the Shen has been taken away here, because that leaves so much things open. Okay, the Zoe's taken out.
Should be. Like, one thing to take away from a lot of things from yesterday is that you cannot give away Zoe to Chinese teams in general, right? Like, they're just so good, and this is also another champion that can really break your tempo or whatever game plan that you have. Now this Senna can easily be paired with a Nasus, with a Gragas, and we saw how effective Chinese supports are in playing Gragas, right? Galio, to me, is like, you know, a level lower to the Gragas in terms of proactiveness. But I mean, still, you have, you know, the heroes entrance that would be able to help you. Senna, Gragas is going to be their staple pick here, plus the Jace. So it looks like the WHG did actually win the first half of the draft here, Guillaume.
It's still like, well, Galio is still part of like the trio support that's very much picked up in especially in the CN conference, like Galio, Gragas, and the Nautilus. It's actually interesting to see that in CN conference, we do see the Zoe and the Shen almost always getting banned, and the Senna and the Ziggs just being left open. Because in the APAC conference, these champions are highly prioritized, usually being banned in the first banning phase and leaving the aforesaid champions up and available. It's nice that the Jace and the Yone has been picked up, so that's additional damage for both of these teams. But I think they might need additional, you know, frontline power to help out the supports.
I think that's where Wukong comes in, right? Like, I mean, just to go back to your question, not really question, but your statement about Shen. Chinese teams in general play Shen on the aggressive side of things, right? They are going to use the Stand United as what we call the Shen delivery system. It's not going to be used defensively. And also, Shen is a good state right now in the jungle, right? Like, you have a lot of HP. Pre-level 5, you still have the threat of that taunt. And that's one thing to note about this Chinese team. They're not going to pick weak junglers. You know, post-level 5 junglers, no, that's not going to happen. Shyvana, maybe some other time. But at least in day number 1, you would see Shen Zhao, you would see Olaf, you would see aggressive junglers that would be able to help out, you know, during the early game pressure, because that's, you know, that's what you want to do. That once you own the early game, you will be able to farm up and wait for your scaling to come up. And looking at how Thunder Talk did approach this, I saw the angle of them going for Vi, Ziggs, and Galio, but was easily denied by WHG. Now going for Olaf is also going to be very interesting as well, because again, an Olaf that goes behind basically stays behind forever here, Giang. So this is going to be a very huge flip for Thunder Talk and their fans.
I'm actually nervous for WHG as they pick up the Jax, but only for one thing. The Jax has a very, very low win rate. Not only in yesterday's games, but also in most of the games in the CN conference. And it is going to be a big responsibility for sure here on WHG's side to allow this Jax to scale up towards the late game.
Sure.
But even so, you have to find the right angles to fully utilize this Jax. And Thunder Talk, they're going to be looking for ways to disable this particular champion, especially with the amount of crowd control that they have. Galio, you even have the Ziggs, the bomb here of the Ziggs, just to, you know, disengage and create some space away from the frontline champions of WHG. So I guess it can be complicated here for WHG, but we do see still the strength of this lineup, and I'm excited to see the matchup here for this game number 1.
Yeah, just to circle back around your point about Jax, is the main reason why the win rate of Jax is not really up there is because, you know, teams knows how to play ahead, right? And if you are the Jax player, what you need to do is to scale up, wait for the late game in order for you to be that 1v1 threat, because once you're left by your lonesome on the sideline, there's really no one that can challenge you except maybe the Fiora. Now, the thing here is I really like the Jax draft overall, just because they have Senna. Remember, you can always go for the duo barrel lane setup in where you will be using the Senna as a partner to your Jax to make sure that he will be uncontested in the laning phase. But as we can see here, it's actually going to be something more interesting than that, Giang, because closer, the mid laner would be the one playing the Jax.
Actually, I was looking at him earlier and I was like, whoa, okay. Jax in the mid lane. I think that would be a first for me to see. But it's actually an interesting... It would interact interestingly against Ione because, you know, you can avoid some of the damage from him. Generally, in a laning phase, you would be a little bit safer as well. This, especially against an Olaf jungler too, because you have the counter strike to avoid that. So good job here by WHG and that kind of adjustment.
Oh, again, this is just genius draft overall. And as you can see, Spark right away roaming and making sure that his laners will be, you know, safe. And this has been like the theme of Chinese conference games. If your support would be on the proactive side of things, if he will be the one more aggressive, will be the one to rotate first, then chances are you will be dictating the first few objectives of the game, you know, that will happen at 5 minutes. And again, I'm liking the draft overall by WHG. You know that the win condition for them is to get to the late game because you have the Senna scaling, you also have the Jax scaling. But it's not the end-all be-all because even during the mid-game fights, they can actually challenge. They have the Garrett, they have the Jace, and to me, this is just 5-star of a draft for me.
It's actually very interesting as well that to see that most of the time, especially in the CN conference, once a team gets a lead, we almost never see a comeback anymore. That's how stable and disciplined these teams are in maintaining the lead that they get, that it becomes so complicated and difficult for the enemy team to take it away from them because you leave almost no spaces of mistakes, almost no room for error, and that just complicates any some sort of counter attack from the enemy team, especially in extended periods of games, because these teams balance it out as well in the draft, right? They have really good early game pressure. They have decent amount of scaling towards the late game, and I think that's something that other development teams are lacking. Look at this gang in the top lane. They want to provide pressure towards Shin so that he will have a bit of a hard time in his laning phase. And since XY is in the bottom lane, they might just be able to die this. Despite SMY being here in the top lane, they're just focusing on some of the towers, but given the wave clear that both of these champions have, they will be able to safely stay here in top.
And again, this is what I'm talking about, Kiyoung, right? Like, look at how WHG utilizes their Senna support. They're going to be proactive, they will be the first one to rotate, and SMY would be forced to be the one responding. And if he's like a second late, there could be a potential dive already for the side of WHG. Man, this Chinese supports, they're built different. That's one thing for sure.
Built different.
And they just, you know, give a lot of space to their laners to a point that, you know, when comparing APAC teams and Chinese teams, we have to closely look at our supports ready for this level of map play.
Oh, top lane. That's a fight that the WHG will just disengage. But I actually want to say this, right? I want to compare these really strong teams and players right now to like AI. Before, like years before, when you compare a player to an AI, it would be in a negative sense. But now, it's so different. Like the coordination, the synergy of the players, it's like they're moving as a single unit. That's how the CN Confidence teams and players actually perform. You know, the rotations are always on point. The follow-ups are on point. The rescues are on point. It's almost as if their minds are like connected in just one network.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an era in where AI is already a positive thing for these players. Only here in WRLA and only with Giang's references. By the way, talking about AI, I believe I posted something. The chat RBG. Huge shout out to our good friend, Coach Prevenga. But anyway, already 5 minutes and you could see pokes are happening already here, Giang. And again, when talking about the Chinese teams, they want to really contest for objectives at the 5-minute mark.
It has been a safe, a little slow early game, but they are actually checking onto each other a lot of times as the 5-minute 5-minute mark elapses. Will Thundertalk go in? Actually, X-By does! That's a big damage already! Mega Inferno Bomb gets killed onto August, so that will be a free dragon here for Thundertalk. They have to disengage though, as there's a flank here coming from the side. Those are doing a lot of damage, and him with the Jax just decimates X-By almost in an instant. Flash away by Z. A 1-4-2 trade, but it's so much in favor here by Thundertalk.
What a very decisive all-in from X-By. Doesn't really need anything except for that hero's entrance to be to help him out. This Lemon versus Shin 1v1, is this going to really happen? Because Lemon still has the ultimate and August is in the area, so Shin has to be very careful. But just looking back into that team fight alone, again, X-By knew that August would be tanking a lot of damage from the Dragon. There's really no good front line that did take the damage. Look at August's health bar right away in an instant with just one vicious strike. It was gone. And a good thing going for WHG here was that Closer was able to find X-By. Exhaust didn't really help a lot, and Z in the process did try to find a very good Fate Seal. Did miss in the process, but still an overall win for the side of Thundertalk.
This time they have the tempo rolling on for them, especially with the Ocean Drake picked up. That will help them a little bit in their scaling. And WHG, they want to equalize objectives. Starting this Herald now, Lemon is just guarding the side here against Shin, but they still have to be very careful. The AoE damage coming from Thundertalk is really massive. X-By can go in. He has the ultimate. Going now, no steal gonna come up from Thundertalk. Again, Closer is going for the side, but it's now being sliced through. Oh, Gragas! Yao just gets sliced through there by Z. Thundertalk, despite losing the RH, still are getting something off the board.
And that's very unfortunate because Yao, I don't think that Fate Seal was intended for him at all. It was intended for Closer, but Yao was in that straight line, and Z again getting that kill was a net positive for them. Yes, WHG was able to get the Rift Herald. It was used immediately on the top side to get the first brick, but more importantly for Thundertalk, they were able to get the first tower in the mid lane, which is going to be very important. We talked about X-By on this Olaf. We did say that Olaf, you have to be ahead. And I think in this game, the 8-minute mark, he's on his way. He's already level 10. He was able to get the first blood. And to me, if you're running the Olaf competition, things are looking up for you.
Yeah. Such big impact by X-By so far in this game. The Dragon Steal, you know, them just going at the RH, getting a kill, especially with help of Chin and Z in that fight. Now they are building a little bit of a gold lead. Just 1,000, but it sets up the tempo here for Thundertalk as well. Now WHG wants to engage, forces the flash onto Chin. X-By, yeah, he wants some fight. He wants action here in the mid lane, and WHG recognizes the threat. They will fall back for now.
And this is where Thundertalk is very good at. Not just them, but almost all Chinese teams. They would be invading your jungle. On the top side though, I think Shin is dead.
Yeah, one ulti should be enough as August picks up the kill there. Yeah, big punish. He was going too deep there. Doesn't have a tower anymore. A tier 1 tower in the top lane. So that was a little bit over-ambitious in trying to secure their tier 1 tower as well. It's very low though, so maybe can just go back again.
That's a good trade, but still a trade up for the side of Thunder Talk. They were able to get the tower on the bot lane as well. So that means that in terms of tower counts, there would be an advantage to the side of Thunder Talk. We will be waiting for the next objective to spawn up. That would be the Infernal Dragon that will respawn in just a couple of seconds. But then again, you still have a win condition for the side of WHG. The scaling for Jax and Senna would always be there. But the threat of this Olaf already at 2 items, Trinity Force completed, Warmugs completed, you could easily say that XBot would have a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to take him down, especially with that Warmugs purchased already. Plus, you know, the additional help that he gets from SMY and the other front lines like Shin and Z. So as a whole, they're really having a big chunk of the impact in all of the fights. And WHG, they have to, you know, split up for now. Lemon has the Hull Breaker, so maybe he can continue split pushing, try to get more turrets, because Shin doesn't have, well, at least so far. August has been, you know, trying to help as well in the side lanes, helping out closer in wave clearing, helping out Yao as well whenever he tries to get some information across the map. And that shows really good discipline for them. Despite being behind, they're looking for ways to actually get back.
There could be a potential 5v5 here. Stasis Enchants has been bought for both Spark and Yao, which means that Yao could easily start a fight here. But, you know, Thunder Talk expects this to happen, and they're trying to poke out.
Yeah, Lemon now being in the front line as Thunder Talk wants to set up for this dragon. They have to be very careful. Vision is well set here by Thunder Talk into the brush and even to the red side jungle of August. So all entries will be seen. They're now committing onto this Infernal Drake. 3,500 health remaining. XBuy will get engaged. Silence a little bit, but they're all in. It's now Z doing a lot of damage in the back line. They're ditching the dragon. August is very low. He wants to get the DR, but the fight still continues. And SMY goes in, gets annihilated, and X-Spark is just too deep. Flashes away actually towards his ally. Shin is just chasing him down. Will die as WHG continues to, you know, struggle trying to contest in this dragon. Infernal Drake still up. And Thunder Talk is just chasing them down. The last 2 people alive on WHG. Nice counterplay though. Almost getting a kill.
Needs to jump
onto Z. Jumps onto Lemon. They might be able to escape now. But that leaves 3 casualties and still an Infernal Drake for Thunder Talk.
What a good fight overall. Again, it started with Z finding the Fate Seal plus the Hero's Entrance. It's just so easy to execute, right? You go into the backline, you force him to go on a stasis. And again, if you are August, this Jace pickup in the jungle would not have a lot of HP to work with. You're not able to build, you know, the standard solo player build, which is Hullbreaker, that will give you a lot of HP. As we look into the replay, again, Z is making his presence felt over and over again. But kudos to Lemon. Lemon did a lot during this team fight. He went in, he boxed out almost all members of Thunder Talk, but still, again, a win is a win for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Thunder Talk just goes all in, doesn't hesitate at all. Some of their members actually gets taken down in the process, especially the squishy ones. But either way, they get the upper hand in that fight. Now it's going to be round 2 in this Infernal Dragon. As Thunder Talk actually did not take it out after the fight earlier. But C still is looking for that Fate Seal. Has a nice angle. Chin as well with a Mega Infernal Bomb. The Dawning Shadow. Z goes to the back line. Spark almost gets decimated, but here comes the Infernal Drake getting taken down by XBuy. They got what they want already, and they immediately fall back.
WHG though was able to get a tower on the top side, and they are in the position to push down this mid lane. XBuy and Shin, again, this is still the Ziggs, and it's still easy to wave clear.
No ulti for 4 people on the side of Thunder Talk. Only to SMY, but he's still 10 seconds away from respawning. WHG might just get this tower in the mid lane. Now falling back, XBuy actually wants to get some blood. But since Z doesn't have the Fate Sealed, they won't get any chances just yet.
Z still survives after all that? Man, he just knows how to play this champion like, I don't know, like any other champion that we've been accustomed in seeing Z popping off. Again, when talking about the star player of Thunder Talk, always has been Z. the Zed, the Kali, and now the Yone. Another problem to be solved here by WHG. WHG though, you're looking at what really transpired there. There's a lot of positives that you can get from there. The ultimate of Garen can easily execute anyone that goes in front, and XBuy is actually a very good target. You cannot really Ragnarok, execute of Garen. So that's one thing. That's one way to counter in a no left. You pick the Garen and you just press ult.
Oh yeah. Also, XBuy's just early game advantage helps Thundertalk so much
For sure.
in the latter fights and in the mid fight. But I actually want to give credit as well to WHG because despite all those negative scenarios happening to them, 3 people dying in the dragon fight, them losing the dragon as well, they're still able to get a couple of resources across the board and keep up with the gold here of Thundertalk. Now they're trying to get this blue buff. That's actually successful, and never mind, XBuy still was able to get it for himself. But
I think it was stolen, Guillaume, because Chin was not able to get the shared blue buff. So it was a smite fight that went to the side of August. But looking at the scoreboard, Guillaume, 6 kills to 6 kills. But 4 of the 6 kills by WHG is actually on Lemon. If you are Thundertalk, you're okay with this. You don't want Closer to be ahead of the curve. It's okay for the Garen because Garen is just going to soak up a lot of damage. Yeah, he's going to be a problem. But it's a lot more problematic if it was the Jax that was able to get the kills, right?
yeah, because most of the time in a fight, we do see Shin, XBuy, Z ditch out Lemon, doesn't mind him at all, and go straight to August, Closer, and Spark. Just go straight to the backline. Avoid that tanky champion of WHG. And it worked out so well for them so far in all of the fights. Now, as the Baron is available for the taking, well, it's going to be difficult for Thundertalk to start this, but they are going to be eyeing on this later on, especially that they're the ones who have Soul Point in the Dragon as well.
3 items for the Jax, the Closer, is going to eye to close this game for themselves. He's nearing the unchallenged territory of the Jax. I don't know who's going, who you're going to send. Like, are you going to send Shin? Are you going to send Z? Because both of them does actually lose late game Jax. We all know that. Jax late game is just so hard. Wait.
Yao gets caught out, but actually goes stasis to save himself up. Megan for the bomb, missing by a margin on that middle damage, but now the Daunting Jab almost gets a kill onto Shin. Luckily he survives, and WHG just falls back for now. No casualties, but every single resource and ulti expended in that fight.
Wait, Shin was almost eliminated and then lived with, what, like 10 HP? I don't know how it happened, but what a lucky break for Thundertalk. If it was an execute towards Shin, I think Thundertalk would end up sacrificing a lot or giving up a lot, especially with this Mountain Dragon spawning in a couple of seconds. No casualty was a huge win for the side of Thundertalk.
Fortunately, Shin survives and now is able to, set up some momentum, clearing out the waves in the bottom lane, as well as the other members has recently just cleared out top lane. So now as the waves reset, Thundertalk might have, good vision as well as good position towards this next dragon, since most of the towers here of WHG has been taken away already.
Yep. And I just looked at Lemon. He's now able to buy a Mortal Reminder.
They actually go in. Fate's here not connecting onto anyone with the Mega Inferno bomb.
There
almost obliterates August right there. Fortunately, he was able to go stasis. But XBuy is dead. That is unfortunate here for Thundertalk. That gives an opportunity for WHG to actually start this match.
Look at Closer! Good flanking position.
Nice. He actually will go to Shin. Nice cast to actually go with the crowd control. But now in a 4v5 fight, Thundertalk is still trying to do a lot of work. Shin is dead already. Yao gets traded out, but that's okay here for WHG. Nice Hero's entrance coming through from SNY. That actually forces WHG to fall back. So despite XBuy dying, Thundertalk still was able to recover the mishap earlier.
I don't think Closer did choose the right path. Had it been, if he went to the Banana Brush, which is, just a couple of distance away, his flank could have been a lot more impact. But still, you know, that's WHG winning by denying the third dragon. A lot of things, a lot of good things is actually going towards WHG right now, Giyang. And again, I'm just so scared because Closer's Jax would just be a lot more scarier in a couple of minutes. And that flanking position was, you know, the perfect position for him already. But he was not able to utilize it as we expected him to do. But look at the map right now. Closer is on the bot side, goes unchallenged, and in 30 seconds there will be an Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon is the most important one. Thunder Talk has been, you know, dictating the flow of this game for the past 19 minutes. But this might be the very best chance for WHG to actually turn the tides around. Lemon has been doing incredible work in the past and in the entirety of the game, having to secure most of the gold as well due to the kills, serving as a frontline. And a big irritation here towards Thunder Talk. They want to set up
So
for
hard.
this dragon.
Whoa.
Megan for the bomb has been thrown out though. That's
It's short cooldown though. Again, Lemon has been the biggest wall that Thunder Talk could not penetrate through. Imagine if you're Z, if you're Shin, you want to reach Spark, but there will be Lemon in front of you. And now the Dragon Dance hasn't commenced yet, but you could see and you could feel the pressure that is being put out here by WHG. They want to make sure that the vision is planted to see where the engage is coming from.
Yeah, checking onto each other. Yao might be the first one to
Look at
keep
Shin.
in check. It's
Oh.
very low already.
Good
Shin
dash.
tries to go on a flank, but Yao still survives. No Ragnarok for X-Buy. No cask for Yao. Shin almost has his Mega Inferno
Closer.
Bomb, so he's just waiting for that, creating some distance onto some of the areas, because
Look at
Closer might
Closer.
actually go with another
Oh,
flank,
no.
but now they actually gauge once more. X-Buy popping on that Ragnarok once again, but actually flashes away. Dolly Chef doing a lot of shields here for the side of WHB, but SMY goes in. Nice crowd control onto the front line. Closer now fighting back, but the flag has been denied. Thunder Talk is just dismantling WHG in that fight, taking 3 people down. They're actually ditching the Elder Dragon. They might just go for this push in the mid lane.
There's not enough wave clear to really challenge this Thunder Talk squad. 5 versus 3. Shin? Oh my god! Closer was able to at least get the head of one person, but that's a 4v1. The march continues for Thunder Talk.
And that will be game number 1. Thunder Talk lands the first blow in this series. Fantastic work.
No! Lemon greeted out, flashed in, and his job was to make sure that the peel will be there, that he will be able to bax out any threat that comes into the way of Senna and the other members as well. But man, oh man, WHG, they knew they lost that game, but Thunder Talk would take this.
Yeah, it was a good attempt actually by WHG. You know, the flanks of Closer, Lemon just, you know, trying to separate the members of Thunder Talk. But we saw more stability on Thunder Talk side. The crucial members, it was Shen, X-Buy, and Z grouping up and taking on Spark as fast as they can. And when he is actually down, that provides them so much more capability in killing the other members of WHG, especially with the sustain of the Senna already taking out. And despite the attempts there of Closer and Lemon, it was just not enough. So unfortunate, but they still have game number 2.
I feel so bad. Lemon should have held off in flashing in, and those are what we call killer instincts. That once it kicks in, you know, you're going to go for it. But again, as a Garen, your main task is to be that wall. And once Spark goes down, you basically are not going to help out a lot, right? Like flashing in, going for that ult play, and not even executing the X-Pie in the process. What was so hard to swallow if you're a fan of WHG Sport. But overall, again, a very good play coming from Thunder Talk. They were so steady. Z was again very stellar. He was not even... Did he even die? I think he didn't die in the process, right? So, what a game number 1 for the side of Thunder Talk.
Very clean execution. We saw, you know, some rooms of error on the side of Thunder Talk, but It's actually very interesting how they were able to prevent WHG from punishing them. The early Mega Inferno Bomb, the early use of the Ragnarok when Yao actually tried or attempted to catch him off guard using the cast. It was a chance for WHG, but Thundertalk held strong in their foundation and went on to wait for their angle, for the right time for them to actually re-engage in that dragon fight when the cooldowns were already up for their ultis and when WHG least expected this as well.
I thought we were already past, the Garen era, but the Chinese team still love their Garens. APAC has moved on. I feel, we have moved on from the Garen meta just because he can shred it down by going for bruisers. It's not really a good 1v1 champion. It's a good tank, right, when it comes to 5v5s. But then again, like if you flash in for the execute, if you leave your team behind, chances are, your task in that team fight was not made properly or was not done properly. And again, that's just game number 1. This is a best of 3 series, Giang. And for me, if I'm the coach of WHG Esports, I would still circle down the positives and would, let Lemon know that's okay. That's something that you can still go for moving forward, because if the killer instinct is not popping off, especially in game number 2, if you would second guess yourself, this Wild Rift game is all about confidence. And if your confidence is shaken, then you won't be able to make plays whatsoever, right? So for game number 2, I feel, this is still a very big game 3 potential that we are looking at, Giyang, because man, oh man, what a close game number 1.
Yeah, it was definitely close. The gold difference was short to just a little over or under even 1,000 gold. WHG was doing a really good job despite the early mishaps from the dragon fights, the RH fights, and even in that particular Elder Dragon fight. I'm still looking forward to seeing them, bouncing back in this series, maybe pull off a game number 3 against Thundertalk. It's very much possible. Those mistakes can still be patched up for sure. And we're about to see, them just testing the water now and maybe pull up a different strategy. The killer instincts should be maintained still. But overall, a really nice game number 1. And we will be seeing them more in game number 2 later on. We'll just go into a short break, but when we come back, more action is gonna be shown.
Baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
Windows down.
Thunder Talk taking the first swing. WHG an early mishap, but still gonna be looking forward to swinging another blow to extend the series. We are your shoutcasters, Giyang and Autolus, and you're watching the WRLA 2023 season number 1. The match between WHG and Thunder Talk. If you're just tuning by right now, make sure to support these teams fighting on to represent their team. And of course, in a battle of wits here between WHG and Thunder Talk, it's going to be an interesting one because it was actually a really close game, like we mentioned earlier. There were a couple of mistakes by WHG, but I think they're much more ready for game number 2 now.
Yeah, current scoreline 1-0, and again another defeat for the Jax. As a champion, you did say, the Jax's win rate hasn't been very impressive in the Chinese conference. And I was actually waiting for a pop-off moment from Closer. But every single time that he finds a flanking position, he goes in and wasn't able to find the Ziggs. If you go to the back line and only jumps into the Olaf or onto the tanky members of Thunder Talk, the chances are the flanking possession will be easily mitigated. And again, I don't fault for them, going and drafting the Jax. I feel, that's actually a winnable game for them. It just so happened that in that last team fight, things that should happen did not happen, and things that Thunder Talk does well, they were able to execute perfectly.
So far, we have 0-3 on the Jax stats for the this tournament. WBG or Weibo Gaming has tried it. KBG has tried it in their first game. Unfortunately, it's lacking something. Maybe as the games go by, as the tournament progresses, we would see what champion or how we can actually make it shine in the game, because we do see the interest of these teams, especially in the CN Conference, wanting to really fully utilize this Jax, and we do see the strengths as well. Closer a while ago was making really good plays. The flanks that he did, it was very well thought of. However, it was just lacking in terms of, I guess, positioning a little bit, timing, probably damage as well, because a Jax is most likely just doing damage in a single target, right? You do have your counter strike maybe, but in terms of impact, it's really hard to chase down these other mobile champions that ThunderTalk had in that game. So maybe a different one would be better in this particular game, especially that now they are on the red side.
It's just a lot harder to execute. Not like the Camille, right? Like if you pick the Camille, one Hextech ultimatum, your problem has been solved. Right?
But lock down that one champion.
Like if you're the Jax, you have to find the proper angles. Your leap strike is definitely going to help you in that, but poke shot is a lot better in comparison. But enough of that. That's game number 1. I don't think Jax would see light in this game number 2. But if it happens, I hope it wins, because I feel bad whenever Jax loses.
Interesting enough, we do see for the first time ever the Senna being banned away. Ziggs is open, but so is the Gwen here that WHG can actually utilize. ThunderTalk might be happy to take the Ziggs, especially with the performance of Chin earlier, doing massive amount of damage, and was actually looking forward to seeing the damage chart earlier. But here in the second game, we are going to be seeing it for sure this time.
Ziggs and the Gragas being separated once again. The duo that can easily win you the pressure game. I'm actually expecting WHG to go for Corki, just because it's also a perfect pairing for that champion since Senna has been banned away. But another showing for the Olaf. This time, it would go to the hands of WHG. Meanwhile, ThunderTalk, again going for the standard Galio, has the threat to go for the Vi for that patented Vi Ziggs Galio combo.
Actually, we do see a lot of success with the Vi pick, and it is one of the favorites of the CN Conference junglers, especially with their aggressive nature in all of the games. Having a nice synergy with other aggressive champions as well, like the Riven, like the Zed. Whenever they want to pin a single champion down, that is the go-to. ThunderTalk right now are going for multiple layers of CC and going for AoE, crowd control, and damage. Wukong would suit so good in this lineup right now of ThunderTalk, but WHG are banking on AoE damage and shields as well.
Yeah, and also an Enchanter that is a perfect pairing to the Olaf. I miss the days of picking Enchanters to boost the Olaf's confidence. But really, like, if we're looking at the biggest picks and bans right now, there's still a lot to unpack. For ThunderTalk, there is a possibility of this Wukong going to the mid lane or the Baron lane. So we could still see the Vi. But it looks like WHG did their homework and would not be happy to see Z on the Zed, right? Yone has been banned away just because WHG has the first pick in the second rotation. But again, when talking about both these teams, it does look like the WHG is trying to borrow some of the playbook by ThunderTalk by going for Olaf very aggressively, which means that they want to dictate the tempo at the early start of the early phase of the game.
Would it be also risky to leave the Olaf open to ThunderTalk if ever, ThunderTalk has some interest in taking this champion up? Because the synergy would be massive once again. You have the Hero's Entrance, you have the Mega Inferno Bump to just funnel through as Xby engages into anyone, really, in that fight. And he had a big impact earlier in the game number 1 from the early game down towards the early game. Despite him dying in sometimes, when he dies, he actually did his work already. And it's just up to the rest of Thunder Talk to finish the job for him.
It helps when you have Z to clean things up for you, right? Like Z was just the perfect pairing for XBY. Although XBY didn't really show up in the kills department, Z was there to finish the job for them. Now WHG, this is also going to be very scary if you are Thunder Talk, because now you have the pairing of the Olaf plus the Gwen. Both these champions does pack a lot of damage, and Garen does make sense just because of that execute. We always have talked about Garen as a soft counter to the Olaf, which was fully utilized by WHG earlier. Olaf goes in, Olaf goes below 20%, easy execute for the Garen right away. But now Thunder Talk would be the one playing the Corki, so...
Ooh, okay.
Oh my, alright, okay, so the Corki plus the Ziggs, it's been a long time since we've seen this, and now the jungler would be of course, as a Wukong for Thunder Talk. A lot of crowd control, but more than that, the scaling component, once you have the Corki and the Ziggs, once it reaches the late game, it's just so easy to execute. You have a lot of pokes, you have a lot of engage as well with the Wukong, with the potential of the package plus Galio delivery system as well. Again, when it comes to just, looking at the ease of execution, which team composition is a lot easier to execute, I believe Thunder Talk has the one-up.
And here's the thing as well. Most of the time we do see like Gwen going straight towards the backline, not scared at all with any frontline, because he has the snip sip anyway to shred all those tanky members that will come try to block his path. So Chin might have a hard time, but since Z actually picked up the Corki, that leaves extra room for damage capability here for Thunder Talk. They now have more areas that they can actually tackle against WHG with the linear composition actually that WHG has, because their only strategy here is to go straight at Thunder Talk and try to pin them down. They have an enchanter, they have the crowd control from the Gragas, and they have the tools actually to shoot them down from long range with the Jayceer of closer. And Thunder Talk, they're gonna be looking for other angles here to shake things up, to take WHG into a difficult terrain.
Front to back is going to be the name of the game for Thunder Talk. And welcome back. The original interface that we are expecting to see. The 1v1 though, this is interesting. A flash.
Ooh.
That I believe is a flash and an ignite that was traded for a ghost and an ignite. Again, if you are the Gwen user, oftentimes you would not go for the flash. You go for the ghost, but there is a potential level 1 all-in from Shin. He's just waiting for the cooldowns, I know that.
He's definitely looking for that first blood. Almost got through Lemon earlier. But now they're just gonna be playing it a little bit safe. SMY is helping out Z in this early game a little bit, as he did see Gragas just hovering there as well. But as WHG plays it out really slow as well, just waiting for August actually to pop off, it will give Thunder Talk some breathing time as well, because the Wukong takes a little bit of time to scale up as well, just waiting for that level 5 for the Cyclone, and before that actually it doesn't have that much impact as yet. So similarly, with the Olaf, they're just gonna be tempoing themselves in the first 5 minutes of the game.
I'm trying to look into the names of the players, and I did notice that Mikey was subbed in. Intended for Spark, I guess, because I know that Mikey, his role is to be the Dragon Laner. But we will be looking into that real quick. But that's a very interesting substitution. Lemon, though, receiving, a decent amount of damage. But again, when talking about the early rotations, we have to look at the supports. The supports would be the one dictating where the junglers would be comfortable in ganking. If someone shows up on the bot lane, if someone shows up on the mid lane, chances are, the supports would try to get advantage on the top side and would try to get some minions and also a kill.
Oh no.
Look at this.
Oh, that is so bad here for Mikey. So unfortunate getting caught up there by Shin and SMY. And first blood handed over already to Thunder Talk. And that's going to be a big oopsie here on the side of WHG. We wanted to just get some vision, but vision was already set up there by ThunderTalk in his area. And just caught up in the mix in that.
You know, good start. Like Yao was actually doing a good job earlier, right? As we look into the replay, we saw that SMY. Oh, it's just that timely death rush, right? There's no vision. Mikey went for the face check, and you don't do that against the Galio. Never.
Never, because the crowd control is just so long with the Galio. You have the taunt, you have the knock up as well, and he immediately got silenced as well because of Shin's Garen. So quite unfortunate, but there's still a lot of room, of course, to catch up once again here. He is the playmaker here of WHG, similarly towards Yao earlier in his performance with Agragas, you know, having a big impact on most of the fights, setting up the plays for WHG. And right now, ThunderTalk just has a little bit of a gold lead, just mostly on the Garen. August gonna be trying to force a flash at least here onto Chin. Really good timing actually, because well, given that SMY is on top side, no one can actually protect this thing.
But the tower plates is the agenda for WHG. August was able to get 3 tower plates in the process, and there's going to be no contest at all. This is what we expected, right? This is a double scaling composition for the side of ThunderTalk. You have the Corki, you have the Ziggs. It's all about wave clearing, all about getting the tempo. And on top of that, you have a Wukong as your jungler, which is not really the best pre-level 5 champion in the game. So if you are ThunderTalk, these are the punches that you are willing to take in the first few minutes of the game, because by the later rounds, by round number 8 or 9, you know, boxing references, you would be in a lot better position overall. So if you're WHG, you have to continue to play aggressive and mitigate, and you know, you have to play safe as well, because earlier we saw Mikey going over aggressive. That really was not the plan for them.
Yeah, I think that one of the problems here of WHG though in this early game that kind of causes them to not be aggressive in the early games, that you know the Gwen and Garen matchup isn't really that much gankable for the Olaf. There's no crowd control that Lemon can actually set up for top lane. Mid lane is kind of difficult to execute as well, because the Corki has the Valkyrie just to create some space and exit. And ThunderTalk right now, given the opportunity given to them towards taking this RH, are starting it very fast. He has taken it as well, but props to WHG as well, you know, immediately answering back with a dragon takedown.
Explosive gas. Good flash though.
Of course. Yeah, you have to dish it away. But this tower is about to get taken down. Chin is eyeing on that satchel for sure.
I think he needs to auto-attack it at least once with the passive. Satchel charge here in Wild Rift isn't really going to be, you know, an easy execute, because it scales up with levels. And bouncing bombs is of course your first level to max out. Now, looking at that trade-off in the Ocean Dragon is going to be very beneficial, especially towards Gwen and a lot of champions here by WHG. But if you're ThunderTalk, you were happy, definitely happy with that trade, because it allows you to prolong the game. If you take away the Rift Herald from your opponent that wants to accelerate the game, you basically do an addition by subtraction, right? And now ThunderTalk is happy with that trade-off, was even able to get a good chunk of health on the mid lane tower. As we look into the net worth of the players, you can see that XBuy is currently leading by a bit, but there's a 1v1 here, a Ragnarok plus a flash. Good respect.
Yeah, has to pay respect towards XBuy, especially with the amount of farm that XBuy already has gotten over the past few minutes, playing it, you know, efficiently and safely as well.
Wait. It's definitely not in the execute range, that's for sure. But Shin, maybe he wanted to test if there's going to be any bug whatsoever. No.
I'm just so sad.
It's a
one more
though.
auto attack, maybe, and it would be enough.
Definitely. One more auto attack, especially, you know, with the passive available to the Ziggs. it will be a lot easier for the execute to happen. But if you're the Ziggs, this is your role, right? You prolong the game by making sure that your tower in the mid lane is defended. And now there's going to be a very interesting matchup as well, because when talking about Jace versus Corki, oftentimes you would favor the Corki just because of the amount of barrages that you can do with your ultimates. But if there's one thing that you can do on the Jace that you cannot do on the Corki is that you can build the Hull Breaker, right? So this 1v1s on the side lane could benefit the Jace more, but there's a rotation. There could be a gank on the bot side. There we go.
Already Closer taking that tower. Closer will just fall back after the engage there by SMY. Almost really close actually in taking that tier 1 tower down in the bot lane of Thundertalk. And this dance of bot lane and mid lane towards those towers has been going on for almost 3 minutes now. Chen just unfortunately could not clear the waves fast enough and have the waves connect towards the tower so he can actually go in with an auto attack and the satchel charge. And it's all because of the karma here of Spark, just clearing the waves really fast, as well as Mikey.
The one benefit that we talked about, Giyang, of going for the Jace instead of the Corki is that you will have access to the Hull Breaker. And because of the amount of effort that was placed by WHG on the bot side in where they were able to get multiple tower plates, pre 5 minutes, it was easily closed out by Closer, right? Now he has 2 items, Black Cleaver plus Hull Breaker. You could easily say he already has the damage necessary to contest this next objective. In 13 seconds, there will be another Rift Herald, and if you're a Thundertalk, again, your goal is to prevent WHG from getting this.
Yeah, even Lemon is starting to be scared right now. Riftmaker and a Nashor's Tooth, that will give him so much dueling power and sustain as well. Now they are going towards the Rift Herald side. That's a big engage toward with the Olap, but a lot of damage was actually taken there by August. Has to fall back for now. Cass doing a lot of work. XY goes in with a Cyclone. They want to take this RH. Will they be able to do so? Yeah, they do, but they have to fall back now as they are a little scattered. Shin has a flash away, will be able to escape, and Thundertalk actually gets away with a free objective.
Oh, and again, if you're August, you cannot go back in. Just the threat of that execute coming from the Garen is just going to be very scary. Right now, they were able to take down the tower in the mid lane, and it looks like the Thundertalk is planning to use the Rift Herald to even open up more spaces for themselves. The bot lane tower is now in the process of being taken down. The dragon will be spawning in 10 seconds, and I believe, both these teams would be in the position to go for a huge fight here, especially if there's going to be a Mountain Dragon. We all know that Mountain Dragon is one of the chunkiest dragon in the game, so it's going to be a lot harder to, rush this down. So now Mikey, and of course the support on the other side, which is the Galio, would be very important in this event.
Death Dance completed by August. That will help him, have a bit of some sustain in a sense if he gets some takedowns here. SMY took a bit of damage there from the pokes, especially with the undertow of August.
There's a package.
WHG wants to group up here. Yeah, package is available for IZ, but so far they're not finding the proper angle to take on WHG, and the pokes are starting to hurt coming from this team, especially from Spark. They have to engage 4,000, meaning it reset. Oh, that's so unfortunate here for WHG, but they're still committing onto it. Big position here by Shin. That's a good flank. Again, for the bomb gonna be used already, but immediately dodge here by Lemon. Shin now onto the backside. He wanted to get the steal, but unfortunately able to do so. X5 with a nice Cyclone, but Lemon is snipping him off. Now Thundertalk loses nobody, but they will be just disengaging for now, and WHG gets this dragon again.
The hero's entrance wasn't used on the Wukong. If it was used on XBuy, it could have been a disaster for the side of WHG. I didn't know who got the dragon, but luckily for us, we got the replay here. Looking at the Mega Inferno Bomb, it could have been used later down the drain. I mean, look at this. There's a lot of health bars critical for the side of WHG, but no execute that happened. Again, Thundertalk, again, playing to their strengths. The Mountain Dragon did actually go to the side of WHG, which is going to really help them on the scaling side of things. But I mean, unless it's going to be the 3 dragon win condition that we've been talking about a lot of times before, Giyang, I still feel, you know, the scaling of the Quirky and the Ziggs would be a lot harder to stop come late game.
Yeah, but they have 2 of 3 dragons already here on the side of WHG, and they're just one step away from having the best possible, one of the best possible win conditions here, especially in the scaling side, because Lemon earlier was doing massive work actually.
True.
You know, pressuring XBuy into disengaging after using the Cyclone, and you know the timing was also a little unfortunate onto Thunder Talk, especially with the hero's entrance. But it's a little bit of a mishap only.
Yep.
But we do see still a stability on the side of Thunder Talk, still matching in terms of gold, and that's the important thing since they still have the late game insurance, the Corki, as well as the Ziggs for later on. Just holding off mid lane for now.
Still is a better game overall for WHG. Again, if you draft a carry for Lemon, chances are he will perform even better than he's used to. And you know, there's a big difference between a Garen and a Gwen. Right? I know they both start with a letter G, but Gwen performs better. Overall.
Oh no! SMY though getting caught. That is unfortunate. Doesn't have a flash. Justice punches away.
Okay.
Will be able to escape. That was a close one. I believe Mikey wanted to commit fully into that fight as well. They want to give respect towards Shin and Shin.
And Warmugs, I believe, has been complete. No, not yet. Is that Warmugs? No, that's just innate regen coming from August. Now Lemon is going to get unchallenged here in the side lanes. This will be a lot harder for Shin now, right? Especially looking at the levels. I believe, you know, the level advantage was on the side of Lemon because that's a Gwen. It's a lot easier to really lane. But there's really a distinct way.
Oh no! SMY again becomes the target here with WHG. A little bit too tanky to be the target though here, as he is still able to escape. And Thunder Talk is starting to see a pattern here coming in from WHG. Maybe they can have a good answer later on, since most of the time it's just SMY becoming the target.
Yeah, but SMY did build the Force of Nature, which allows him to mitigate a lot of magic damage coming from the side of WHG. And looking at their lineup, there's only 2 AD damage that can really threaten SMY in the process. Actually a very good item buy. Most of the time we see Galio going for the Warmugs or maybe even armor items, but this Force of Nature, it's actually a lot more beneficial for him, at least in the first few minutes of the game. Shin, by the way, is less than half health. No, half mana. So this could be very scary. They would be spotting Lemon here. Alright, easy miss.
Yeah, that's the thing about Gwen. Especially when you're being engaged by a ranged champion, you'll be definitely safe. It's much more scary to be a ranged champion going towards the inside the range of a Gwen than a melee one. Because with the items that he has picked up already, is definitely banking on a lot of damage. Shin gonna go in towards August, but not really the best possible timing just yet. They're just gazing onto each other, waiting for the next dragon to actually spawn up. But so far, it seems like WHG still has full control of this game, and Thunder Talk was just, you know, trying to get some opportunities.
Kind of expected. Again, you are on the scaling side of things, right? Like, as long as this tower in the mid lane doesn't break apart, WHG will be in a position in where they cannot really overchase. Now Thunder Talk has decided to really commit, because now they took the package. They're trying to get priority in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Infernal Dragon has been started already.
They are committing onto this. Thunder Talk wants to intercept, but Cass is actually amazing XBuy.
Oh no!
Forced to go golden. Here's entrance, a little bit too late, but now they have control over this Drake. Will WHG contest once again? The package actually crosses the path here. Valkyrie's away, and that's a good steal coming in from XBuy. Now WHG loses the dragon. Would they commit into a fight? That they go in towards the Wukong, gets the kill, and now they disengage. But Thunder Talk is more than happy with what they gotten already.
Again, this is we're talking about Z, the star player from Thunder Talk, and when needed most, he's able to make plays for them and for his squad. WHG trying to chase, but and again, the process or the overchase cannot really happen with towers being up and sturdy. Right now, Giyang kill count 2-2, but most importantly, Thunder Talk was able to prevent the third dragon win condition. Look at Z, still has the package available. WHG. I mean, for me, if you are WHG, there's actually a window for them to wait for the package to expire. It's nerfed to 45 seconds, I believe, in terms of expiry, and well, they decided to start the Infernal Dragon, and the consequence of going impatient in that team fight alone was that Infernal Dragon being gifted over the scaling composition of the side of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, the timing was just so eminent there in that fight. Also, the hero's entrance, the Cyclone, queued there by XBuy was amazing to create some space and force WHG to fall back. The package was a bit of an extra cherry on top on that play to give to prevent WHG from ever having access towards the dragon. Now, as they deny that trio dragon stack from WHG, now they can actually sneak towards this Baron pit since they have a Shin as a guy that can actually just split push on the bot lane.
Yep. And can I be honest with you for a sec here, Young? I'm kind of triggered, right? Because WHG had the perfect opportunity to actually win that fight, but Mikey...
they're the ones to trigger the fight right now. XBuy might actually get taken down, but those stasis so far. Nice Cyclone has a second one as well for the disengage. And a nice exit here by Thunder Talk so far. WHG are trying to create some opportunities, but so far, they're not able to close it out.
It's hard to gank a Wukong, especially if he's with a Galio. The front to back from Thunder Talk would just be so hard to penetrate. And looking at the player counts of Thunder Talk, I believe they're content with what's happening right now. Now they can play Vision. Z is already close to level 15. I believe his items is almost complete. Looking at his items right now, that's 3 items for him already. Trinity Force, Muramana, and even has the Rift Maker. Could even go Infinity Edge as his 4th item here. And once he's at that level, it's going to be a lot harder for WHG.
Closer deals a lot of poke damage, especially with the Shock Blast, but so far, Z is starting to hurt as well as he gets his items. Now we are at the 20-minute mark. Elder Dragon fight is very much possible, and we have seen this earlier as well. And Thunder Talk was the one who actually won that fight. Ditched the Elder Dragon and went for the game-ending push in the mid lane. Can WHG finally find the best possible opening and close it out better than Thunder Talk? Because they're banking on everything right now. They're one lose away from losing in the series as well. And Thunder Talk, they want to get this 2-0.
It's a lot harder. And looking at the items here by Thunder Talk, looking at XBuy, he has the Sea Jar. So he wants to clear vision as much as possible. And that's something that, you don't often see. But now, finally, WH is able to bridge away.
Almost. Good attempt on the steal there, actually. But still, WHG will be able to get it for themselves. Elder Dragon being started here with Thunder Talk, but I'm actually quite scary to see them, committing onto this if ever. Lemon wants to serve as the front line here, just showing their presence. The Shock Blast, getting some of the members here of Thunder Talk. They managed to pull them away from the Elder Dragon. But what's next? There's a wave crashing in the top lane. Thunder Talk has to answer this.
Yep, they have to send someone to respond. I believe that's going to be Shin. Does he have the teleport? We will be finding out real soon. By the way, Sterak's Gauge has been completed for Z. That's one of the changes in the most recent patch that we have here in Wild Rift. Do not be surprised. We have ranged champions buying Sterak's Gauge now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, let me guess. The last item Amaranth, because why not?
Maybe,
that's the meta
if Z wants to have full immunity from the burst coming in from WHG, why
not? Really need that though. Like, I feel like he needs more damage. But man, Sterox Gauge on the Corki. Plus the stasis, it's going to be a lot harder to kill this Corki.
Yeah, because most of the time, especially with the standard builds that we have seen even before, yeah, you have a lot of damage with the Corki, but he is very easy to burst out, and I think that's one of the goals here of WHG. They want to burst the Corki out so that Thunder Talk won't have that much threat anymore, because the next target will just be Chin if ever the Corki falls down. But with this Sterox, it actually helps him so much in terms of durability. Maybe he can pick up another item, maybe you know, even have a Guardian Angel if ever he wants to have that second life. WHG will just start this Elder Dragon up, actually. You know, August is attacking it already. They have a pink ward as well, so Thundertalk doesn't have any information inside this Dragon Pit.
Yep, and Xby is trying to rush here. Half out on the Elder Dragon, Giang.
Yeah, they want to commit onto this.
Oh,
That's a
Mikey!
flash by Mikey! But a little bit missing on the margin there for the cast. Now, it gives a space here for Thundertalk. SMY
Jen?
just want to go with the Shield of Dran. Oh, that's a cannon falling down. That's one frontline here for Thundertalk. And WHG are sensing blood. They're still complete. Grouping up now as they disengage. Maybe they can just go for a reset, or maybe they can force Thundertalk to commit on this Elder Dragon. They're going for plan B.
Yep. League of Warmogs, everybody. You can see the Mikey and the Agas is now regenning in health, but this is still very risky. The jungler is still alive. This is a flip. SMY goes in.
Yeah, goes golden as well, but might have to trade his life for this. Beacon for the bomb gonna be used here, as well
Z
as
has the package,
Cyclone
though.
from the Wukong. Yeah, might able
Look
to
at the
time
package.
it. Splits them up. This is really good for Thundertalk. A lot of low HP members as well on
Z's
WHG,
dead.
but it gets piled on. Oh no! WHG has gotten the fight. So many dead members here on the side of Thundertalk. 3 in total. And WHG, they're going for the push.
2 people alive. SMY does have a little wave clear. Is it enough? Shin is still very tanky. Could execute one of the members here. WHG doesn't care.
They want a game. They want a game number 3. They want to extend the series, and they will get it. Deja vu, as this time WHG pushes mid.
Who needs Elder when you can finish the game, and WHG returns the favor? Thundertalk suffers defeat here. And what a game. Again, I thought that, you know, at one point the scaling is going to be very hard to challenge for the side of Thundertalk. But because of one overextension, because of Garen going down, Shin did not really help his team in that late team fight.
That was very important, especially, you know, it was a good attempt as well coming in from Z, splitting up the members of WHG. I was nervous but also excited in that moment, right? Because the exit path of WHG was cut off entirely. But the only issue is that WHG had no intention of falling back. They want to commit. And they basically said, okay, so you left your guard down, so you're alone? We'll just go to you instead. And they got the kill onto Z. They got the kill onto Chin as well. And with that, you know, the decision making, next step became so much simpler and easier. Just push down mid and end the game. And now we have game number 3.
I was waiting for them to just, you know, I was waiting for Thundertalk to just wait it out. There's really no reason for them to greed it out. And although you have a lot of damage in your disposal, even if you have the Corki that is almost going full item, even if you have the Ziggs that will also be a huge threat come the game, if you don't have a front line that can soak a lot of attention, it's going to be a lot easier for the front, you know, the linear composition, the all-in composition to go into your back line. And that's what happened there, right? The package was used. Yes, it was highlight-esque. It was flashy if you look at it, but really the damage wasn't there anymore, right? As we look into the stats here, Giyang, surprise, surprise, Chin with the highest damage though, but that's often, you know, that often what happened when you pick up the 6. One thing to note though is that Lemon, again on this win, is also going to be very scary come game number 3.
It's also interesting to see how close this game actually was in terms of the gold lead of either team switching from each other. You know, at one time it's Thunder Talk having a bit of a gold lead. At one point it's WHG, but finally after that fight, WHG found an opening again, and this time was able to close it out for themselves. It's a big of an improvement. We do see still some, you know, mishaps, something lacking for them, but this might be just the start for them to maybe close out the series for themselves.
Did you see that, Giyang? I'm sorry, I'm a nerd. And I love stats, right? Did you see forward percentage in the key matchup between the Baron laners? That I think is, you know, the amount of time that you have spent beyond the river, which means that, you know, if it's a lot more than your opponent, that means that you're doing your job in pressuring the map. Could be wrong. I'm just trying to guess here. But if you do have good information as to what that forward percentage is, free to tweet at me at Ottercast, and I'll be more than happy to, you know, be corrected if I was wrong, or if, you know, if I was right, then you can also let me know.
How much did August had?
Which one?
What
I
stat
think August
did
was
August
August was the jungler. It's the kill participation for the junglers. There's a variety, right? If you're the Baron laner, then your stat the stats that is being measured is the forward percentage. Meanwhile, if you're the jungler, definitely it's going to be kill participation. I believe he was at 80%. There you go. He's the MVP. Compared to the 20% kill participation of XBuy, then you could easily say that August really does deserve the MVP.
Well deserved, especially that he took the Olaf as well of XBuy, given the fantastic performance of XBuy in game number 1. It just shows how big of an adaptment that WHG can make towards this game to help the team bounce back from their earlier mishap in game number 1. And we now will see one final match between WHG and Thunder Talk. We'll just go with a very short break, but when we come back, it's time for the final game.
Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards try to close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, trying to build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity every legend gotta fight. A new world when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, I'm leash in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive, I'm free, and it's my time. Up in the sky, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on is set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I can give him pedigree. Yeah, I only gotta hit you on the centerpiece. I'm alive, I'm leash in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive, I'm free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine. Tonight, I'm alive, I'm leash in the fire.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
Real magic.
And welcome back to the series of WHG and the Thunder Talk. Game number 3 now, and a chance for them to finally reign in this series. Will it be WHG or will it be Thunder Talk? Earlier we saw game number 1, Thunder Talk dictating the entirety of the game and closing it out for their favor. WHG on the other hand was able to come back in this game number 2, especially after that call in that Elder Dragon fight. Kind of like a deja vu moment actually. Similar ending of the game. A clash in the Elder Dragon and then a push in the mid lane. Now, it's the last clash. In this first, I mean, it's just their first game in this tournament, but it's already a really entertaining one, Oculus.
Yeah, of course. Talking about deja vu, Garen, both games dying in the most pivotal moment. You cannot die. Especially as a Garen, you cannot die leaving your backline defenseless, and that's what happened there, right? Shin died in the process, and because of that, the pressure is on. Warmogs did allow a lot of HP to be regened for the side of WHG, and I feel Thunder Talk could have played a little bit more patient in that game, and tried to bait out some of the timers from the Garen respawning, but. Yeah, kudos. We have to give credit where it's due, right? WHG stick with their win condition, which is try to win the early game, which they did, right? They were able to win the early game. It's not as hard as they hope for, but it's enough to net them the win.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now we do see both of these teams actually having such a close series, close games as well. 23 minutes in game number 1, a little over 24 minutes in game number 2. Mostly it's just the Elder Dragon that becomes such a big issue for both of these teams, especially that there's the pressure, especially when vision is impaired due to a pink ward being placed by the enemy team. And I think that's something that Thunder Talk struggled massively in that game, because they really forced their way in just to get some vision, especially because August was already starting that Elder Dragon. And now, as WHG again transitions this time back to blue side, they will have first pick priority. Zoe so far hasn't been banned. Thunder Talk should take it away.
Has to, right? You cannot give away Zoe to the Chinese teams unless you have something planned for it, like Camille. A hard lockdown, but Camille has been banned away, and they're trying something. They're going for the curveball here and banning away the Galio, which means that if they ban the Galio, the chances are that the Gragas would be the last standing support that would be at the top tier. Maybe they could go for the Alistar, talking about WHG, but I think that's their plan, right? We take away the Galio, we have the Gragas, and that's it.
Zoe though, being on the side of WHG, okay, I do understand that. Yeah, you have maybe Thunder Talk really doesn't want to give this Galio, but that leaves still one support, right? This is the 3 supports that's so reliable in the game. If you take one out, it's pretty much negligible because the Nautilus will be available. It has a really good synergy, especially with the Zoe as well. And now with the Zoe pick up, good pokes, good burst, good setup as well, good crowd control. Now you can bank in on more damage, this time on the physical side. The Yone is one of those champions that we even saw yesterday, creating really good highlights. And, okay.
Lock it in.
Thunder Talk, what is it?
Lock it in.
Yeah.
Okay,
Finally.
okay. All right. Glimpses of Horizon Cup, ladies and gentlemen. We have Z. And I hope that, this Z goes to him. Because that's actually one way to kill the Zoe, right? Having that threat of Deathmark going all in and assassinating the mages from WHG, that could be the difference maker here. That could be the reason why Thunder Talk was confident in opening up this champion. And also banning away the Vi from WHG, to me, is very wise, because what you need is to prevent those all-ends from happening.
And interesting enough as well, usually we see only a Z struggle when there's like a high sustained composition coming in from the enemy team, like a Senna, a Karma. But this time, those champions are not here. So this might be the perfect chance for Z to actually have, you know, the time of his life, and XBuy actually wants to banking on more pick potential here for Thunder Talk. Securing the Lee Sin, oh, we're gonna be seeing so much aggression here from Thunder Talk.
Definitely. I mean, I'm a huge enjoyer of the Elder Dragon fights, but if you can actually finish games a lot faster than 20 minutes, I'm okay with that, right? At Thunder Talk, though, they are going to draft some insurance for themselves, going for that Jackson Baron lane, which will be paired, or which will be going against the Riven. It's a skills matchup that should favor the Jax as the game goes longer, but really, Thunder Talk is going back to their identity. We have to feed Z. We have to make Z conquer this game. And Zed on Z is a perfect pairing.
Oh, I'm so excited with this game.
Me too, definitely, me too.
I think this is the ultimate form. This is the final form of Thunder Talk. Like it's them going really serious in this game. They want they were happy already with the game when they had in game number 1. They were upset with what happened in game number 2. And now it's time for them to show their real strength. Z with a Z, XBuy on the Lee Sin. They have really massive early game potential, especially with this kind of combination. Late game insurance as well, since they have picked up the Jackson. Even if we are already seeing a 0-3 in terms of game stats with the Jax pick, I'm still gonna be looking forward to this because there's still some win conditions you can actually get with the Jax. You can still win side lanes, you can win 1v1s. Teamfight might be difficult, but if they have the assassination power with the Lee Sin and the Zed, maybe there's a bigger chance right now.
I don't want to use this, but this Jax is going to be the side character of this game. Right? The main characters would still be the Zed and of course the Lee Sin. Because this draft by Thunder Talk would go only as far as where the duo, jungle mid duo, would take them. SMY though, trying to be pokey against Mikey and Spark here. And again, for the second game in a row, it will still be Mikey playing the support, which is interesting because again, from the document that we have, we saw that Mikey is the Dragon laner instead of the support.
And it actually did incredible work, especially in that last fight early in game number 2. You know, the body slam flash into the cask, and now it's gonna be retaining for this game number 3. The Dredge line gonna be connecting here, but not much to be felt here by Thunder Talk, as it's just the early game and well, Spark doesn't have that much damage yet. On the other hand, took a lot actually from Chin.
I love this 1v1 between Shin and Lemon. Both of them very skilled and wants to go very aggressive. The trades, you can see that they are not willing to, you know, just farm for themselves. They want to make sure that they get a priority because, again, as the Baron laner, what the entirety of your job is to get as much pressure as you can, because with pressure on your side, a lot more information is going to be given to you, especially if you demand the jungler to go there. And look at SMY. SMY is now forced to back Shin because the wave is just in a very crazy state.
So far, you know, we're still seeing a kind of a passive early game. We do see Thunder Talk looking for opportunities, setting up some vision, and even SMY going alongside XBuy in case they can actually land a good strike. Oh, good job by Wave. If those ranged minions were actually down, I think XBuy would actually gone in. Lemon took a bit of damage there from Shin and SMY.
Oh, there's a 1v1 bot side though. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Going back. Easy.
There's the kick. Sonic Wave. Will he go in? He does! And even the satchel charge by Shin goes with an outplay there. And Thunder Talk, they will land this first blood.
True, and again, this is why I love Lee Sins. Chinese Lee Sins are built different. They are going to go for the aggressive side of things. And, I mean, no offense to Yone, but man, Lee Sin is just going to kill you whenever he sees you by your lonesome. As we look into the replay again, August versus XBuy. XBuy already level 5. And at that point, August knew There is really no going back.
They also knew that he would, try to close the distance on the Chin, so really well orchestrated there by the side of Thunder Talk. And it's actually really entertaining as well to see strong and talented Lee Sin players, because that's where we see a lot of highlights, especially on social media, right? Making a lot of flashy plays and getting those kills, getting almost impossible pick-offs, but still making it work. Now in combination of XBY and Z, might be looking forward to a pick-off here in the mid lane. Mikey though is guarding them.
He's baiting it out. Oh,
there you go! The kick! Oh, that is such a good Dragon's Rage. And that Mark gonna be doing a lot, but still insufficient to take down Mikey. Z is burning, still gonna be staying alive. That was unfortunate, but we are now seeing the potential of this combination.
Well, of course, again, this is a team built around Z. They will go as far as where this superstar mid laner would take them. And again, Z was given enough space to at least get some resources in the mid lane. Luckily for WHG, no kills whatsoever was gifted over onto the mid laner. So it's going to go back to the lull state, at least in the next 45 seconds, which is the 5-minute mark. As we look into the stats, we can see here, goal difference at the end for XBY is at 900. So it's kind of crazy to look into this lineup of Thunder Talk and not have a very aggressive jungler, because if you want your mid laner to be as successful as you want, you need to pick up a very aggressive JG.
WHG though, what should they be doing right now? I think they're just gonna be looking to play it passively, since their composition mostly strives on mid to late game. When the Zoe gets her items, when the Yone gets the items as well, and Closer and Mikey will just set up with their crowd control for it and have Lemon finish up the kill. But in the bottom lane, we're seeing again an assassination. Closer nearly gets taken down. SMY just setting up so that Z can pick up the kill. But one more tower. Oh, that is so unfortunate. A little mishap on the damage there. Oh, the flash there by SMY. As XBY will just try to secure the kill. No! Will it burn though? No!
Good patience coming from Mikey, holding off to that flash last second. Again, Fernabomb is going to help Xin in the process on the top side, but you can see that they want Z to really get the kills, and just because of that lack of damage on the bot side, Z was forced to surrender his health in return. As we look into the replay, let's look at this. One, it's going to be a lot harder to really execute a Wukong, right? Especially under the tower. The Cyclone, the Decoy, those are perfect tools to negate a lot of dive attempts. And the Ignite was used by Z, but again, last minute, the tower aggro was targeted towards him instead of the Gragas, and I feel, that's the biggest difference maker.
It's just a really minor mishap coming from Z, but a while ago we actually had the auto attack a little bit later after the proc of that death mark. So it's just so unfortunate. It could have gotten the kill, but it actually led towards a 1-for-1 instead. Now they reset a bit, but we're still seeing the same amount of aggression from Thunder Talk. They want to get kills. They want to leverage in towards this early game, because simply they have to. If they don't, they will fall off towards late game.
I'm gonna look at the net worth. 4 members of Thunder Talk sitting on top of the throne right now, and the richest member for WHG currently is Lemon. It's still behind, the 4th richest member of Thunder Talk. Nice graphic overall. XBY though smells blood.
He wants to set up, has the Dragon Rage ready and available here. But they will be contested still. WHG, Mikey, and Closer standing strong, guarding this bottom lane. But as the Rift Herald charges in the mid lane though, that's gonna be a little bit unfortunate there for Thunder Talk. But not much actually gotten here by WHG. Just that tower damage in the mid lane. Top lane still very stable. But actually we are seeing Shin winning a little bit in the trades. That shows good sign from Thunder Talk.
And good senses overall coming from Lemon. He knew the Thunder Talk has something planned for him on the top side, and so he has to surrender that tower on the top side. That's the first brick, first tower destroyed. Brought to you, of course, by Coca-Cola. You can see the graphic on the bot side. Grab, play, fresh. Let's go.
Ooh, amazing. And they even have, real magic. That's a different movement that they have out of Coca-Cola. It's really amazing. It's something that everyone should be checking out. Because it provides a lot of opportunities for artists. Wow! Speaking of artwork, that cast was simply amazing. So Mike is still was able to escape. It's a good job there by WHG so far, despite the aggression of Thundertalk. They're still able to escape those traps that they are laying out.
I remember Mikey using his flash bot side, right? Just a couple of minutes ago. And the flash is barely up. I feel, that's a very lucky interaction by Mikey, because I feel that, that flash was just freshly was on cooldown just now. So yeah, I guess a bit unfortunate for Thundertalk, but you can see that SMY would pull the trigger whenever it's possible, whenever it's open for the taking. Z though on the top side is now going to be given more freedom. Long lanes is actually a very good thing if you're the Z, right? Like, you have a lot more room to work with. Meanwhile, Spark on the Zoe, we have to remind everyone that this is like the priority by WHG.
Wow!
Look at the damage though.
Ouch! Ooh, yeah. Spark already so low in terms of HP, but ooh, okay, that's really ambitious, but also, doing a really good job. Mikey though, serving as the front line, Lemon as well, trying to reach towards the back. Here comes the death mark from Z. Not much damage being felt, but maybe Lemon has to fall back now. Fate sealed onto the crucial target, and that is Jin down. WHG still has some fight in them.
And now has the Herald to work with. They can easily take down the tower in the mid lane without the use of the Rift Herald. I believe the Rift Herald was on Gragas. We'll have to double check on that real quick. But what a play by WHG. Mikey did really disrupt Lee Sin's attempt to secure that RH.
Yeah, can they contest this dragon though? X-Spy is just too far away. Oh, the ground control, especially by Closer, was enough to stall him out. And they even get the kill onto X-Spy. Really well played there by WHG. And so unfortunate for Lee Sin.
Z cannot challenge this at all. Like, he doesn't have enough wave clear. Okay, luckily for them, they have the Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb. SMY is on his way.
Ooh,
look at the cast.
That's Mark. Spark doesn't have a Stacy, so will get blown up in an instant there by Z. He went too deep there, and SMY just went on in a good punish towards those members. They will also get that tower in the bot lane. So far, Thundertalk still getting something across the map. All tier 1 towers destroyed already.
Yeah, a good break for them overall, because back-to-back skirmish went to the side of WHG. The Rift Herald skirmish was beneficial for WHG Esports. Also, the Dragon fight did net them a small positive. Still, you were talking about how WHG would win this. Again, the magic of Zoe is always going to be there, right? Like, whenever we look at Zoe, Zoe can actually win team fights by herself, just landing pokes after pokes. And look at this, like, look at Mikey and Spark holding their own against the 3 members of Thundertalk and cannot do a thing. Like, you have to have the Z in there. The death mark's pressure is so immense that Spark would not have enough playground to work with. But that's their win condition.
Oh! They go in onto SMY, caught him off guard, but here comes Shin actually on the side, cutting down the team in half. Comes Z as well, going with the death mark. Not really the best target here.
Whoa!
Not connecting that much onto the other members, but hit onto one. SMY flashes out, X-Buy as well. WHG, they made their work already. Despite not getting any kills, they felt their pressure. Thundertalk still leaves without any scratch.
Both of them actually, but Z on the bot side could see, a kill towards August. We'll see though. Look at August. There is a backup if in case needed by Lemon. I want a replay of that team fight in the mid lane. I know that there was no casualty, but you could see the extent of the mechanics of all these players. They would go in, they'll survive with 10% HP, flash at the last second. And that's not something that you can acquire with just a little amount of practice, right? You have to spend thousands of hours of gameplay in order for you to really maximize those mechanics. And as we look into the items, let's look. First things first, where was the referral? Did you know?
A while ago it was you were right, Gragas a while ago, but now that was unfortunate. Fate sealed his fate instead here. Shin is about to join, jumps in with counter strikes, closer gets destroyed there completely. I was actually thinking that maybe WHG is starting to get their groove and starting to fight back, but ThunderTalk still continues to find those opportunities. And that was so unfortunate there for August.
It is very unfortunate indeed. ThunderTalk was able to maximize the dark areas of the red quadrant of WHG. Look at August. He wanted to check if there was any Raptors available. And lo and behold, there was a lot of members of ThunderTalk waiting. Look at Z. He loves this. He loves choke points because with choke points like this, more shadow slashes, more shurikens would hit priority targets.
And XY lived all throughout as well with 1 HP remaining. So speak about lucky, he's a one lucky dude there. Going in, took a bit of damage there from the Fate Seal, but still able to leave the area alive. Cast gonna be used by SMY for the disengage. That is really useful in that situation because the other members of ThunderTalk were actually really far away.
Still looking at the next objective. ThunderTalk and WHG would contest this dragon that would be up in 30 seconds. Yang, this could be the the make or break of this game. We talked about the draft of ThunderTalk. We know that they can win pre-20 minutes. And it's possible. It's very possible that this third dragon team fight could be our last one.
Oh yeah. It can be, but we're starting to see WHG scaling up. It's only actually a matter of time before they get into their peak win condition in this game. Yeah, we can still bank on the Jax here of Shin, maybe, but he's just the side character here. So far, XY and Z have been the ones making the plays alongside with SMY. Also with Shin as well, but the backline might be threatened here as Yoni goes through, but XY does the really good job. That's what as well. And even a fade away by Chin to get that Mega Inferno Bomb going down. Lemon goes to the backline, gets a kill of the Ziggs. Z tries to get the revenge kill alongside with SMY. Dragon still alive. Mikey flashes away. Shin chases him through, but is actually spending a lot of time. SMY still falls down. But now, WHG are slowly getting something across the board. Slowly fighting back and stalling this game out.
The good thing for WHG is that there is no jungler alive for the side of ThunderTalk because they were in the position to secure that one. Spark! Oh no!
Oh, being chased away. Still alive despite the death mark being used. But that was really scary.
Yeah, but what a team fight. Like, it started with Z finding the right target and Shin's perfect flank. But look at Shin. Satchel charge, perfect moment. Fate sealed was denied easily and August died right away. 0. That's a very good cast as well, but WHG was able to weather the storm. Mikey did buy a lot of time. As you said, he was overchased by Shin. And Shin, your primary target is not Mikey. It's going to be Lemon. Spark, help your team. Your team would win.
Yeah, those scattered fights, especially with the Jax of Shin being kited out, was so unfortunate there for ThunderTalk. Because even Spark left the area unscathed because of that instance, because of Shin chasing down Mikey instead. And well, it's still kind of winnable here for ThunderTalk. They're still the ones dictating this game. But it's only a matter of time before WHG becomes more than capable to withstand not only their damage, but even be the ones to throw in those massive damage into a fight.
And Giyang lost amongst all that chaos. Infernal Dragon was secured by WHG.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice CC chain actually.
Ooh.
As the Fate Seal will
Seal?
connect just
Oh,
only
he's
one.
dead.
Gets killed. Wow.
No,
Just like
Baron.
the cherry immediately popped off. Now this time, yeah, Thunder Talk and force a Baron because
They could go for the
there's
Baron
no
indeed.
Yone.
No jungler. And Chin, they are now setting up a dead brush. Mikey
Uh-oh.
could die here.
He becomes a target yet again. He is very tanky. With 4 members attacking him, he might actually just
No, he's
die.
dead.
He does so. Lemon becomes the next start. Counter-Strike is away. Almost
satchel?
in range. And we're not even seeing that much damage actually from Spark. Now with 2 people down, Thunder Talk can just go straight at the Baron again. Or even, go with the same strat. Set up a death brush once again. This time,
15
it's coming
seconds.
onto the Baron.
15 seconds before the jungler goes alive for the side of WHG. You cannot buy teleports anymore. Lemon and Closer would try to contest this.
Yeah, Cyclone already, Lemon as well. When Slash can they actually get
Where's
it?
the Baron?
The answer is
The Baron was
no.
stolen!
They
Oh!
actually get it? What? I thought they would have, but now it's
No!
WHG turning things around. How did they do it? Was it a wind slash? XY should
No,
have
it
been
was-
able to smite it out, but no.
I believe it was Spark that was able to get it. Now let's look into the
Battlestar?
replay. It could be that or it could be a smite from the Zoe. But we'll see though. Again, Spark, Battlestar, boom!
Oh no! And suddenly the curtains are closing. That could have been it by Thunder Talk. But now we see a big opportunity yet again, this time for WHG. They have now finally cracked the base open in the mid lane, transitioning towards the bot lane. Elder Dragon is about to be up in the next 12 seconds, and Thunder Talk this time are on the back end.
Crazy! I am now starting to believe that Jax
Oh, the
is just
gold.
cursed. Like there is no reason for Thunder Talk to lose that fight. 3v5 was the state of that game at that point, and with one very good paddle star from Spark, it was over. WHG now possesses a lot of advantage, even gives the blue buff over to Spark, so pokes for days here. Young pokes for days.
Pokes for days. And look at the zone that they have created
cannot do
just
anything.
because of that mega
Oh,
burst
so
bomb. Oh,
No, okay.
almost.
Almost.
I mean, my heart just stopped there.
Oh,
I
Lemon
thought
dead?
it would have been it.
Okay.
Lemon up. Okay, he still survives, but wow. Okay, good job coming in from August at that time. Still getting the smite there. I thought it could have been a steal.
Now
Now
August
August
could come
actually has a
in.
nice plan. Fate Seal not hitting onto anyone, but so many low HP members here. XY nearly getting blown up. SMY gets exploded. The Elder Dragon doing the work here for WHG. Thunder Talk right now. The curtains are closing. They're being collapsed. The Dragon's Rage coming in from the XY doing absolutely nothing. And WHG, despite the odds, will be the one close this game out. Or maybe
Not yet.
so?
Not
Can
yet.
they
Oh.
do it? They do. WHG completes the series in a reverse sweep.
You have to give the MVP to Spark. No one else deserves it more. Like, what? There's just no way. Like, dude, that's so tilting if you're Thunder Talk. You did plan for Z to pop off. At one point, he was so ahead of competition. At one point, Thunder Talk was like 3k, 4k ahead. And in that one moment when it mattered most, Spark's Paddle Star connects onto the Baron, securing them a victory, a 2-1 victory in this series number 1 of our day number 2.
Such a beautiful series, jam-packed in action and with a massive swing. WHG, I mean, I was excited for this game. Actually, I was really excited for Thunder Talk with the Zed, with the Lee Sin, with the flashy plays that we have been seeing, with the opportunity that they had after killing August in what might be the most crucial part of that game. But Spark, and well, Closer as well, Lemon as well, going into the Baron, securing the Baron for themselves, just turn everything around 180 degrees.
I feel for Thunder Talk. They wanted that win. Again, we talked about this two teams game. This two teams was not or were not able to reach the playoffs in 2 consecutive seasons, in the best way for you to be on the right track in securing a playoff berth is by getting that game number 1 win or a match number 1 win. And I believe the Thunder Talk was well in the perfect position to secure games 2 and 3. But WHG's fighting spirit was actually enough for them to get even, and was even able to get this come from behind win. What a series! What a series!
What a series! Yeah, I was still very nervous. I'm still feeling the moment earlier from the Elder Dragon almost being stolen there by the Mega Inferno Bomb of Chin. That could have been Thunder Talk's way of coming back, but good job by August still maintaining his strength, not being tilted by that Mega Inferno Bomb in that moment, still going in with a proper smite towards the best objective, the Elder Dragon. And they just went for the most simple path there in ending that game, going for a team fight and ending what might have been one of the biggest comebacks so far here and as of today's games.
Not just Spark, by the way. Closer and Lemon did their parts as well in making sure that Spark would have the path towards the Baron. But there's a lot of things to unpack in that game number 3. So far, it has been proven that Thunder Talk, even if they draft for Z, they would still get challenged. As we look into the jungle matchup, definitely a one-sided affair. XBuy has the better stats, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, you may have the better stats, you may win the matchup, but we win the game, right?
It's the game, it's the moments, it's the short windows of opportunity that you take that matters most. And WHG, they took the risk. Actually, that was a risky play as well. Forcing a Baron despite or a contest on the Baron despite Thunder Talk being complete in that Baron pit. That could have been it. That could have been Thunder Talk's game if ever it did go towards their favor. But no, they took the 50-50. Not even a 50-50. It was a paddle star, for God's sake, that got that Baron. So kudos to WHG. This is the moment that they have been waiting for, and to start this day off, to start this tournament off for themselves. This is the proper way to start this tournament for WHG. They set up the tempo, they set up the momentum. Next step is keeping this momentum up in next of their games. Thunder Talk, it's still a good try coming from them. It still was a wonderful series. I love seeing Z on the Zed, XBuy on the Lee Sin. They made so many good plays. And despite that lose, I'm still looking forward to them recovering from this.
Oh, for sure. Like, I want an encore, right? I want a game number 4, but we can only go as far as number 3 because it's a best of 3 series. One thing that really excites me more, Giyang, is that we will be casting the most anticipated game of this day. The next game would be featuring Trace Esports versus Enigma Galaxy. But there you go, a very well-deserved MVP. No reason to give it to someone else because that Paddle Star, that steal by Spark, really made it possible for WHG to secure the series.
And overall, it's just such an amazing way to start the day as well. A game number 3, a reverse sweep. Such an electrifying start of this day. And next up, we have, that most anticipated game as well. Trace Esports versus Enigma Galaxy. I am thinking right now, both of us are really excited for this. We'll just go in a very, very short break, guys. We are your Southcasters, Giyang and Autolus. But when we come back, it's time for the second series.
touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have you all. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we fell for fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live here but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to live. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Step open up to take more shots, getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop, yeah. Never wait up, flowers say so.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the gold wireless.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
That go by.
引起他们打野灰吧，
历经2个赛季的沉浮，
终于是完成了自己的回。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。And welcome back to the WRL Asia 2023 season number 1. And after the amazing series a while ago between Thunder Talk and WHG, this time we move towards the most anticipated series as of today. This is gonna be Trace Esports versus Nigma Galaxy. And of course, we are both excited for this. It's the first time they are going to be meeting in this tournament as well, and clashing onto each other. But I'm sure they have scrimmed as well many times prior to this tournament. I'm just really thrilled on this. Nigma Galaxy, kind of the best team right now the Philippines has ever produced, going up against Trace Esports, one of the strong teams right now in the CN conference.
I'm doing my best. Trying to contain my excitement because this is definitely a match to behold, mainly because this is going to be the first time that we will be seeing NGX against a Chinese squad. But we have to be careful. They have to be careful. I'm sorry. Trace Esports is on a very good momentum. Although one of their star player in Weiba will not be playing, they are still a very formidable 5-man squad. Lee Sao is going to be very scary in the Baron lane, but make sure to pay attention to Wind. Of course, Wind is going to be a tag team of Weiba back when they won the Horizon Cup in the Dakon Gaming banner, and Wind. Again, looking at his previous accomplishments, first during Horizon Cup 2021, first during W Master Series WRT Season 2, and first during Huya God of War Cup 2022 as well. So, very scary player overall.
Yeah, definitely is such a talented player that came from TFC and Dakun Gaming as well. That guy has been massive in the tournament scene, and now we go towards Enigma Galaxy. I mean, this roster has been one of the most solid lineups that we are gonna be seeing in this tournament right now. Hi, Justy, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw. And these players are more than ready to perform in this tournament against Trace Esports.
The key player to watch out for is definitely going to be Aaron. In the past 3 tournaments, he has really revolutionized and has really upgraded his play. Has netted a lot of solo kills as well in the process. First during the Snapdragon Pro Series, third during WCAO. And in the most recent tournament, they went undefeated just because of this mid laner as well. Now, for those that are not familiar with these players, we have to talk about NGX players, right? Just G and Aaron are 2 players that got scouted by JDG. They are APAC players that was planned to be imported by a Chinese team. And this is going to be very exciting because now we will be seeing them in action against CN.
Both of these players as well has been like the pinnacle players of this of Enigma Galaxy. Most of the time as well, we do see Justy and Aaron banking on the MVPs every time they win a game. So in terms of impact towards the game and possibly in this series as well, these players are the ones to watch. And
oh, there's a message. I don't want to talk.
I'm happy to meet new friends. I bought you gifts. Come see what they are.
Oh? Okay. This.
Okay. Water.
Hello guys.
Oh, water.
I will give you water because it's summer season. Stay hydrated, guys.
Nice to meet you，不过没有话跟你们说，会吧，好好休养，我会出手的。
Also, they're gifting something for each other. That's what's happening, Giang. And Draw, amongst all things they can give to the other team, he decided to go for water. Okay.
But it's very hot. It's summer and especially at noon.
It's the summer season, I know. But yeah, we're going to introduce again. We're going to look into the VTR, and again, man, NGX has now started to make a name for themselves, not just here in the Philippines, but in the whole APAC region. I saw a tweet from Coach Vansu, I believe a couple of weeks ago, and he said in that tweet that NGX is like the #1 most searched team in Wikipedia. So that means that, you know, they're generating noise right now, and they are here to make sure that their names will also go and you know, be known in the Chinese soil.
Yeah, first and #1 search, even higher than Cerberus Esports and Nova Esports and Keep Best Gaming. That's the amount of attention that they have garnered, especially with the impact that they have been giving towards all of the tournaments that they joined. They are the team to watch in this tournament right now. If you're a fan of if you are a Filipino fan or a fan of Filipino teams, this is the team to watch as well, and look forward in how they are going to be maneuvering towards this tournament.
That's Wind, the star player for Trace Esports. Again, for everyone that has just started to scout WRL in general, Trace Esports has a lot of momentum going for them because they were freshly promoted in the last Challengers sequence. And again, on the other side, talking about momentum, they just came from a tournament in where NGX went undefeated. Looking at, you know, how they basically dominated that tournament, I can easily say that NGX is very well prepared for this tournament as well.
Yes, absolutely. I think in terms of preparation, NGX is one of the... So nice.
I did not. I mean, everyone was trying to be as cool as possible, as fierce as possible. Then you have the support player draw. Going for the cutest of faces. After giving water to the other team,
Kawaii.
after offering water to the other team, he went for the kawaii pose. But there you go. NGX going to be playing here in Pasay City, Philippines. A long distance connection, but definitely a very intense matchup that we are excited to see. APAC region, first try against the Chinese team yesterday. Rollster Y against J Team. J Team dismantled KT Rollster. But this time, it's something different. We're talking about NGX. NGX, to me, is the #1 team in APAC. And if there is a team that can actually win against a Chinese team, it's this one.
This team, definitely the most prepared, most anticipated team as well. This is kind of like the spear right now of the APAC region. Kind of like the representative, definitely, of the APAC region. If there is a team that can actually defeat any team from the CN conference, this should be the start. The one that can pierce through those teams. This can be a good start as well. Against Trace Esports, they are relatively strong. And they have had a really good history. They're going to be banking on Aaron actually here. And
this is the one
Rose would be the one.
And this is the fight for side in where we would be seeing both these players duke it out in a 1v1 scenario, Giyang. First to 2 kills wins, or first to break down the tower. For those that are, that just has tuned in, is there going to be a mirror matchup? Because Riven has been locked in here by Rose.
Yay!
And Riven was locked in by Aaron as well. Pride is at stake, and also side selection.
Mostly Pride, sure.
Mostly Pride.
Definitely. I think they're just gonna be having fun here, and both of these teams are just, comfortable with their side they actually go to. But since this is the second time as well that we are gonna be seeing a mirror matchup, similar to I forgot what game was it yesterday, which team that actually battled JDD versus WHG. So it's going to be a really tough one, because having a mirror matchup, especially with the Riven, you only have a few chances. If you give a window of error, then you're pretty much done.
Yeah, and this is the most exciting part. Everyone gets to watch you perform on the Riven 1v1. I want to see the player cams of the Philippines. That's that's
I hope they can find a way, guys, because we saw some setups of cameras a while ago on them, cell phones facing them. Hopefully there's can see
there's a lot of mobile phones facing them. That's right. That's basically their setup. And hopefully there's a big one, so that we can see the Filipino players or NGX players try to egg on their mid laner. You know what? 1v1 here in the Philippines is a big thing, right? Whenever you lose on, I don't know, but to me, if you lose a game, a lot of times, the leading player would go and ask for a 1v1 duel. That's like a big culture here.
We take pride in 1v1s. We carry our own names in all of our games, and we want to be undefeated in most of those duels. Rose took a bit of damage there from Aaron in that early interaction, and it's still just level 1. Level 2 is gonna be very important.
Whoa!
And he does get it. Oh, one more? Almost.
A level 2 advantage. But no space for Aaron to at least go all in. But you could see, at least in the first few seconds of this 1v1, Aaron, the Pride mid laner of NGX, is getting the advantage.
I like how Draw and
look at Draw
on the side is just laughing at Aaron. Oh yeah, they're just having fun. I mean, both teams, even on the side of Trace Esports, and they're just having fun, just enjoying the game here. The Rose is having a bit of trouble against Aaron, especially with how Aaron has been, being very scary guarding the wave.
Aaron has been dominating this 1v1 so far, forcing Rose to not be able. Oh wait, tower range. Okay.
Wow. Oh, flash in though. All right, so who's gonna be
Exhausted.
winning this? It's Aaron. As it does possess. Oh, he actually burned to death.
It's a 1-for-1.
Good job there, my Rose.
But still is an advantage overall for Aaron. Like the goal in this 1v1 is for you to get 2 kills. Aaron was able to secure the first blood gold advantage and also was able to deny a few minions here and there. But you can see that Rose would pull the trigger in this 1v1s, right? Like they're now both approaching the level 5 all-in potential and where the ultimates will be available. So they both have to be careful here.
Rose seems very serious actually in this game. Invested. Aaron is showing the serious mode as well. Though he does have XP advantage, especially after he clears this wave. Now he goes in. Rose trying to fight back, but we do see more of those damage wins coming from Aaron. Ooh.
1v1 King on the line, Aaron going all in, preventing the level 5 spike. Oh, okay, level 5.
Oh, here comes the wind slash. Now available, and it does win it. Aaron wins 2-1. Enigma Galaxy will have side selection.
no, it was Rose that won.
Oh, it's Rose actually won. Oh,
yeah, it was Rose. Rose went. Okay, so it was an event in where we saw Aaron saw the XP bar of Rose. He thought that the level 5 spike won't be there in time, but that last experience gained by Rose allowed him to go level 5, making himself be more scary, right? The level 5 power spike is real, especially in the Riven matchups.
That was awesome. We're having fun. Either way. I'm actually curious how Draw would have reacted there towards Draw after Aaron lost the 1v1. Oh, it's always when we do have our friends alongside with us. When we lose a 1v1, we will hear those banters, some cheers as well.
We know that both these players want that side selection to be on their side, right? Because again, oftentimes whenever we see a winning team decide which side they will be selecting, they go for the red side right away, and that's because of the threat of the power 2 picks that often gets selected, and also the strength of a counter pick on your side. But that's okay, that's 1v1. Side selection definitely goes over to Rose in the process, and you can see the stats over there. Good start for Aaron, but Rose did have the finishing touches.
Absolutely. I hope, despite NGX not being here inside the site here against Tracy's, or there wouldn't be some sort of connectivity problem or such, because that's so important, and especially in esports, right? Every difference in ping matters.
For sure,
it's a window.
Yeah, but we have to realize that it's going to be the same thing for both sides. Like, internet is like a two-way thing, especially in this peer-to-peer games, right? If your internet, or if your ping is at this level, like at 60 ping, oftentimes, your opponent would also have the same ping. So looking at the network is as a potential cause of underperformance on any side should be neglected. At least in my opinion, that should not be an issue at all. Also, scrimmages happen every day between these Chinese teams and APAC teams, so that shouldn't be a problem as well.
And that's a good relief for me. As well, because as a gamer, as we play a lot of games, it's always a big trouble. Now we do see Enigma Galaxy going on the blue side after Tracy Esports actually prefers the 2-pick Prio on the red side. Given the APAC meta that we do see a lot, this prioritization of the Senna in terms of banning would set in play here. Yume as well gonna be removed here, and since NGX does have first pick Prio, maybe they can be the one to post for the Zoe.
Well, this is scary actually because now you're banning away 2 supports already. In the Senna, in the Yun. There's the Zoe, there's the Shen. That when left open, okay, finally Zoe gets taken out. I'm not 100% sure if Nigma would go for the Zoe as their first pick. Okay, there you go. There's the Shen. So there's a lot of power picks available for taking. There's the Jace. There's the Bruisers
Camille.
outside lane. Even Yone is made available here. A lot of champions available for both sides. But if there's one thing I would love to see from NGX in this game number 1 is that it WHG gets a hold on a very aggressive jungler. Because to me, NGX lives and breeds WHG.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Most
There you go.
probably.
Camille.
Yeah. Camille has been, banned almost the entirety of this tournament so far. Enigma Galaxy having it open for themselves, they can just take this champion up. But given this prioritization, Trace Esports does have access towards the Ziggs and the Nautilus, the Galio or the Gragas, whomever they actually would prefer being in their hands.
Or maybe even Karma, right? Like Karma Nautilus is going to be a very scary tandem. But this is definitely a refreshing sight because oftentimes whenever we see this support be prioritized, Gragas goes number 1, Galio goes number 2. And now my wish of an aggressive jungler has to wait. Oh, okay. Varus going to be prioritized here by Trace Esports. One thing to note is that this Trace Esports lineup of tech being the jungler is way different from what we are accustomed to seeing Trace Esports. We're not 100% sure as to why Weiba is not playing. But yeah, if you've been following Wild Rift Esports for a long time, you know that Weiba was the original jungler carry that
From the
has
OG.
dominated the Horizon Cup back in 2021. So that's definitely a huge difference in this game in this matchup.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'd see him, going back in the next games that Race Esports would have. But right now, I'm actually liking the Varus pick despite the Karma being available, because now they have anti-engage, Chain of Corruption, and that's when they can actually time the re-engage, especially with the Akali picked up now for Rose.
But the mobility for Varus will always be in question, right? Like one good Hextech ultimatum followed up with whatever you have in store for your last 2 picks for Enigma Galaxy would always be the win condition. They need someone to detect this Akali, although there is already the item called Dawn Shroud, which would allow you to detect stealthy units. I feel, going for a Karma is actually not bad here, especially since you have the Gragas. Going for a Karma here allows you to have that Tether ability, and just as I said, that Karma is perfect for NGX. Trace Esports takes it away.
Yeah, it immediately denies it away from them. That leaves very little choices here on the side of Enigma Galaxy in terms of wave clear in the bottom lane, but maybe Lux is still available for them. In the CN conference, we do see a lot of Morganas, although mixed feelings can be felt with that sort of pick. But NGX, they have a lot of experience with a lot of variations for the Dragon lane. They would have an answer to this. Crazy Sports actually go really ham. Yone. But I'm look at it.
Cheese-in? Because why not?
Please?
Let's go!
Please?
Alright, first game!
Alright.
Here in WRLA, and WHG gets his hands on his Lee Sin. This Ashe pick as well does make a lot of sense, right? You don't need that much AP damage. You have Gragas that can easily farm his way to Rod of Ages for the AP threat. And again, here in APAC, if there is the what we call X factor that has been bad many times, that's the Ashe, because enchanted crystal arrows can really help your side laners.
Absolutely. Interesting enough, we are going to be seeing a Braum in the side of Trace Esports, so it's going to be a jungle Nautilus. in terms of pinning down champions, in terms of setting up crowd control, Trace Esports has it really massive. As well as those cleanup damage, especially because of the Dione and the Akali. But they have to be really careful in the early game. NGX, if they are going to be known for a reason, aside from being, a force to be reckoned with, one of the things that actually made them a force to be reckoned with and to be feared is their utmost aggression in the early game. Always finding ways to beat down their opponent and cripple them down early. And Trace Esports, they have to be ready.
Shackle. Huh? Okay. Anyway, that's one of the content creators that we have here in the Philippines making a small cameo. I think he's the designated referee by this, guys. But anyway, again, just going back to your point, love that you pointed out that NGX is going to be very aggressive in the very first few minutes of this game. If this was an APAC matchup, it's expected that the first blood would happen pre-5 minutes, right? But this is a matchup against a Chinese team. And we all know that since this is the first time that we're going to see them on stage, things could be different.
Absolutely. This is going to be, kind of similar to the previous game, setting the tempo in this tournament and trying to set your foot in this event really well, getting a groove as well. And this is a nice composition that NGX actually has drafted, especially in terms of their aggressive nature, having the enchanted crystal arrow just ready for playmaking potential. Trace Esports might need to really pay attention towards their screens if ever, level 5 comes into play here for NGX.
Yeah, because the rotations would always go and happen pre-5 minutes, right? Demon Kite would be transitioning over to the mid lane, allowing themselves an easier access to hit those enchanted crystal arrows. The 1v1 in the mid lane is currently being owned by the Jace that currently has Electrocute, has his keystone choice, and normally if you go for Electrocute, you don't go for scaling, right? You want to make sure that the early game would be in your favor because the scaling wise Conqueror is a lot better.
Yeah. Always proccing the Electrocute and damaging your opponent. Okay. Fang is just gonna be there to help him out. And Aaron actually, whenever he picks up the Jace, he normally gets the MVP. Actually, when he picks up the Jace, and that just shows how scary this pick off can be for NGX. And yeah, we do recognize the Yone for late game playmaking potential as well with a Fate Sealed, and it's just going to be a really slow early game, I think, here for Trace Esports. Given that we have the Akali and the Yone in the mid lane, unless Tak goes through a nice pick off with the depth charge or the dredge line.
Yep. But the information that has been provided that Nautilus has now secured most of his camps, actually ahead of G, surprisingly. That just means, that this Nautilus is a meta for a reason. Now, Just G is already in the jungle, red jungle quadrant of Trace Esports, trying to find an angle to help out Aaron in the process. But he spotted here. Level 5 attack. This is going to be very scary. Just G has to be careful.
Yeah, they want to set a pick off. Depth charge is going to be used there by Tak, transitioning towards Yoshi, and because of that vision, he's dead.
Yep, and that level advantage from Tak, just being able to get the resources here in the mid lane allowed him earlier access to his ultimate. If it was a level 5 Lee Sin, there would be another way for him. No.
Oh my gosh, by a margin, he managed to dodge that Fate Seal, but Ignite, and just one more Q, Rose will pick up the kill. Unfortunate.
Yeah, not the best start. Again, NGX surrendering 2 deaths in a row to tax Nautilus. Nautilus in the jungle is going to be on the AP side, but you can see no hesitation at all. Rose is not yet even level 5, but that's an easy execute, right? You go for the ultimate, the lockdown would always be there.
And it's really nice seeing Trace Esports, set up those plays, knowing the information that they have gotten, and it was just a continuation of that said punish. 2 kills, set up the momentum now for Trace Esports, and NGX, they need to recover.
They are on the back foot indeed. like less than 1,000 gold in this parity, but you could feel the pressure. Like if you're drafting the Lee Sin, oftentimes you would go and be aggressive at the early parts of the game, but was easily punished by the Chinese team. And this is really the biggest difference between APAC and the Chinese teams, right? Oftentimes they would be getting advantage where they really needed. And that XP advantage on that Nautilus was the difference maker between a secured first blood for the Philippines and the Chinese squad.
In a well-played scenario as well. Right now, we're seeing 1,000 gold lead by Tracy Esports. Not a lot, but it is very much useful in the laning phase. We do see now Demon Kite and Draw, or the Dragon lane, is going towards a mid lane as the objectives are about to spawn.
I think
Bot
Aaron's
lane, though, we
dying.
are seeing a fight.
Yep,
Who's
Aaron's
gonna be
dying.
winning? Oh, that is second casualty for Aaron.
And this is going to be a lot harder for you to win. You're the Jace, right? The Yone on the other side was already able to get 2 kills in the process just a couple of minutes ago. And if you are trading up against an opponent that knows how to take advantage of their gold lead, chances are you would be surrendering a lot of the solo kills.
Look at the arrow, nice cast as well, and they transition towards Fang, funnel their damage.
Where's Hyde?
They actually
Okay.
continues, Justy goes into the front, Win has to flash away, but he won't be able to escape. 3 kills now in total, a little bit late for Lee Sao, but with the Shuriken it still connects and tracks him through. 3 for
Slowed.
1, it's now being slowed down, even a flash in by Demon Kite. Just
Barrier
to
is
assure
in.
with a kill.
Oh.
And that might be the thing that NGX needed to come back in this game.
True, and now the Dragon is still open for the taking. No objective secured as of yet for Tracy Esports. Just when we thought that the early game is pointing towards Tracy Esports, NGX was able to find the necessary angle to get even.
Yeah, they needed that. Now it's almost even. Now we are seeing NGX fighting back. Also being able to start this Dragon up since Tracy Sports has picked up this Herald.
Yep.
Answering back in the objectives. But they will lose some plates here in the mid lane. Now let's Draw and Hyde can do something. Never mind. Yeah, that's a bit sad, but still, tower is still standing.
Arrow connects on the bot lane, but luckily for Tracy Esports, it was the Braum that did get that tower shot. Now, not tower shot, but Enchanted Crystal arrow shot. But looking at the replay, it started with a very decisive engage coming from Demon Kite, and that I think is the reason why this squad from NGX is just so scary. Engage can come from Hyde, engage can come from Demon Kite, and with all said and done, you even have a way to detect stuff like units because of the hawk shot. Demon Kite knows what's up, knows that his souls would be there for him, and Lee Sao had no chance.
Yeah, and because of that, it was also interesting how they were able to avoid Lisa for the most of that fight, and just force him to catch up, having the numbers advantage, funneling onto Tak and the rest of the members of Tracy Sports. Now, being able to pick up the stack, now we're seeing them setting up the gold lead. And Aaron should be in a much better state. Though we do still see Tak and Lisao, sitting at the very top of the gold chart.
Yep. But he can easily be detected by hawk shots coming from Demon Kite. Now Demon Kite can start the fight here. Arrow could happen anytime soon.
Patience.
But they're holding off. They're being patient here.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice setup actually by NGX if ever. But I think Trace Esports has a good sensing of what's going on. They are grouping up in the mid lane as well, as we do see Rose just backing off entirely and leaving the wave as it be. They're setting up a trap here for Just G. Ooh. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
that
had
would
it
have
connected.
been...
Yeah, that Just G for sure. Like one hook is all that's needed by Tak. Especially looking at his items, by now he should be able to at least 100-0 almost everyone from the side of NGX. The amount of AP damage available to this Nautilus at this part of the game, you can easily say one good hook could mean the death of one member of NGX. But Arrow goes wide on the top side. Hyde continues to impress against Lee Sao. He has the advantage and goes for the lockdown.
Yeah, 3 people are here. Feng is gonna reach him, but tower has fallen down. A nice dodge actually here by Josh. He's setting up. Sonic Wave not gonna be connected, but Demon Kite is here to finish up the kill. Feng now, the next target. He's not gonna be able to escape here at all. Quick rotation by NGX.
A 5-man squad on the top side, and they want the second tier tower. Meanwhile, Trace Esports on the bot lane is left to go back. Yes, they were able to get that mid lane tower, but NGX very decisive. The different side of macro that we are accustomed in seeing from them whenever they face against APAC teams. Man, they're showing that they can do it against the Chinese teams as well. Looking at the replay. Wow, I mean, look at Lisa. He had no chance. Exec ultimatum. No way for him to go anywhere. Demon Kite will be here at the perfect timing with one perfect volley. He was able to secure that kill secure. But man, what a start for NGX.
Yeah, they also picked up the second tier tower. So basically the top side is secured now, and they can just, focus on mid and bottom lane, which bottom lane tier 1, that's very low already. And Trace Esports, they're slowly losing vision across the map because of those towers being taken out. NGX setting up a possible play actually towards top side since the RH is up.
Value of Hawkshot is just too much. Spotting 3 members by Trace Esports, just she knows where to start this team fight. But this Rift Herald is now being started by Trace.
Esports, just waiting for Rose to be in the vicinity. The Akali as well is here. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be denied with the stasis, but Chain Corruption doing a lot of work actually. Fate sealed onto 2! As now Demon Kite is in trouble. Lisa just chasing him down. The flash will not help him. Draw now has to escape. And we do see NGX being shattered in scrambles here as Trace Esports cleaned them up.
And amidst all the positive things that could happen for NGX, the thing that they did not want to happen was Engage faltering. And the Engage was easily embraced by Trace Esports. Again, remember, this is still a Braum. One good Glacial Fissure can actually negate all the engage potential that you have. Too overeager by Hyde, and again, Demon Kite's arrow connecting onto the Braum was the biggest difference maker there.
Big answer back here by Trace Esports. Double arrow though. Fortunately will not connect, and that's the thing with the composition of Trace Esports. Okay, that's a kick. That's a good counter, catching someone off guard. That is sad. Nautilus there. Now they go in once again. Chain of Corruption gonna be negated here by Hyde with a flash. As now Trace Esports caught in the midst of the tower. Just wanting to get a Sonic Wave connecting. Now they go in. Oh, the Fate Sealed onto the back line! That's a beautiful engage by Rose! Now with a stun, it will get the kill. And Chance's triple arrow onto Lisa, but the stun is not that long. Hyde has to disengage. Just actually went in. That is overzealous. They will go and back away for now. 1-for-1 trade at the very least.
A very aggressive start, and this is Wild Rift at its finest, right? Kills left and right. And the gold is very much even, Giyang. I mean, the potential for NGX to still pull the trigger is very much up there. It's going to help them now because the first tier tower in the mid lane was just destroyed. And we all know how impactful that tower is, especially against the composition that NGX has right now. NGX wants to go and go for a very successful engage, which can easily be negated by this Braum. Looking at NGX right now, they're planning to trade.
Rated Towers tier 1. Nice preemptive Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well there by Demon Kite. Just in case Rose was there guarding bottom lane. But now as they push through here in this tier 2, we do see Feng just helping out Rose in case that NGX does follow up. Especially that they're grouped up here in the bottom side river. And Trace Esports, they're keeping up despite the 4-1 casualty that happened to them. This has been a back and forth ride between these two talented teams, NGX and Trace Esports, and looking at the chart as well. Wow, it's really back and forth.
the seesaw game is continuing, but if you are NGX, you are happy waiting it out, right? Waiting for the perfect opportunity. Again, when talking about Trace Esports, this is still a Chinese team. And respect has to be given. Enchanted Crystal Arrow by Demon Kite, not going to hit anyone.
We're also split pushing towards top lane right now. Joshi just helping out Hyde just in case, you know, anyone would actually go towards top side. And since they have cleared out top lane already in both tier 1 and tier 2, it's really helping them so much have that coverage and build the wave to pressure the top lane of Trace Esports in preparation for any objective, actually.
Yep.
And the Baron or the drag that is about to come up in the next possible minute.
And Rose is still trying to find an angle to go in and assassinate Demon Kite. Lee Sao is now very scary as well. If you are Demon Kite with no mobility at all, if your flash is down, if your exhaust is down, you're as good as dead, right? Like, this is actually a lot harder now for NGX. And look at Trace Esports. They're now going for a sneaky Baron. Someone has to check this. No information given.
No wards. They
shot.
will spot it out, but it's a little tad too late. Justy couldn't reach in time. A well-played decision here by Trace Esports. Wow.
Definitely, like, vision not available for NGX is a bit questionable. It's actually a lot questionable now, but Justy trying to set up a death brush. Wind. He's there.
Oh, that big combination and Virus blows up. Bang, a little bit had too late there. Fate Seal, but goes golden. Joshi making the plays. Here comes the follow-up. Is burning to death, but he will manage to stay alive with a lifesteal. And NGX, despite losing the Baron, they're still keeping up here.
That's one Baron buff down. Rose and company still wants to push down this mid lane tower. To me, that was a crucial pick. Because if that pick did not happen, Trace Esports would have every single avenue to just go on with the push. Trace Esports, though, still is in at an advantage and could just go for the dragon here.
Going to be very difficult still for NGX, especially with a Baron secured here by Trace Esports. They can split up, but I think though with the composition of Trace Esports, it's specifically designed to group up here, especially with the Nautilus and Braum. So they have to, you know, give up top lane and just sent Rose there to battle against Hyde, and he is the most fed so far here on the side of Trace Esports. With the Baron, they're able to secure the wave in the mid lane and the bottom lane, preparing now for this Ocean Drake. But NGX, they have more room here for opportunity, especially with Justy's prowess whenever he lands the Sonic Wave.
Yep. And teleport is available to Hyde. Hyde, the 1v1 on the top side is happening. If he goes down here, that's big for Trace Esports. Oh no.
Wind as well is there. Oh no. Piercing arrow,
shot?
not gonna be captain, but has a chain of corruption. That is so unfortunate for Hyde with a pickoff. Now they call onto the Ocean Drake. That's the Glacial Fissure, and they will still secure the Ocean Drake, but they have to exit here. And the exit paths are being blocked by Lisa. Fortunately, it's just all alone. And with Justy and Aaron, they're able to disengage successfully, but Demon Kite is on the other side. It is quite unfortunate, and no flash is gonna help you escape that.
Map numbers advantage for the side of Trace Esports. They're now taking down towers left and right. Could easily take down this mid lane tower as well. And there you go. Trace Esports.
Oh, that's a kick!
Oh.
Almost hitting Rose as well, but now they go in once again. Tower still very low. NGX. And they transition towards the bottom side without Demon Kite. No one is actually there to help wave clear for Aaron. They lose the inhibitor tower. Rose is just hunting anyone that actually gets too close onto them.
Big swing for the side of Trace Esports, but still not over for NGX. They were able to secure the second dragon for themselves. And again, as long as your win condition survives, as long as your Nexus is alive, then there still is a chance. Baron is going to be the next point of contention here for both squads. And I can feel the pressure right now because NGX is now slowly crumbling to Trace Esports' magnificent macro.
Absolutely, the macro of And basically the decision making here of Trace Esports has been very efficient. And whenever they get any information onto NGX, they set up a play for it. Hyde gets killed, they force it. They know that NGX will force the dragon, so they cut their path. They know that eventually they will split up. They get the kill onto Demon. They transition towards the mid and bottom lane push. But now, speak of sneaky, NGX
not so sneaky. There's a vision ward that is detecting them, that potential Baron. But really, the biggest part here is Hyde winning this 2v1.
Wow. From downtown.
He
Can
needs
they
to
actually
kill.
the kill?
He needs to kill Rose.
Oh,
no! There's a lot of investment being put in by NGX. Arrow connects. Even a 2v1 scenario. And still, amidst them all, Rose survives. What a play by the mid laner of Trace Esports.
Yeah. Now, it's time for Elder Drake. And this is going to be very scary, actually, for NGX.
True.
Especially that most of the time we do see them, sending out Hyde as a Camille to split push towards top lane, and based on what happened earlier, it could be very scary for Enigma Galaxy. Trace Esports, yeah, especially for Rose, has been having a hard time, especially with the arrow, but like that, his pressure still remains. Arrow now
onto the Braum, but this Elder Dragon is melting fast. Rose
oh,
here.
Rose.
Okay.
Ask. Sonic Wave gonna be connecting, but they're
She's dead.
focusing on the Joshi. He goes golden, but they're now pummeling into the dragon.
Who gets the
Who's gonna
dragon?
be getting it? It's actually going
Oh,
to the NGX! Aaron gets it for the team! At the best possible case, they needed a hero, and here it comes! Getting now the advantage that they needed. Hyde is now a super sign in the top lane, bashing the tower down. Enchanted
Arrow
Crystal
connects.
Arrow
That's it.
connecting onto the Kali, and that's gonna be it. NGX, they find the opportunity, they find the window, and they get game number 1.
What happened? What a game! Again, everything that could go wrong went wrong for the side of NGX during the first few minutes of that game, right? Just Chi got assassinated by Tak, by Bros, as the first blood. But NGX persevered, went for their win conditions, went for the engages, went for the side lane push, and Hyde again and again, right? Trying to duke it out. Those duels 1v1 was just stopped by a very good steal by Aaron. The MVP should go to Aaron, no one else.
Absolutely. Aaron is the hero of that moment and that game. This is why he gets so many MVPs, man. He just makes so much of those miraculous plays, and in that scenario, in that Elder Dragon, it could have been Trace Esports because they piled on to Joshi. They were all there. Even Lisa was attacking him, connecting the shuriken. He flashed in. Jay has been popped, but Aaron, I'll get it.
Okay, so again, during that last team fight, both junglers were not able to secure the Elder Dragon. It was the mid laner that did secure that one out. It's a win, yes, for NGX, but did they feel comfortable with that win? I don't think so. That's too close for comfort. That is Trace Esports without their superstar jungler in Wava. But it didn't matter, right? A win is a win for NGX. And man, oh man, what a crazy game. I can't wait for game number 2 to start.
Me too. It was a tough battle for Trace Esports and NGX, but they showed their positivity in this game. They showed their win conditions. Actually, Trace Esports was taking control of that mid to late game already. And we already saw them starting the Elder Dragon as well. They were confident that they can win the team fight. It was just so unfortunate that the smite from Tak was a little off as well. I believe it's 100 or 50 HP that remained on that Elder Dragon before Aaron actually landed the final blow. And that's the thing, when you're using a Nautilus, securing objectives, securing dragons and barons would be a little challenging.
Looking at the stats of the game, in just over 20 minutes, Asai NGX was able to win this I don't know. I don't know what to call this game. This is one of the closest games that we have casted together. No one really wanted to give an inch. Both of them has a set of win condition that they stuck through. Hyde was making his presence felt on the sideline. He was being helped by Team and Kite and company. And you would see here, there you go, the bottom side of the thing, the bottom side of the stats, the forward percentage. Hyde was dominating the side lane, right? Regardless of the stats, that's what you want from your Baron laner. Hyde was owning the side lane and was pushed forward compared to Lee Zhao. But the hero of the game, the hero that NGX needed, was Aaron. Aaron did not start the game so well, but it did not matter.
Absolutely massive performance by Aaron. He has to get the MVP, right? He will get the MVP. I mean, that steal is it's just the thing that NGX needed in that game. And that could have been
my
crazy.
Heart, dude. Like, come on. Like, my heart is telling me to chill down, dude. Like, I'm feeling the pressure right now because the intense game between NGX, the intense game between NGX and Trace Esports deserves a game number 2 right away, because we all know that Trace Esports would not be content in surrendering a 0-2 loss against an APAC team. Just for the information of everyone, most of the games, or most of the best of 3, best of 5 series that was between China and another region has went into the favor of China. So this 1-0 in favor of NGX, if they are able to push it through and secure a series win for themselves, it's unheard of. Definitely unheard of.
And of course, MVP, Aaron. You wanted this. I wanted this. After that nice steal, and he's gonna get it. And yeah, like what you mentioned, this is basically the first win of an APAC team against a CN conference team.
At least in this
NGX.
tournament. Yeah, at least in this tournament. The last time that we saw a very successful APAC team was Team Flash. They were able to win the quarterfinals back in Icons Global. So it was done before. It was possible. It is possible to defeat the Chinese team. But here in WRL Asia, it is expected for it to happen over and over again, because this is a tournament that features the best of the best teams from both regions.
And it's still a really close game. Anything can happen the next game. We are going to be going to a short break before game number 2. And we are your casters, Giang and Nautilus. Sit back and relax and wait for us to come back for NGX versus Trace Esports.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic. There's something about games.
what you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic. There's something about games.
what you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic. There's something about games.
what you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
real magic.
This is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we
There's something about games.
what you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
real magic.
And welcome back to the series between Trace Esports and Nigma Galaxy. So far, NGX has landed the first blow in the series and now a match point against Trace Esports. So it has been a tight game thanks to Aaron stealing the Elder Dragon away from Trace Esports. But will we see a comeback? Since we have seen it in the previous series a while ago, Trace Esports has a lot to learn.
Of course, they are facing against an NGX squad that has played, as a team, as a unit for many months now. Trace Esports on the other side, like they're missing Weva. That's a big handicap, if I can say so. Now NGX goes to the red side, and earlier today, we saw the 1v1 resulting in a win towards Trace Esports. And we all know that if you win the 1v1, you get side selection. So most of the teams, they prefer the red side for that 2 picks advantage.
And so far we're not. Well, we are going to be eventually seeing a Zoe ban here for sure. I like that NGX has now taken away the Camille, especially after the fantastic performance of Hyde earlier. They don't want it to be handed over to Trace Esports. And something has been going on consistent now in the bans of NGX. The Yumi not being let open at all, similar to game number 1.
Also, the Zoe has to be respected by NGX. Game phase on for Just Chi. What would be the last ban here for Trace Esports? That would be the Olaf.
Oh, okay.
But that's still okay. Like, you cannot target Just Chi whatsoever in the draft just because of how flexible this guy is. In the previous months that we've seen him, he has elevated himself to really a top tier jungler, not just here in the Philippines, but possibly the whole world.
Absolutely. Zoe's gonna be left open though. If they do ban out this Galio, Gwen is up, maybe they can trade it out. That leaves only 2 top supports that we have been seeing so far in this tournament, CN and APAC. The Nautilus and the Gragas ready to set and play here for both Draw and Feng. They are going to be prioritizing the Jace here actually, given that it's open. It was fortunate and Aaron had a massive performance in this champion earlier.
I think that's his best champion regardless, right? His Jace will definitely be impactful from laning phase up until the late game. And that's often, that's not something that you often hear. Oftentimes, Jace really scales down. Now, this is huge because looking at the record of Chinese teams with Zoe, this is not an exaggeration, right? Their win rate is close to 100% on this champion.
Yes.
And this is very scary. If you're NGX, yes, you have a corresponding poke in the Jace, and you have the all-in potential coming from the Nautilus. But the Zoe is still a Zoe.
So far in this tournament, we have seen 100% win rate of a Zoe as well. J-Team under win against KT, JDG against WBG as well yesterday. So it's going to be a scary situation for NGX. Hopefully, they are going to be able to break the barrier and the stats here. Especially right now, we're also going to be seeing a Senna here for Trace Esports.
This is a mid lane Zoe, similar to what we saw yesterday, right? And I actually see the angle of NGX winning just because of the laning phase. Jace should win, even the Zed. It really depends on what NGX plans to do here in the mid lane, but all you have to do is to have that kill threat against the Zoe in the mid lane. Things should go into your favor, right? Like, the wave clear of Zoe is not that big compared to the Ziggs. And if you're the Zoe, your health total, or basically what I'm trying to say is, if you're the Zoe, you're very squishy, and you can easily be targeted down.
Having the Senna would provide, the additional shields and some sustain with a heal, but it's still going to be a scary thing because you have now two champions that might need to scale up first, since they don't necessarily have damage that much in the early game, versus this lineup of NGX that's heavily being invested on early game, having the Zed, Nautilus as well, and the Jace. They are going to be looking for ways to gain momentum early on into the game and prevent Trace Esports from ever scaling.
Renekton being the answer by NGX, is this enough? Not only do they have the Zoe, Senna is also going to be very scary because of the global presence. Is this going to be another Ashe showing? It's possible, right?
Maybe NGX can actually pick it up once again. Demon Kite had a beautiful performance with those enchanted kisser arrows earlier. And we'll take it again.
Yeah, and you have to match global, the global presence of Senna by at least having your own global, right? Like, Ashe at least would have an enchanted crystal arrow that could be the bigger difference maker, or the difference maker on the side lane. That's how NGX won game number 1. They were helped a lot by NGX Demon Kite. And if it happens again on game number 2, I will allow it. Right? That's okay.
Especially with the movement of Trace Esports, right? Sneaking up objectives against them, and you would want to try as much as possible to have vision around them, because if not, you might be surprised in what they are actually going to be able to do. Like Rose a while ago in game number 1, going in onto them with a fate sealed whenever left unchecked, and that Ashe is going to help them so much if ever they do pick it up. I'm not so sure what they have picked up so far in the last picks on both Trace Esports and NGX, but I am excited to see whoever they are going to be getting for the conclusion of this draft.
We'll be seeing the draft in a bit. I believe there's just some technical difficulty, maybe some suspense moments happening here, Giyang, because it feels like that there's something happening on stage, and we have to wait for the conclusion of the drafting phase. But so far, again, with what we have seen in the past couple of games, the Chinese teams has played on the Zoe. It does feel like an auto win for them. I hate to say auto win, but it does feel like, this Zoe, when played by the Chinese squads, they can just find angles that shouldn't be there at all, right? Like Battle Stars connecting, low cooldowns as well. You can easily say that Zoe here and Wild Rift is just a more annoying champion than what we used to see back in LoL PC.
Yeah, that is, I can't stress enough how scary it is to see a Zoe being picked up by a CN team, because it really has a high win rate. And maybe, this is what I'm hoping right now for NGX, because they left the Zoe open. They let it be picked up by Trace Esports. They should have a plan in mind how to actually deal with it. so far. With the picks that they have, picking up the Zed, the Jace, and Nautilus. Maybe if they can track him down, maybe if they can bully the Zoe, then the damage will be negligible in a sense. Especially that there is a double scaling champion on the side of Trace Esports, Senna as well. It would take some time for them to pop off. If you can cut their path and make it even harder for them to scale up, then that is gonna benefit NGX so much in this game. But if Trace Esports are able to scale up and avoid some of those early aggressions, especially that Aaron or Justin might be picking up the Zed for themselves, then the Zed will be held negligible. That is gonna be a nightmare for NGX, especially when the sustain of Trace Esports is gonna be massive in the late game.
Always going to be a problem facing against the Senna in the late game, right? Is it going to a point in where this Senna would approach the unbeatable territory? Would we be seeing Zoe hitting his targets left and right past 20 minutes? That will happen soon as we are done with the draft, which has stopped with us getting 4 picks for both Trace and Enigma Galaxy. But we see the win condition for both sides, right? Especially with Renekton, Zed, and Jace being picked up for NGX. They want to win the side lanes. They want to get priorities left and right, and they want their junglers or whatever Just She goes on to choose would have easier access to gank paths left and right. Because again, in game number 1, if you've just tuned in, that start in game number 1 was definitely in favor of Trace Esports. It just so happened that NGX stuck through and was able to crawl themselves back into a win.
Okay, we are back. Earlier, NGX did pick off a Renekton, possibly for Hyde, and they will pick it up once again. I think we just had a reset in the pick bans because of a tech issue, but now we do see it coming online once again. And instead of a Riven that was being hovered by Wind a while ago, now they are actually thinking of picking up a Fiora. And whoa, speaking of sustain, are they gonna be locking this in? They do. Whoa, first Dr. Mundo.
What? Okay. Alright, so I just played this champion just a couple of hours ago. It was an ERAM. But we'll see. Okay. Alright, Tak would be playing it in the jungle. It's been a long time since we've seen Dr. Mundo in the jungle. And if you're going to ask me, the gank pressure will definitely be there. You would be able to tank for days on this champion. But I'm not 100% sure this is the perfect fit for them. Right? There is still an absolute way for the Dr. Mundo to die with the all-in potential and damage potential coming from NGX side. Oftentimes, you will see a Dr. Mundo be more effective against AP champions because it's actually a perfect fit for him going for Spirit's Visage, right, as his item buy. But against AD champions, it's a lot easier to chunk him down.
Although he struggles on AD champions, specifically fighters. And on the side here of NGX, it's not really entirely the case. We do see a Zed, we do see a Jace. Maybe as the Jace can do wonders, but I don't think the Dr. Mundo would be the target here of the Jace, and it is gonna be actually Just G utilizing the Jace. Though that is gonna be in trouble. Okay, you pick up the Dr. Mundo, you better be ready for that invade. They do get the damage done and immediately interferes with his scaling.
I mean, how much of this is because Weiba wasn't or isn't present, right? Like, you have to look into the lineup of Trace Esports, and we have to remember that Weiba is their superstar jungler. Wind forced to flash away here. And again, the invade is continuing for the side of NGX. Level advantage for Just G.
That as well gonna be needing some help from the support to clear his waves faster, especially after that early mishap. But we do see Trace Esports kind of winning in the laning phase. Lisao going a little bit aggressive here onto Hyde, as Aaron as well has taken a bit of damage earlier in the mid lane because of the pokes here of Rose.
Yep.
So lots of assistance might be needed here by the solo laners of NGX if ever they do want to set the tempo here in this game.
At least now Wit is helping out Tak get something out of the jungle of Joshi, because Joshi has just started to really dominate the jungle matchup. Hyde though could easily be dove here. Giyang. Oh no!
Oh, Red Line gonna be connecting, and that's gonna be really bad for Lisao. Overzealous diving onto Hyde, did not expect Draw to be there in top lane.
Wait, okay, so first thing that happened there was Hyde's Ruthless Predator was parried out.
Oh.
And crowd control will be present. Another kill for NGX, and what a start for them. NGX Hyde even survives in the process, but then again, what a series of events for them, Giyang. What a lucky exchange overall. 2-0 for the Filipino squad.
And so unlucky for Trace Esports. They wanted to dive. That could have been the best possible case there to gank a Hyde, but it became a nightmare. And NGX, they're now 1,200 up.
And with this lineup, if you go ahead, chances are it will be easy to execute this.
3 versus 3, but Lisao is all alone, parries away, but no flash anymore to escape. Here comes Stack, but what can you do when you're Dr. Mundo?
Nothing!
You have no crowd control! And that is just disastrous here for Trace Esports.
Joshi already level 5, you can feel the pressure, they want to dive in and kill Tak. What?
When is gonna be the next target? Oh, everything is just a victim here on the side of Trace Esports.
That's what, 6 kills, 5 kills already for the side of NGX. And now getting tower plates on top of that, Lisao is not allowed to play Wild Rift at all.
Oh no! Trace Esports, what is happening? NGX, they just cracked the code here of Trace Esports. Now you pick up the Dr. Mundo, you're gonna be suffering in the early game massively. Especially with the ceiling.
And they know, at level 4, Dr. Mundo is defenseless. One of the champions that you need your ultimate to be up and running in order for your effectiveness to be up there.
That's the stakes. Oh, nice dodge actually with the flash. The efforts there will be nulled. But still, NGX having the priority in absolutely everything. Every single lane is winning right now for them.
And if you're Joshi, the map has just opened up, right? Every single time that you see resources up for the taking on the jungle side of Trace Esports, you would be there. And the best way to really go for this invades is for you to have your support back you up. And we all know how Draw plays around Joshi. He's going to be there to support his jungler. And I don't know, I mean, looking at the scaling side of things, I know that Trace Esports still has a chance. But this start, this 3k advantage for NGX, it will be a miracle if they lose this one out.
4-0 onto Joshi as well. You give a Jace 4 kills,
Dude.
oh my gosh, that shock blast is gonna hurt so much.
There is a reason why this player was scouted by the Chinese region. There is a reason why he was offered a contract by JDJ. An APAC player, a Southeast Asian player that was with the team of JDG before joining NGX. He's like the superstar that we have here in the Philippines, and he's living up to the hype so far.
Definitely hyping up this game as well as his damage comes through. Ganks really doing the work on the side lanes.
Look at them.
Trace
They're
Esports
not done.
actually back, but this is going to be disastrous for them. They do get the Infernal Dragon, but at what cost? Tak is trying to survive. Well, not, of course. Did you get the dragon for 2 casualties? I'm not even sure that's gonna be worth it.
And also has the Rift Herald that you can easily play towards the mid lane to open up the map even more. Bros, this is a sad game for Zoe. A Zoe that doesn't have any space to connect her sleepy bubbles. Her paddle stars is definitely a useless Zoe. As we look into the replay, the all-in potential from Demonkite and Draw should not even be possible at this point because of the advantage that they got. The Dragon was traded for 2 kills.
5,000 gold lead as well by Enigma Galaxy. That is really high right now. Especially, it's just 6.5 minutes to the game. And it's been long actually since we had seen this kind of gold lead. And especially in this tournament right now, we haven't seen it just yet. And NGX is really doing the work.
Yep. And now they're baiting out Lee Sao to try and go be aggressive against side. Lee Sao, though, being very patient and being very disciplined in the process. They're not going to be spotted whatsoever. Another potential dive against Lee Sao could happen here.
Oh, and immediately they follow through. Dawning Shadow gonna be a little too late there to get the tower even flashed away by wind the moment the tower fell down.
No Reptile needed, and there you go.
Oh,
another invade. NGX is just playing with food right now. This is unheard of. This is utter domination from an APAC team against a Chinese team.
Absolutely thrilling to see. NGX, they're doing it right now. They're stepping closer towards the goal, fighting back here and representing APAC absolutely well right now. 8,000 gold lead. Every single member of NGX is ahead by gold against Tracy Esports right now. And we haven't seen this kind of situation ever.
Jara is even richer than Aaron right now. Like, this guy. I mean, this is a go next angle for Trace Esports. I know. And we hope that, you know, we will find more information as we look into Draw. He's going to be hit by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but it doesn't matter at all, right? At this point, NGX can just do whatever they want. They can even build items for fun. Even go for a critical Renekton or whatever. But, I mean, like, there's really nothing that Trace Esports can do now. Unless barring NGX collapse mid-game, it is pretty much a done deal. This could be potentially be the first time that we will be seeing again an APAC team or a team outside of China winning against a Chinese team.
You're basically holding Trace Esports right now by the neck. And the only thing that will allow Trace Esports to come back in this game is if NGX loses their grip. It's very unlikely that they do, but that is still something to consider here for Trace Esports. We cannot deny their scaling in the late game, and even if we're still just at 9 minutes, they can just still fight back. Tower gonna be falling down. That's a nice chain of CC. Even with the chain of corruption here towards the back line, they will immediately blow up the Gragas. NGX is just too far ahead.
Yep. That could be the perfect engage in another opportunity or in another situation, but you can see that NGX, with the gold advantage that they have the luxury to commit overextensions or mistakes after mistakes. It doesn't matter at all. Like raw stats, item wise, the state of the game wise, it's all NGX. 10-0, 10k gold lead, pre-10 minutes. My man, this is definitely a treat if you are a fan of APAC.
This is Annie. This is something we don't normally see. 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes into the game. This doesn't happen. And NGX, I have said this before a while ago, defying expectations, but NGX just keeps on doing it in this series. And they're really close towards winning this game. You just have to be very stable. Aaron, I need to escape now since there's like 3 people there, and Fang has his eyes set on him. The body slam flash is there, but the cast is a little off. That's Mark gonna gets away. 4 people, not a problem for Aaron.
Still very slippery, especially in this long lanes. We all know that Zed really has a very good kit against this all ends. And if you are the Dr. Mundo, there's really nothing that you can do. Even if you throw infected cleavers left and right, it's not really a good hold against the Zed. Against almost all members by NGX. It still surprised me surprises me why Trace Esports went for the Dr. Mundo. It's something out of the ordinary, and I really believe that this win by NGX was really a win that happened because Weibo was not around. Weibo is not here to really help out Trace Esports.
This is uncanny. I think I don't want to say this up front right now, but it kind of seems to be a big mistake here by Trace Esports. They drafted a really nice composition early. It was a close game, but this time we're seeing such a disaster coming in for them. Rose will be saved by Meng. Good job with the cast, but still they lose the tower in the lane.
Yep.
And Enigma Galax still stepping on the gas.
And GX now trying to destroy the tower in the mid lane as well. And there's nothing that Trace Esports can do. Scaling is on their side, yes, but it's in the situation in where they would be at least equal. But they are far from it. They are 13k, 14k behind the opposition. As we look into the reap, a 1v1 between Aaron and a manaless Lee Sao. That should be an easy kill. Again, we did say this. NGX targeted down Lee Sao, and Lee Sao was not allowed to play Wild Rift at all.
Absolutely prohibited from playing Wild Rift. I thought, oh my god, that goal difference. Now that is art. I mean, there's two types of art, like the seesaw and this landslide of a gold lead. This one is something that we rarely see.
Even against APAC teams, this is just on a different level. NGX is now playing with food and is still very serious. You could see the player cams, no smiles, nothing, no shenanigans at all from NGX, all business. And this is what you expect from the best team in APAC.
Oh, Lee Sao gonna be in trouble. Burning to death, Aaron will pick up the kill. And yeah, it's really nice to see NGX is not, being overzealous or something. They're actually going towards Wind. Dawning Shadow gonna be used to try and survive, but he won't. As now Demon Kite throwing on those arrows. Not connecting some of them, but the Shock Blast will do. As Joshi flashes away. Respecting the possible retaliation of Trace Esports. They transition towards mid. What a nice damage actually towards the tower.
And the tower on the bot lane is close to being shattered. There you go. Tower bot lane, tower top lane destroyed by NGX. Only one inhibitor tower forcing them to back away. But if you are NGX, you know what's up, right? All that needs to be done here is for them to make the finishing touches towards the Nexus of Trace Esports. And this will be the very first win of APAC against China in WRLA.
To think that it's only 14 minutes into the game and they have already bashed through the inhibitor towers here of Trace Esports. They can even pick up a Baron along the way if they do want to, but it's not really required since they're just this huge now in this game. But they are respecting, they are playing seriously here in this game, not letting loose of that forced grip or the next year of Trace Esports. Red Time gonna be connecting as Rose tries to sleep them off, but absolutely no effect.
That's the Gragas. That should be one tanky member from the side of Trace Esports. And Rose, even caught in the process, stasis, but will die in the process as well. And there you go. Hyde is just going to celebrate amongst his teams. This should be the game-winning march on the top side.
Yep. Or mid, whatever they actually want to go to. This is NGX, still what they want. This is what they deserve, and they have been very serious in this series. They will, in a dominating fashion, defeat Trace Esports in a 2-0 sweep.
What a statement by NGX. There you go. Now Smiles was finally revealed by the members of Enigma Galaxy. A very well-deserved 2-0. And man, oh man, what a dominating game number 2. We did not expect that at all. We were bracing for another nail-biter, for another seat clencher series or seat clencher game. But what was given to us, Giyang, was an utter domination.
Absolute wreckage there towards Trace Esports. We cannot be not happy for Enigma Galaxy, but also I'm feeling a little bit sad there for Trace Esports. I think they really messed up a line there when they picked up Dr. Mundo. They had the Zoe. It has 100% win rate.
Yep.
So far, and now it's scratched just because of that, that mishap. And I hope that they do patch it up in the next games that they do have, because game number 1 was really close. Game number 2, very different. And Enigma Galaxy, they're the ones who are really stable in this series.
We're going to ask our friends from CN as to why Weiba is not playing. Maybe he's not feeling well. Maybe there's something personal that he had to attend to. But it definitely impacted Trace Esports' ability to play this game, right? Like, again, Weiba was the original jungle god that we have. Even before long, we have been singing praises of this person, of Weiba, because he's just a different level in the jungle. And yes, if you're a fan of APAC, you would say, good win by NGX, nice win by NGX. But we were deprived of a duel between Weiba and Justry, which is something that we still have to wait for in the next few episodes or few weeks of WRLA.
Gonna take some time, but it's still, gonna be something to look forward to. Trace Esports will be needing a lot of, meetings after what happened earlier. And this is, wow.
This numbers isn't really going to show what really transpired, right? What we have to look at is the graph. Like, how did NGX dismantle Trace Esports from the top side to the bot? Every single thing that could work well for NGX did go well. And the best stats, single game, you could see every single one of them, except for the last one, was Justry. He's like the MVP of the squad, for a good reason.
Wait, they did not suffer any single casualty. So this is the first perfect game that we have seen. And well, not perfect since Trace Esports did get a dragon, but it's the closest so far. No casualties, all tower takedowns, no tower takedowns on your side, almost all objectives. NGX really having a solid step in at the start of this tournament.
And also a stat booster for them, right? Like, look at that goal difference between Justry and TAC. It's like night and day. Like 7,000 goal difference. Something that we expect from NGX again, at least in their next series. When will we be seeing them? I'll check the schedule real quick. See if I can find what the schedule is for NGX. But I don't think I have the authority to announce. All right? I cannot.
Well, it is something to look forward to. In the future.
We have to wait. We have to wait for the schedule makers to announce what would be the next schedule for NGX and for Trace Esports. But because if you're a fan of Trace Esports, remember this team also has a story behind them. Remember that this team has just been freshly promoted. There is something to prove for them. They want to be the dark horse of this tournament. And a lot of the experts, coaches, analysts has really said that Trace Esports is one of the very scary team here in China. Maybe, some of them are putting them as a tier team, right? Just behind the S tier teams that we have here in the tournament. And for good reasons. As long as you have Weiba, chances are you would be challenging for the throne. The only caveat, though, is at least in this series, where is Weiba?
Where's Weiba?
Where's Weiba?
So it's still it's still okay here for Trace Esports, despite the mishap in this particular game. But NGX, draw, as well as his really witty poses and drawing earlier of the water, is the MVP.
Not what expected, but it's okay. There you go, a very well-deserved MVP, and again, a very dominating 2-0 win for the NGX. Enigma Galaxy has started this tournament on a good note. Will they be able to follow through it up with a win streak? We'll find out soon, Giyang.
And we have the last but not least series set in store for you guys. EDG versus FPX.
Classic.
They face once more again in this last series. Let's see who is going to be winning in there. We are your shoutcasters, Giyang and Nautilus. You're watching the WRLA season number 1 of 2023. We'll be back after this short break.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 when I'm run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we feel fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a path full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fit, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up, high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to see more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and feel, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine. Tonight, I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had to call my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the web, only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody do minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and feel, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and feel, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine. Tonight, I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
拿下下一个B。
There's the WRL.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。Let's go 吧。
引起他的打野挥发。
历经2个赛季的沉
浮，终于是完成了自己。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭 launch。
And welcome back to the WRLA 2023 season number 1, the day number 2, and we're now down towards the last series of the day. EDG versus FPX. Such a classic. Like what you mentioned earlier, Autolus. They have met a couple of times. I mean, CN Conference, of course, they battle quite a lot in all of the tournaments. WRL 2022 Season 2 and Huya the Legend Cup 2022 as well. This is going to be, I mean, again, similar to today's Esports, Undertalk, WHG, and NGX, setting the tempo for this tournament. Who will get the first win? Because both of these teams, they made a lot of adjustments as well over the course of the period as 2022 ended. And this time, they're looking to have a good footing towards this tournament.
Of course, like every other team out there, they want that first win. And I can't believe that we will be getting FPX and EDG, both very storied franchise, both organizations that is so big in China, has a very big fan base, not just in CN, but also the whole world, right? But when talking about FPX, we have to always consider Fadu, right? Although our sole player highlight will be Sky, Fadu is still the engine of this 5-man squad. Jiangji would be the one manning the jungle, with A13 and Chao being on the bot line.
Such an incredible performance, actually, or history between these two teams coming from 2021. Basically, these teams are veterans as well as the other teams in the CN Conference. Massive amount of achievements already. First in WRL 2022 season number 1, third in the fourth, managed to step in semifinals in the Icons Global, and a bit in the playoffs in the WRL 2022 season number 2. And they have participated as well in the Huya the Legends Cup 2023 season number 3, but they kind of struggled against WHG Esports at the time.
True. On the other side, we have Xiaojiang, Xingdu, 7, also you and Lone with Hudaya, trying to Hudia, I think is the correct pronunciation. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Guillaume. But yeah, this EDG squad has really been a solid team overall. As we look into the highlight player, that is going to be you. And looking at his overall accomplishments, he was part of the first placers during the Horizon Cup 2021, during the Tap Cup Season 2 as well, and Huya. He's just this is, you know, the gift giving, in where they will be exchanging some pleasantries. No, like this guy is so fun to watch.
I just wish I could understand what they're saying. I mean, you know, you feel this as well. They're saying something, they're smiling, they're laughing a bit. You can't understand it, unfortunately. Maybe in the future, maybe.
I mean, at
I do
least
struggle studying languages, though.
I mean, we saw Enigma Galaxy, right? They went and tried to offer water to Trace Esports. So I guess that's the very defining thing of the whole thing. Like, okay, so we're going to enter a 5v5 battle. But before that, let me give you something as a gift. So we'll see if there will be more interesting gifts, because we saw from earlier gloves, hammer. There's a lot of things, a lot of props.
Some pillows.
Yeah, some pillows. That was Chao Zhang using his offer. I forgot the term, but that's the Attack on Titan thing. Yeah, no. Offer your hearts. There you go.
Offer your hearts. Yes.
Yep.
Shinzu Sasagyu. I don't know. I don't know. I tried. That's a nice posting as well, you know, having the gun thing. There's someone from FPX, there's someone from EDG as well. I think this one is good. Oh, okay.
That's guys. Yep. We are going to look into the rest of the roster, and I cannot wait for us to have the same thing, right? Like, our teams, they're fun when it comes to this. I remember back in the Icons Global, Rex Regum Kwan, RRQ, right, from Southeast Asia, was so fun to watch in live events, and I just hope that we will have you know, we will have our
I'm looking
very
forward.
own. Yeah, look at that.
Okay.
Some menacing poses. It's so fun to watch. This set of guys are just having fun here, Giyang, and it just boosts the overall morale of the show.
Yeah, just being who they are, being themselves here. That's the thing. I mean, of course, it's pressuring to be participating in this really major tournament. There's a lot of things on the line, and all the trainings have to be implemented and then applied here in all of the games, and they have to consistently adapt as well. But there are some moments where they can just chill, relax, be happy, and just tell everyone how they actually are as a person. And in here, we do see a lot of it.
Sure. Okay. I think we have to focus, of course, the mid lane matchup. You was part of the Dakun Gaming roster. He was the mid laner of Weeba. And he's a very big part of why they won the first ever international tournament in Wild Rift. So his matchup against Sky will definitely be one of the things that we have to closely look at here, Giyang. And at least so far in today's matches, mid laners has been very integral in winning games.
It's always a big responsibility. I mean, we saw Aaron's performance a while ago in the mid lane on the side of Enigma Galaxy. You as well gonna be represent. Oh, okay. All right, you is gonna be the one to play the 1v1 here against Sky. It's gonna be interesting. Mid lane. Okay.
Is this going to be another Riven versus Riven matchup? Because I feel both this.
I love it.
But you can actually play a Teemo.
Yes.
Possibly a Teemo versus Teemo
yes.
matchup.
Yes. Yes.
No. No.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Teemo in Wild Rift is an on-hit champion more than the burst champion that we saw from the PC counterpart. So what often happens here in the Teemo matchup is the very first person to apply blind should be able to win, because at least you can get an extra auto attack on. This 1v1 matchup between Teemos will depend as to how good you are when it comes to spacing your auto attacks, but also you have to utilize your guerrilla warfare effectively, because if you come back from stealth as a Teemo, there will be a boost in attack speed, which should win you most trades.
I'm already curious how this game is gonna go, given that it's the first Teemo
Let
versus
me guess, Teemo wins.
Yeah, Teemo wins.
Teemo wins.
We saw a Teemo game yesterday as well between Zero and Barry.
Yeah, I saw that. It didn't work well, right? It didn't.
Yeah, it was sad.
There was a show match in where I attended, and I played Teemo in the Baron lane. I was against a Trendamir, and you could already guess as to who won the lane.
Oh, you bully!
There's no chance at all that Trendamir would win against a Teemo. But this Teemo versus Teemo matchup is, I don't know. Like for me, how do you win this? Do you go for face rush? Do you go Airy? Because there's a lot of ways in order for you to win this 1v1s by just maximizing your trade potential, and there is an angle for that face rush. I tell you that.
And it can work really well, especially in kiting as well, if ever.
Yep.
This auto attack and blind dart and auto attack again. They just run when the blind expires, so that the enemy team or your enemy won't be able to answer back. You want to be excited? Cottontail Teemo as well. Let's go.
A Teemo versus Teemo matchup. Again, at level 1, what do you level up? Do you go for the blinding dart? Okay, who has the cuter skin?
I would say the cotton tail. I have been a really big fan of this skin ever since. I don't know, I just find it really
I mean,
clean and
it's
cute.
according to the theme right now, because it's the Easter, right? And this is like the Easter skin that we have. That alone should net you the win. So it's a skins matchup, but there you go, the guerrilla warfare. I tell you this much. Like, Yu is maximizing his Teemo kit more than Sky, at least in the first few minutes of this 1v1s. But more importantly, you can see the support by the teammates in the player cams. You can do it. You can do it.
You can do it. Come on. Throwing the blinding dart. And this is the fun thing about this, actually. Compared to the other games that we have seen, there's absolutely no sustain for these champions. So it's
No
only gonna be a
shields.
matter of time for them to kill each other. Ooh. You okay? There's that.
Exhaust.
One
First
more auto.
blood.
I got it.
I like it. With no return
too.
kill at all. Just with an exhaust. Just with being able to utilize the wave advantage and the XP advantage, that level 3 versus level 2. Skirmish goes to the favor of Sky. One more kill for Sky would mean that they would get side selection.
I would love that. We're seeing some claps here on the side of FPX. Okay, go. Well, it's just warming up a bit. Well, I have been a fan of those hand warmers that they have, actually. Again, you know, in pro players. Yeah, I have been wanting to buy one for myself.
Yeah, I haven't tried, to be honest. Like, is it really that effective? I haven't tried playing with a finger sleeve on.
Looks cool though.
I'm all natural, Brody.
All natural.
I just go with the flow. Like, okay. Anyway, the advantage is still on the side of Sky. You can see level 4 to level 3. You needs to be careful, although he's maximizing his ability to use a brush. But the all-in
sneaky.
again... Oh,
Alright, they're going all
minions.
in. Alright. No pokes. Cutting down the escape path, and Sky will just get this win 2-0.
And all business for the Sky. Like, you can see in his face. Okay, job's done. Now I was able to win my team the side selection, and would most likely go for the red side, because that's been the case, right? Whoever wins goes for the red side right away.
They love the red side.
Wait, is that Sky? Yeah, that was Sky. Sky with some signs of sighs of relief, saying, "Okay, finally it's over."
Finally, it's over. We can now proceed towards the serious game. And given the side selection, what has been the pattern so far, and red side can be a good prediction for us that the FPX will be taking for themselves. So naturally, it will give them, you know, they will have the responsibility to kind of manage what they will be giving towards EDG, especially that we have seen a lot of, you know, Camille's, Ziggs, Senna, and even Zoe at one point being left out open. But there are answers always. That is the thing about here on Wild Rift. You will have choices for counterplay.
So 1v1 has made things a lot more interesting than it should be. Mainly because it's a good display of skills by, you know, this players. But also more than that, I just remembered something, Guillaume. And I have to share this to our viewers. That Sky was the former mid lane substitute for EDG. So it is a battle between two former EDG mid laners. Sky and Yu. But then again, right now, Sky is flying under the banner of FPX. Getting that side selection for his team is going to be very pivotal. The win rate of Zoe has already been tarnished. Is it still going to be hotly contested between these two teams? We'll find out.
So far it has 60%, 75% win rate. I'm not so sure actually, but I'm kind of sad of it not anymore having the 100% win rate, because I really had high expectations.
At least in this tournament, it's actually a lot easier to track the win rate of the champion, right? I hope we would be getting more and more stats as we move forward. But then again, right? Like on the get-go, Zoe, one of the hotly contested champions here in CN, has been met away.
Big respect. I mean, this is now we're seeing the standard CN conference meta and bans. You know, a huge respect on the support, huge respect on the Zoe. Oh, this is a fresh one though. Senna. Normally we do see it being let through because there's a possible response for a Ziggs instead of the Galio. But this time FPX wants to shake things up, taking away the Senna as well. So no sustain. The Shen, of course, will never see the light of day.
Wait, have you ever casted a Shen game? At least during day number 1?
No.
Not yet?
No. I believe
you're trying to remember?
Wasn't a
Okay,
no
I guess the
Shen
answer is 0, right?
Yeah.
Shen is
No
just
Shen.
a huge pick. Even NGX was respecting the power of this Shen. But this is also a very good first pick for the side of EDG. Could go to the hands of Xiao Zhang. And we all know how scary a Camille is.
So they're letting fighters. There's transitioning towards fighters this time, ditching out the first pick on the Senna, the mages being prioritized. Not anymore in this case. They want someone that can actually dictate the tempo of this game pretty early on. A lane dominance in the Baron lane.
Yep. Something that can win against the Camille is the Fiora, just because you can negate a lot of the kits of Camille by going for lunges. And again, like with a very timely riposte, you can negate the Hextech Ultimatum, maybe even the hook shot, and a very good trifecta for EDG right away here, Giyang. Not only locking in Camille, but supplementing it with 2 of the champions that is almost a perfect fit with her. Camille goes in, Hero's Entrance, plus Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of AoE to the side of EDG.
That is a lot of AoE indeed. You have a really good entry as well. Hook shot into the Hexical Kingdom. Entrance into the Mega Inferno Bomb. They're going all in on this. Definitely. Riven as well is available. Maybe they want to back in on that. Maybe a Yone for an additional entry too. There are a lot of options here for EDG and FPX. They should maybe try to have some protection. Karma is a good touch towards the first 2 picks here of FPX, especially if you want to give some movement speed here onto Fado. And I guess a Gragas would be a big part as well in trying to separate the members of EDG. But so far, they're kind of lacking in resistance towards the engage here of EDG still.
With only 1 explosive cask available in every clash, I think Chao has to be mindful in his usage to make sure that whatever engage EDG plans to go for, they have a corresponding answer. But it's not just the cask, right? Like you will always have the access to Transcendent Embrace, and if you're FPX, I feel that you would be playing for the side lane, which means that this Fiora would be the win condition for FPX.
We have seen a lot of talented Fiora players in our time, and this has been really a big important champion if you want to set up a tempo. FPX hovering a while ago, it said, and that shows that they want to have that early game pressure, definitely, since the lineup of EDG is actually really scary when they group up. Kha'Zix is something that they can utilize in isolated targets, but yeah, I love this duel.
Yep,
Kha'Zix, Lee Sin
versus Lee Sin, 2 of the most aggressive junglers that we have in the game, can be effective pre-level 5 and is almost as scary post-level 5. The only thing that I'm looking at right now, if I'm FPX, is how do they really hold their opponents? Because there's really no heavy crowd control that they have. Yes, Gragas possesses some stuns. Yes, you have roots from Karma. But I feel like a double assassin composition towards the lineup of EDG. There is really no good way for them to lock down this Riven if he ever goes in. Even the Camille should have, the ultimate freedom of going in, go on stasis, and then just jump back out.
Okay, so with the lineup of FPX now, they're fully banking on early game. Zed, Kha'Zix, Fiora, those champions need opportunities to set the tempo for the team. And when they do, it's really hard to actually deny them from being aggressive. And EDG, they have an aggressive lineup as well. The Lee Sin, the Riven, and the Camille, they're the ones who will be trying to resist those forces from FPX. But they have a much more stable late game scaling, especially with this one. The Ziggs, the Galio, team fights are going to be very scary coming from their side.
It's so hard to define whatever win condition that we have in terms of where they're really strong at here, Kiyong. What I know is that Fado would be the star of the show for FPX. That in order for them to win, Fado has to be unrelentless, has to be the star. Because looking at their lineup right now, although they have the Zed, although they have the Kha'Zix, it feels to me that these two champions would be playing as the shadow to the Fiora's 1v1 potential. Remember when I said that, Baron laners, at least in some games, are side characters? Not in this game.
Not in this game. They're the ones to be looked out for sure. Also the junglers, they're gonna be helping. They're gonna be that supplementary to making the plays, providing the windows of opportunity for our Baron laners, especially that they are, champions itself are very aggressive. Riven versus a Fiora, it is a really, really scary matchup as well. Yodo in the mid lane against Sky would kind of sit better on the Camille, given the adaptive defenses. So that is actually a nice response that they do have towards Zed.
Sure. And on the top side, even this Riven versus Fiora matchup is Riven favored, right? As long as you have the Ignite, there is a potential for you to kill the Fiora. And so, if you are FPX, a lot really lies towards Chao, towards their jungler, to be able to mitigate some of these losing lanes, because both these lanes are kind of hard to win.
Portal battle as well, and Hudie and Chao just poking at each other. So they do lack the necessary damage for the execute. It's still fun to see as they make their way through top lane to help out Xiao Jiang and Fado.
Yep.
And this is to be an important factor here of EDG and FPX, helping out their Baron laners get tempo, especially later. The junglers will eventually go towards top side. Eventually, the HP bars of Fado and Xiao Jiang will go towards half, and that will be the go time for either team to actually go win.
Yep, and just looking at how they manage the wave top side, it is allowing EDG to pose a threat of a dive. They still have the cannon minion ready, but I think Chao and Fado was able to at least clear the necessary amount of minions, so no dive is imminent here on top side. So full clear for both sides. FPX jungler was spotted by the ward here on the bot side, which means that if you are EDG, you will have more freedom to play your lane.
Much freedom. I think they're just gonna be looking into what FPX is gonna be doing across the map, waiting for an angle where they can actually counterplay as well. Because FPX, they're gonna be looking for fights. They're gonna be looking for ways to win the early game. It's just so difficult given the matchups that they have right now. That's why we're seeing kind of like a slow tempo of this first few minutes of the game. But they're gazing against each other. They're sizing up each other and waiting to find that right opportunity to actually strike.
Yep, and this is far from what happened during game number 2, in where we saw a bloodbath, right, from NGX and Trace Esports. This is more of a calculated approach towards the game, in where it's more of like a chess match. whoever gets more information would be allowed to go for aggressive plays. So passive, yet I would say calculated for both sides.
Kind of like fencing, you know, just being on guard as always. But now, actually they commit. Oh, that is unfortunate for Xiao Jiang. He will fall down after taking a tower shot. Now FPX, they go stepping on the gas pedal. Finally, they back away, but that was a breaking point. That's the thing that we have been looking forward for a while ago.
And a big punish from EDG. I know that they invested a lot by going for the hero's entrance, but all those resistances was actually enough to get that leg up. That 1v1 between Riven and Fiora, as we said, is Riven favored. And as soon as you know that the riposte is already down, it's going to be the go time. Unfortunately, Chao, again, with the explosive cask, was able to deter that all in.
So good on that task, definitely helped out. Fado win the matchup as well. So that's momentum so far. The FPX is gathering in this early game. It's not that of a lead just yet. It's just a breaking point, a short one, in fact. But we're about another one as the objectives are about to spawn.
Serpent's Fang completed already for the Zed, which means those adaptive defenses would be rendered useless, at least, next few minutes. FPX in the possession to go and secure this Rift Herald. We all know that Rift Heralds really dictate tempos, at least in the early game, but the Infernal Dragon is open for the taking. Is this a good trade? I don't think so. Infernal Dragon is still a juicy target for almost all teams.
And EDG, they have this scaling composition that can actually strive when they... I mean, even if you don't have a scaling composition, if you get those elemental dragons help you so much. And here's the thing about RH as well. If it gets neglected, if it gets taken down or even denied, because it's very possible here in Wild Rift, then you pretty much will win nothing. So it puts more responsibility towards FPX now to fully utilize this RH. Hopefully they do, especially that they do have this early game lineup.
They can go and really help out Fado here. If it gets someone in the Baron lane, that means that FPX is just so ready to play around their superstar Baron laner. That's it, right? If it ever gets someone here in the lane, I feel that alone should have enough wave clear to thwart off any attempts. So if I'm FPX, I would play around the Baron lane and we'll try to take down the first tower there.
It's going to be difficult in the case here of FPX. But
the 1v1?
It's actually... Oh no. Okay. Xiao Jiang gonna be struggling a little bit. Here comes Janji. But good answer here on the side of EDG. Ooh. Number 7 almost got taken. It actually goes in here onto 813. That leaves only Chao in this area. He has to fall back. Nova's gonna be there to save him, but slippery.
No. Okay. And
very slippery.
After so many things that did happen there, in the end, FPX was even able to summon the Rift Herald here in the mid lane, leaving it to 40% health. Alone trying to clear out this Rift Herald will be finally successful in doing so, but not to a point that the tower goes unscathed. FPX still getting small wins after small wins in the early parts of this game.
One step away from taking down the tier 1. I mean, that is a start. But EDG does possess the forever objective, the Ocean Drake that's gonna be helping them in terms of sustain later on. In terms of the pace of the game, actually, it's still kind of slow. We're just waiting for them to actually set up a team fight once more here. But it has been a long-standing battle in the top lane. We do see Fado and Xiao Jiang battling against each other, poking at each other from the very beginning. And other champions have been, rising up as well. Sky and you going alongside with them already. We do see 813 and Alone joining as well, because now they have their items, now they have their damage.
On the bot lane though, Sky is feeling the pressure from you, which is interesting. Again, when looking at both the teams, okay, now it makes sense. You does possess the Hull Breaker, and as long as you have the cannon minion standing, push should be on your side. That's what's happening right now. If you're the Z, it's not going to be... It's so hard to face against Hull Breaker users because one, they can force you down to your tower as long as the cannon minion is alive. Two, there's a lot of base HP that comes with that item as well.
Yeah, so difficult. So in a 1v1 sense, Zed is pretty much... Well, Sky is gonna have not the best of time. Maybe a different lane, but I don't... Gonna be nervous for him if he battles against Xiao Jiang as well, because well, it's a rivet. It will not fall back when someone goes in onto him. And FPX are starting to, you know, it's just 9 minutes into the game, but I'm sensing that they're starting to lose some options here. Hopefully they open up more, especially that Xiao has gotten, you know, a couple of tricks left in him, especially after a while ago, you know, the cast allowing them to get a kill onto Xiao Jiang earlier. Maybe we can do it again here.
Yep, Hero's entrance.
Oh, Fado as well. We'll flash away for the meantime, but with those expended ultis and flashes, EDG are now posting towards this RH. FPX, Janji, can you actually get the steal? They are going to be attempting to do so. That's a nice cast, but still, it is going to be EDG securing the objective.
Rift Herald for them could mean that they could easily destroy the first tower. Remember, they still have the Ziggs. All you have to do is to put the tower of the opposing side to a very critical health, and you can use your satchel charge for that instant injection of gold. But FPX knows that the EDG is currently critical in health, which means that they have the better possession towards this dragon. The first dragon went over to the side of EDG. FPX wants to get even. But Jiangji finds a target.
Ooh, scary for you right there. FPX looking for opportunity. That is good for them. But it's only a matter of time before their composition falls off. RH gonna be spawned in the mid lane. Tower takedown for sure, and immediately turned into attention towards this Ocean Drake, in which FPX is gonna struggle contesting actually, given the lineup that they do have. They tried earlier, and we saw what happened there, and EDG, they're just not gonna be scared at all with the contest of FPX.
A level advantage for Xiao Jiang as well. This Riven versus Fiora matchup between Bado and Xiao Jiang has been one of the difference maker, at least in the early parts of this game. There's a goal lead in favor of EDG, and this Ocean Dragon could be very big in terms of what it could bring to your overall team fight prowess come late game. So EDG wants to really secure this.
Can FPX contest? I mean, they're looking for a flank. We do see Fado actually going from top lane to mid, but he will be spotted out here with Xiao Jiang. Starting up the Ocean Dragon is gonna be nice, but it's also kind of scary here for EDG, especially with A13 and Xiao just poking them out constantly whenever they try to get close towards this dragon. Is stalling the game out. 12 minutes in, still just one kill the entirety of this game. It has been a really slow but very scary. I mean, they have been sitting on a stalemate for the past 12 minutes, and it's like the ocean, right? When you see it being so still, when the water is so still, it becomes really scary because you don't know when it's actually going to shake.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not an ocean person, but there we go. EDG.
They are going in. Cast gonna be used. A nice engage actually by Xiao Jiang. Fado splitting the team up, and the 1v1 is definitely going to enhance Zero's Xiao Jiang. Ocean Drake has 2000 HP, but as the Hex that goes through here from you, it's separate Sky FL. Now they go towards commit. It's gonna be a Ziggs against the Dragon. Now, what will FPX do? They go on to the Galio.
Resets.
And they have now the resets coming in from Jiangji. Jumping up and down. Almost getting the kill onto Shingdo 7. But they're gonna be happy with that. EDG, they got the Dragon again.
that was a perfect opportunity for FPX to really go for the punish. And although there is a kill advantage towards their side, looking at the bigger picture, the Dragon still went to the side of EDG, and the scaling of EDG is going to be very scary. Now Jiang Ji didn't really get the resets. Had it been, you know, it was a difference of one reset. One reset could have been the biggest difference maker there, Giang, and you know, with that not happening, EDG is happy by getting the Dragon.
Yeah, Jiang Ji has been looking for that opportunity for the reset for the entirety of the game, but unfortunately he couldn't find any. And that was the closest, but still lacking.
Can I just say Alone hasn't bought boots yet? He's already all on his way to his third item. He has the Ludens, he has the Rabadons. Well on his way towards his Void Staff, probably. But there's been no boots. As in even the, you know, the cheap one, the base boots, none of that. Huh?
Well, has to throw the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's gonna be okay.
As long as you are within safe distance, right? Like, and that I think is what's lacking on the side of FPX. They cannot really penetrate through angles in where they can be, I would say, surprising.
Oh,
but
speaking of which, though, this might be the chance for Jiang Ji to get the reset. Never mind, Hero's entrance cuts off the path, as Xiao Jiang will be able to escape. They even get a turret as well towards top lane. FPX are slowly losing their grip here.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes whenever we see a double assassin composition, one would cover the left side while the other will cover the right side, right? You know, trying to find the opportunity to flank from an angle that is unexpected is the way to go. And with no kill pressure at all from both these assassins, I mean, I have to give it to Alone. He's been doing a good job of making sure that he goes unchecked and he will survive from any potential engages from these assassins. But to me, it's more of a reflection of how FPX has been playing this matchup. They've been so linear, they're going to go all in on just one angle.
Speaking of all in, top side, Sky will not get a kill onto you. Jiang Ji wanted to get that execute, but fortunately they just couldn't do so. Now the Gragas is in trouble. Chode's still gonna be able to body slam away. Now teleport even incoming. Here comes Zed once more, but I don't think FPX can go much further than this. But Fado wants more. Maybe just get the town.
And then FPX, amidst all the chaos that did happen, Guillaume, we were able to take down the tower in the mid lane and also in the Baron lane, erasing whatever gold deficit was at that point. And looking at this, FPX is showing some signs of life.
This is what they need. Hudia though has the flank. No follow-up though coming in from the rest of the members here of EDG, since side laners or solo laners are on the side lanes, making sure that they have full grip on the wave management and also the resources coming through. And it's something that EGD has the luxury to do so, given the lineup that they do have. It's FPX that should be, you know, looking for those pick-offs. And as long as the time goes by, EDG is going to be buffing up even more. They have 2 Dragon stacks going for the third now in the next 30 seconds, and FPX slowly losing more and more options.
And now the window for them to punish the Ziggs that didn't have any boots nor Stasis Enchant is gone. He now has a Stasis Enchant right away, which makes things more difficult for the assassin lineup, and that's so sad if you're FPX, right? Like, you have to be able to make some plays here and fast.
What will be the play though of FPX? They have been trying this for so many times already. We want to look at Chao making the set, but it's so difficult to do so when Hudia just follows through with the hero's entrance. With the Mountain Dragon ready right now, it's most probably gonna be gotten here by EDG unless they make a play. It's like 4 people here chasing down Pado, and it's just really unfortunate. Those stasis,
Jiangji
as well. Pado
Not alone.
survives actually. Jiangji is chasing down the other members though. 813 going with the ult. Not much damage, but the Mega Inferno Bomb though deals a lot. Jiangdu will be able to escape. That's another Shield of Duran here by Hudia to chase down this Gragas and FPX. They're trying to escape. Some of them are being able to do so, but will they be able to Sky? Almost got the outplay. Nice dodge. Jiangji goes in. That's the reset. That's the stasis. But can he actually survive? Hudia says as he has his protection. But FPX, it was a really scary fight.
It's a chaotic fight indeed, and Jiangji really found Alone by his lonesome, but Alone still survived that engage from Jiangji. Now the prize of it all is EDG getting another dragon, unless...
No steal. Here comes Deathmark coming their way. 1-for-1 trade. Jiangji was just too far away, but he's eyeing on Alone. He smells him, but Hudia is just doing a really good job. Hextech ultimate him as well onto 813. That's just all alone. Nice teleport coming through. Jiangji really hungry for those kills. Yudo is just so tanky.
And it's just so sad. If you're Jiangji, as an assassin, you should be able to get kills, right? Like, isolated targets is basically how you utilize Kha'Zix, but oftentimes, you know, it's very unlucky for him. Look at Jiangji here. He goes for Alone, and Alone only flashes, doesn't even need to use the stasis. And that actually was very pivotal, because by surviving, he's able to throw the Mega Inferno Bomb in the process, and with the amount of HP missing from FPX, it's go time from EDG. Udia is so tanky, trying to box out, is able to box out, what, 3 people, 4 people, and Jiangji, the middle of it all, again, he was able to get at least 1. It's not enough, right? Like, look at Jiangji, he had the Edge of Night, but that's it.
Wow, round 2 immediately. FPX actually has a nice set, doing a lot of damage. Hudia is very low, but now with the Mega Inferno again, Hero's Entrance as well. It's just the follow-up. EDG is just so strong in these fights, especially with the lineup that they do have. Xiao Jiang will just go in, not scared at all. That is the first ace that we have seen in the entirety of the game, and that just might be it.
Yes, with this many death timers, with this late of the game, past 20 minutes already, past 20 minutes, it should be an easy march down the mid lane for EDG. EDG gets a 1-0 here.
And a fascinating performance. Definitely, we did discuss the pros and cons of the double assassin of FPX, but unfortunately, it's not gonna come their way this time around. EDG strikes in the first blow in the series, and now our match point.
So I'm feeling so sad for the side of FPX. They have their win condition. I feel, you know, the win condition was greatly finished or denied by the side of EDG. We have to give credit to EDG, of course. Like, EDG played around their Ziggs pickup so well. But I was actually carefully looking at the inventory of the Ziggs, and now it's at one point he was so defenseless, right? The Ziggs didn't even have a boots, and there was no assassination attempt whatsoever from the Zed, from the Kha'Zix, or maybe even the Camille. No, not the Camille. Camille is on the other side, but you know what I mean, right? Like, you have to go all in. You have to be decisive when pulling this double assassin composition. You cannot wait for your pokes to connect, because oftentimes when it comes to poking, Ziggs wins.
Yeah, and we saw the damage a while ago by Alone. The Mega Inferno Bomb getting almost a quarter of a health of any single person gets hit, even in the outside ranges of that Mega Inferno Bomb. And I think one of the key strengths there of EDG as well was Hudia helping out Alone in most of the cases, just being there. If someone's in, there's a Shield of Drawn, there's a Justice Punch. Chengdu 7 as well was always there protecting and being by his side. That's why they're usually rotating as a 3-man unit, going across the map to give as much protection towards the Ziggs. And I think that that strategy alone bought so much time for EDG to scale up in the entirety of the game. It took 20 minutes for the first ace to happen, but that's basically what EDG only needed. One ace to finally end the game here against FPX.
That's Wild Rift in a nutshell, right? If you get aced at 20 minutes, at 21 minutes, that timers would just be too much. The Nexus towers are just so squishy that it can easily be ravaged down in one push. As we look into the stats of the game, I have to give it to Alone, the MVP. Like,
definitely.
Although he was helped by a lot of maps by EDG, I feel that Alone played his part in making sure that he does not get attached to by the double assassin composition of FPX.
Yeah, the double assassin lineup of FPX is really risky. I'm just gonna be saying risky because we saw a lot of attempts of them just really getting those skills, those early aggressive plays, but given how EDG was really prepped for that strategy, they just couldn't find a window. And that's the thing. If you are gonna be having that kind of timer in the game, you really have to make sure you get it. And maybe the double assassin lineup is just not for FPX at this time against EDG. Maybe in another time we will see it in a much better way. But I guess a different strategy has to be set in tone here against EDG if they want to push this to a game number 3.
Yeah, the double assassin didn't really work for them in game number 1, so they have to really find something else to work with, right? On game number 2. I know that they play around Fado. We have to remember, Guillaume, they chose red side.
Yes.
Right? So the next game would be the selection for EDG. It does look like that EDG will be on their way to win another game for themselves, which means this match number 3, barring any jinx from the caster desk, could be a 2-0.
And it was interesting as well. You know, they're the ones who banned away the Senna, and just a different strategy generally has to be set in tone here. Juliet, MVP of this match, the second support actually to be seen as the MVP after draw earlier in the previous series. It's just fascinating to see. You know, the amount of impact of his support primarily is just so good to reflect as an MVP.
Very well deserved MVP, and I cannot wait for game number 2 to happen here, Guillaume, because in game number 2, obviously both the teams have the support staff that is necessary for them to be able to perform at a very optimum level. But we have to go to a short break. Guillaume, before we throw onto anything, any final words?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking forward to FPX just, trying to fight back in this series. Maybe they can push this to a game number 3. So far, EDG has the better chances. Let's see. As we go into a short break, your casters, Guillaume and Opulus, we'll see you after this short break.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And
that's real magic.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now.
Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
And welcome back to the series of FPX and EDG. So far, EDG has taken the first point in the series, and let's see if FPX is gonna be able to catch up in the momentum. So far, the double assassin unfortunately did not work for them. Adjustment has to be made, and let's see if they are gonna be able to do so. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Giyang and Autolus, and of course, we are gonna be heading down straight
There we go.
to the picks and bans.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. 3 bans straight away for both. Oh, wait. Same side.
Okay.
EDG
Same
prefers to be on the blue side. Why fix what's not broken? As they say. Camille has been banned away. Okay, alright. At least that's something different. Now EDG goes for the Gragas special, leaving Galio to the side of FPX.
Almost same bans as well. So, you know, given the Senna taken away, well, Ziggs is open here for FPX. Maybe they can go with that and the Galio as well, unless they want to pick up something like a Jace here for Sky or Jang Ji. But that would be the safe. This would be the safer route. Pick up the Galio, maybe the Ziggs as well, so that at least you have protection and you have the AoE damage for the mage.
And there is also a potential for them to go for the locks as well. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm still not a fan of Varus. There is a game in where I would say Varus should be prioritized second pick, but I'm not convinced yet, Yang. I feel, you know, there's a lot of other options. I feel that Ziggs has been very big for EDG, and they could go for the Gragas Ziggs combo right away.
Yeah, this is something that I have been quite surprised watching the CN Conference games. They just really like picking up the Varus as well. It's kind of like very similar to Ziggs and the Lux and even the Morgana. They like picking up those champions too, and it does work for them at most of the times, and it does make sense a little bit for me. The only thing I see here in terms of perks would be, you know, having still the pokes, the clear, but the primary thing would be the chain of corruption. I think that's the most important thing that FPX is wanting to get right now, especially with the lineup that EDG is building.
Did you know that Chain of Corruption is one of the most missed ultimate of all time? That's a random trivia, but that I feel is true. Whenever I play Varus, you know, oftentimes my Chains of Corruption goes wide. And I think even, you know, you would have the same sentiment, right? Like, oftentimes
it's so hard.
This Varus, even in pro games, they don't connect as much as they want to. I'm just saying. But yeah, these are pro players, but that's a random trivia for everyone. Do not quote me on it because I just snatched it away from other analysts as well. But now we continue the banning phase. Olaf has been banned. The Akali has been banned. And I'm looking at EDG and does feel that Ziggs is still left open. Not anymore. FPX decides to take it away. Finally.
Hopefully, a Sky picks up the Zed though again. We do see much better strength, maybe a much better synergy as well with the other champions they are going to be using. Because the first two picks I'm really liking. It's similar to the Karma Gragas that they had earlier. It provided so much stability in their lineup and room as well for them to make the plays across the map. And since they have the Zed and the Galio, the follow-up would be better compared to a while ago wherein Chao had to, really lean in forward alongside with the other members of FPX just to gain, just to have a chance to follow through all those initiations. Ribbon would be nice, additional execution damage as well, and might as well just lock it off here for FPX.
They're missing a lot of AP damage though. Look, what would be your last pick here, Gwen? Because I feel like
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
There's the build actually on the Zed that I really like seeing in the CN conference. Though it turned into
AP1?
a loss, the AP one, it's really entertaining because it's I mean, you don't really have that much, auto attack damage. But when you cast in your
I think
skills,
it's EDG that's playing. It's alone that plays the AP Zeri. So luckily for us, it's not going to be locked in here, at least in game number 2. Our RGs are safe. And they would go for a more conventional approach and go for the Corki. Again, for FPX, where would be their AP damage? That one marksman that complements well this Varus?
So none.
Okay, well, Galio is still an AP champion, yada yada, but it's not going to be the same as the Galio paired with the Senna. He won't have access to, those AP damage items because he has to go tank. So looking at the lineup right now, EDG, again, to me, does have the better draft.
Yeah, EDG definitely. I'm also loving their lineup here. The way they have designed this so far has been very, very good for early game and also late game. And if they just play this around safely and try to avoid Sky and Jiangji and prevent Fado as well from scaling up or getting some sort of kills, just like in game number 1, then it would be a similar game again, since we have seen the discipline already of EDG and how they actually avoid those ganks coming in from Jiangji, from Chao, and from Sky. Negating those pressure just puts a lot more benefit towards their intended strategy in this game.
FPX has a lot to prove here, Giyang, because they need to extend this series, right? Like, one more loss means that EDG would be getting the 1-0 up against the proud team of FPX. We have to remember that FPX is one of the teams that really cemented themselves as the best teams in Wild Rift. During WRL Season 1, they were the first placer. During the last Icons Global, they were the 3rd to 4th placer. So on paper, history-wise, I would say that FPX does possess the better record, but at least in this series, EDG has the leg up.
Interestingly enough as well, Sky and Fado wants to redeem their performance earlier in game number 1. It's going to be quite, similarly difficult for Sky given the Jace matchup, similar to how Camille matchup was as well. The bullying will be there, and Yo, being such a talented player here of EDG, is just going to continue to pummel down this mid.
I like it when it happens. Oh, by the way, this is one of the cuter skins of the Galio. That's the Birdie Galio. And skins aside, though, the trading chicken Galio. The trading between the Jace and the Zed, it's so satisfying to watch whenever the Jace is able to maximize his kit. That's one of the reasons why you draft the Jace for early game dominance.
For the battle again as well, but this time Jiangji is gonna be joining them. They have to be very careful. That's a flash in, and Jiangji as well wants to get a kill. Immediately FPX realized their mistake, but they're still able to escape at least.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive play coming from the Wukong. I don't know if there was any threat of ATL at all, because it's a pre-level 5 Wukong that doesn't really have Cyclone available to him. Yeah, the burst is there, but Chengdu 7 still, that flash in did at least net a flash in return, so no harm whatsoever at all for the side of EDG and FPX. Meanwhile, Jiangji showing himself here in the bot lane, which means that EDG has enough information to go for lane aggression.
Especially that Xiao Zhang kinda needs a bit of help here in the top lane, given that Chao is here and Fado is just poking him a lot of times. But they actually commit in here, even the flash body slam, just to force a flash there by Chao. But it was a good attempt, but we're just seeing them, you know, just sizing up each other in the first few minutes. Similar to game number 1. And FPX, again, will have the same pressure. Oh, nice timing on the counter-strike.
Yep. Always effective. You don't have to press anything. You just wait for the counter-strike to expire, and it should give you the advantage. Hudia trying to go all in on Fado. But again, this 2v2 in the Baron lane is going to be a stalemate. I don't think there will be any kill potential at all, unless there would be a third player. And it does look like that Zhang Ji is on his way on the top side. He will be detected by the ward, and so he has to be he's forced to clear that away.
Sky as well was lingering towards top side river, but there is vision set up by EDG, so they are fully aware on what's going on, and that's the thing. Those movements or those strategies just makes it more efficient to get those farm going for themselves, and they won't really need to go towards top side anymore just because of it. As the game progresses as well, it's going to be very similar to game number 1, wherein FPX, the Zed will fall off eventually, and it's going to be very difficult for him actually to have a target here. Maybe alone, but later on he's going to be having that Zonius as well.
And we all know how Alone played game number 1. Doesn't really care about stasis. Went for it, 4th item buy. Oh, grand challenge.
Oh, yeah, Zhang Ji is here as well.
Ooh, he's waiting, he's waiting.
Oh. Xiao Zhang the flash. Ooh. He wants to stay safe. He's looking for or calling for reinforcements.
Yep.
I know he's here, but yeah, FPX already fell back.
I feel that Zhang Ji could have waited at least 1 more second in order for Zhang to be more closer to the honey fruit, because that was what he was waiting for, right? Like he wants Xiao Zhang to collect the honey fruit and then he will go all in. But then again, just, you know, small plays that I feel that FPX would revisit after this game and would say, hey, we could have gotten the kill at this point, right? And in this low kill matchups, every kill counts, every kill matters.
And it's just has been a really steady, slow, but you know, we have seen them checking onto each other for the past 5 minutes. This time with objective spawn, it is imminent that a fight will occur, especially as both of these teams want to get this Infernal Drake, best possible Drake to start up this game actually. And FPX, this is where we will see a possible potential of how the virus could have an impact in this fight. Did this champion become a good pick? Upside, Xiao Zhang though. Ooh, wow!
God, that was
Wow,
fast. Hello.
That is surreal.
That was the best display of Fiora's ultimate skill kit ever made. As we see Chao going in.
But they're not done. That's the chain of corruption, not doing that much.
Sky though.
Chao
Look at Sky.
very low.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it goes to the flank. Oh, that's so good. This time, FPX is doing the work, but here comes Sue. Going in as well. That's Mark gonna be used to try and avoid that hammer strike. And they are able to escape. But, a while ago, it's just so beautiful with the Fiora of Fado. That is the play that we basically see on social media.
Yeah, of course, like TikTok, right? Like you have to share it on social media whenever you do that set of play. But again, this is what we are trying to look from, or this is what we were waiting for from a FPX. Zed coming from angles in where he's undetected, going for flanks, assassinating primary targets, and this was what was missing during game number 1. FPX, though, showing signs of life. Oh,
let's see, though,
my
if this time
God.
Xiao Zhang can win. Oh, Fado's just so clean this time. And, well, another fight gonna be breaking out. Galio is solo. One more auto attack will just do the trick. And EDG, they're the ones throwing the punches, getting 2 kills. And FPX, they weren't ready this time around.
Yep. The Galio, the Riven is dead. And so EDG does return the favor of getting 2 kills. Counter-Strike. I think one more hit is enough. That's it.
It's there. Oh my goodness. Fado, a beast on this Fiora.
You know what? I won't say this is the Jax curse whatsoever. It's just the Fado diff, right? Like, it's different from, it's different from what we've seen earlier in where Jax wasn't really able to impact the game in clashes. This time, it's just the laning phase from Fado. That's really the difference maker, at least in this game. And the 0-2 start for the Jax is so bad that I feel...
it's so bad.
Yeah, I feel that this laning phase is already over for Xiaozhang.
Maybe a little bit. It's the Jax itself, because a while ago, Xiaozhang had a better performance using the Riven against the Fiora. But, I mean, it's the risk they're willing to take right now with the Jax. The late game scaling, laning phase just so difficult, especially with Fado doing magnificent work in the top lane. That's a flash, I believe that I've heard.
Another one?
But around number 3 here in top lane. This time, Huli is here. No 1 versus 1 anymore. Chow as well will be joining. Nice steal by Jiangji actually on the Rift Herald, and they continue to pummel down. Shengdo will fall down. Fado is still alive, chasing down Yu, and there's nothing that you can actually do. FPX, now this time around, will be getting the upper hand.
Fado, all Fado, ladies and gents. Again, getting that grand challenge over to the Jax and dissecting the fight even before it began. FPX showing that they are the team to beat in this matchup and is now well on their way to dominate the next few minutes of the game as we look into the replay again. Fado, my man, Udia tried to help out, but the grand challenge and also the dancing shoes negating that explosive task was huge for FPX. Again, Jiangji being there as well. It just means that EDG has no chance in this team fight.
Yeah. Also, a really good use of the wind slash from Jiangji. Allowing them to secure that Rift Herald for himself, and basically have been used as well to damage just mid lane tier 1 tower. And we do see them now getting the gold lead that they have been longing for ever since the game number 1. I think their adjustments has been primarily targeted on having still the assassin lineup here for, well, at least for Sky, but the supporting champions have been on point this time around.
Like Chow has a better performance overall, right? Comparing his Galio performance to his Gragas performance, Shingo.
Wow. Immediately cast the Cyclone. 813 now struggling, but still able to back away, especially with the help of Chow. That will be ended in a flash, but Jiangji might want some more, as Fado is also wanting more. I mean, there's nothing that Xiaozhang can actually do. Hudea wants to help out. It's a 2 versus 3, but suddenly here comes Xiao in the midst of it all. Alone is here, but I don't think they can actually win this. They're fighting for the blue buff, but FPX is actually having much more aggression. Yu is here on the flank, goes with Hammer Strike, almost getting a kill onto Fado.
Okay.
Chain of Corruption. Oh, Xiaozhang goes in with a flash, finally gets the revenge kill onto the Fiora. And now FPX has overstepped their boundaries, overextended, and that's so many casualties that happened in just a flash.
And a big swing for EDG, an overextension by FPX. There's no reason for them to be there at that point. You being there at the right place at the right time, going for the accelerated shock blast, really decimated the health bars of FPX. And in just one team fight, the fight has swung back in the favor of EDG. Let's look back as to what really happened there. This is the overextension that we are talking about, right? Overstay. In fact, Jiangji going in. There's no reason for him to go in. Greeting out the blue buff. Why though? Like, why?
Why? Oh.
Right? Like that's the thing.
No reason.
And Xiao Zhang again. By the way, lost in all that, the miss on the chains of corruption. I did say that it's the most missed skill shouts of all.
And we're seeing it as well.
Yep.
Oh no. Round number 3 though, as they fight once again. Hero's entrance actually landing onto 2. And Zhang Ji doing the work, but here we see Xiao Zhang starting to pop off, getting another kill. This time around onto the Fiora. Oh, Dragonstone gets blown up there. They have to pay due respect this time. Sky is actually looking for more? Well, he has the shadow.
Denied easily by the Wukong's presence, right? By Shingdo being there. But look at the dragon count here, Kiyoung. We all know the 3 dragon what?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
goes it! No!
Okay, it's a 1 for 1.
1 for 1. Okay. A big shutdown as well. Towards Alone.
Yep.
And that is a worthy kill by Sky.
It's those are the exchanges in where I thought it was an outplay, but at the end of the day, it was an outplay for both sides. And EDG still comes out on top by getting another tower for themselves here in the bot lane. I thought for a second that FPX found their groove, but with one botched team fight in the blue quadrant of EDG, things are looking grim for them once again. 2 dragons on the side of EDG. Good scaling as well, with the Corki being on their side. And the Jax as well. My god. Like FPX. Not really the best showing so far.
We saw them getting some wins already earlier, but I guess that caused them to be a little overzealous. Overextending, overstaying as well. And EDG just had the better angle at those times just because of that overextension. Now it's another nightmare for Zhang.
It's harder
nice,
now.
Use of the wall.
But Zhang Ji.
Oh no.
Ultimate already expired, but the counter strike should be available now.
Yeah, 3 versus 2 as well. Make it a 2v2 since Sparrow is taking a bit of time. And here comes the rest of EDG as well. There's Entrance gonna be creating some space, but this time it's going to be so complicated. It's deja vu for FPX. They overextended again, and this time they're losing more members. And EDG, they're just happy to punish them out.
That's 4 people dead for the side of FPX. And again, this is why I'm not a fan of Varus. Varus does not have any mobility spell at all. Chengdo going to die to Sky, but that's, the exit kill. That's consolation prize as we look into the replay. Xiao Zhang saw A13, and there is no reason for Xiao Zhang not to go all in with the counter-strike available. Stasis being popped, flash towards where A13 had nowhere to go, and that's already, what, a huge amount of damage from FPX gone in an instant. EDG just wiped the floor in this team fight.
Mixed intentions as well, because Fado wanted to take the tower down first, and it was actually zoned away since there was no wave connecting to the tower just yet. So those minor mistakes just became a big blunder for FPX in general. And well, Xiao Zhang 1v1 against Sky, not gonna be having a bad time anymore. But here comes Xiao and Zhang Ji.
Teleport.
Well, they really want to take down Xiao Zhang. They really want to, but they're just causing a lot of problems more onto these fights. And well, they will be able to back away alive this time, but still, that is a lot of effort just to try and take down the Jax.
You know what, Kiyoung? I feel there's a change of wind in this game, right? Like, earlier, pre-5 minutes, everything was quiet. But after, the team fight in the blue quadrant of EDG, everything went more aggressive. Looks like we have another fight.
Yeah, Shield of Dawn gonna be missing, but Chain Corruption will connect this time around, and boom! Let's go! The piercing arrow definitely pierced through the heart of the Wukong. Gets a second kill as well. And FPX, this time they punish the overstay of EDG. But, I mean, they have a lot of resources already, so, I mean, they're just okay.
What's with blue buffs this game? Like, overly contested, over prioritized by both the squads. And look here, FPX again. The blue buff to them is like a win condition that, you know, to the level of the dragons or the barons. Yeah, like EDG. Oh, wait. This is scary for EDG, for FPX.
They're gonna be spotted out alone, and you are here. Actually jumps in. Well, the Jace gets blown up. Here comes the teleport from the Jax, but they already have taken the Barons, and they're now split up. Here comes Hudia as well. Going in, Hero's entrance, big defense, and Hudia falls down. Xiaojiang now is all alone, and there's absolutely nothing they can do. Big call by FPX.
And the big win as well now, Xingdo cannot do anything. Yes, he could contest this dragon, but Fado is on his way to take down the base of EDG in one big swing. Even the Corki is going to die alone.
Oh no
way! Home alone. My guy is going to die here. Should die. Alright.
Chain of Corruption did not connect, but this time FPX. Oh my god, what just happened there? EDG is being so messy at this late game, and FPX. Oh, okay.
Wait.
Will get. Oh, okay. Can he actually get a double? Will he get a double? He does get it with the help of you. And this game is still alive. Okay.
The game is not over. Hudia alive. You alive as well. And so now EDG should calm their nerves and go for the third dragon win condition. We all know that 3 dragons really boosts your win rate by a lot. I know that the inhibitor tower on the top lane is already down, but EDG on their way to secure the third dragon.
Jiangji is here, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Over just by the blast zone, but
there you go.
There you go. They will funnel onto him now. Here comes the Hero's entrance, but the other members are actually too far away, so they have to stall out. Chain of Corruption is going to be thrown out. Try and stall it in, but the Riven will still die. A13 doesn't have a flash anymore.
One more.
Nice
Okay,
punch them, and they will get the kill. Ocean Drake as well was taken by ED. Such a messy fight. Sky now joining in the mix. I think that will just be able to survive, but FPX, it was just such a scattered fight for them.
You know what this game is? It's a game of throws. Both of them have the firm hold of the win, but in one overstay, in one overcommitment, it just changes the tides of the game overall. Shengdo and Yu wisely checks out the bush here, and was able to find the integral target at the primary target. That's the jungler down. Jiangji being down means there's no smite contest at all. And Xiaojiang, again, this is still the late game Jax that we're talking about. We may be memeing around the Jax curse and whatnot, but come late game, Jax is still very scary.
It's still a deadly champion, especially in a 1v1 sense. FPX, EDG, they have been making a lot of mistakes on and on again all throughout the game, but this time it will only cost you, it will only take one big mistake for the game to end, because Elder Dragon is up this time. We're at the 20-minute mark. Baron is also going to be available in the next 10 seconds, and they should be a lot more stable now in a sense.
They're planning a 2v1 special. Look at Fado. He wants to go in. They want to finish this game.
There.
Oh, denied!
Oh no. They thought it was going to be a 2 versus 1, but Yu was actually sitting there in the mid inhibitor tower. And with long death time, it's 40 seconds. This gives EDG a chance.
They set up the perfect trap available for EDG to boost their win condition. It looks like on the top side, Fado would die soon as well to the hands of Yu. You die, Fado.
Oh no. And now it's up to Jiangji. They actually commit onto the fight here, 3 versus 3. Chain of Corruption doing a lot of work, but that leaves A13 very vulnerable. Goes into the stasis, flashes away. Sheng Dao though will chase him down, and a shock blast will finish up the kill. Hudia just now will be chasing out this Riven. Jiangji cannot escape at all. With 4 people dead, that's free Elder Drake for EDG.
I can now safely say that EDG got this game 4 dragons to their name. It should be an easy march down the mid lane. Or maybe I'm cursing them. We don't know. But chances are, with this amount of objectives to your side, you should get the game.
And this is to think that this is a Jax game. We have been seeing a lot of stats being broken out in all of the games we are seeing, especially in today's schedule. But EDG, okay, this is their chance. This is their chance to get this double objective, double buffs. And this should solidify their chances in securing this game. No more mistakes, no more throws. FPX is in the back end right now. And EDG, they should be trying to finally nail the coffin here.
I have to say this, it takes a lot of talent to throw this big of a lead. And I just hope that EDG does not show us that. Because EDG is well on their way to just march down the mid lane. Maybe even go for a 1-3-1 split. It doesn't matter. You have 2 big objectives on your side. You have to be careful. But remember, you still have the Guardian Angel. So it's going to be a lot harder for FPX to penetrate through the defenses of EDG. Look at the Jax. The Jax is marching down the bot lane.
They want the full strat here. 2-1-2. And the full split push as well. But Hudia is getting caught. Tries to go stasis. Yang Ji and Fado committing onto the kill. But managed to stall things out. But this time it's a disaster for EDG. Here comes alone though. And Shendo, while all that's happening, Xiaojiang is split pushing into the bottom lane. They're dragon, they have the buff. And it's so hard to just win against that. Xiaojiang will be committing on the push. We will see a 2-0 and the first victory with a Jax.
Bunkman finishes the game. And EDG gets the 2-0 against FPX. What a showing by EDG. It feels to me that, that there's a big gap in terms of skills by both the squads. But on game number 2, I think that story was who would throw more. And it does feel like the FPX, at least in game number 2, threw harder than EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. It's so confusing to see what happened there, but we can't help but feel happy as well by EDG. At least they managed to finally stabilize themselves a bit in that late game after securing the 2 kills onto Fado and Sky. Elder Dragon secured, Baron secured, and just one final fight to conclude this series up.
Again. What a game. What a series of games, Giyang. But that's just day number 2. Out of how many again? I don't get the number. Over 50, over 60 games or days of Wild Rift action, and that's WRLA for you. This is a league. If you are unaware, this is a long league in where this game number 1 sets the tempo for your squad, boosts your confidence. But since this is like a long league, FPX could still turn the tides and could still bounce back immediately and easily in their next games.
I mean, it's just their first game. It's kind of sad how it transpired, and if you think about the reasons why they lost here, it's primarily because of mistake, not really because of how strong EDG is. It was a game of throw, especially in that game number 2, but I guess they're just
special
trying to get a groove in this this game. I know
one of the episodes that we don't want to see, right? Because to me, like, it's so hard to watch, especially if you are fans of both squads. Those are what we call heartbreakers, right? It started with the blue buff invade by FPX. They were in the perfect position. Fado was styling on Zhao in the whole entirety of the early game, right? If you are the Fiora and if you're a fan of Fado, you may think that game was already over at 5 minutes, but lo and behold,
highlights.
Some things never change in Wild Rift. One botched team fight could definitely mean that your team's chances to win is going to go down as we look into the stats. And there you go. Pado, 30,000 damage, but not enough.
50,000 damage. Alone with 50,000. Definitely massive in this game. It has been a swing here of gold lead again of EDG and FPX. And interestingly enough, we have seen for the first time a win with a Jax in this tournament. It is.
Is it the first time?
Yeah, it has
Is
been.
it the first
full
time?
of-
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
It kind of has been a curse since yesterday. I thought
I'm
it
still
would be
a
a
fan of
curse
Jax.
for today.
like I feel that Jax is in a very good state right now, especially with all the item choices that he can build. He still goes unchallenged in the side lanes, except by the Fiora, I would say. But you know, it's a skilled matchup. As long as you hit your counter strike towards the Fiora, it will be a lot easier for you to trade up. And that's what Baron laners are about, right? If you are the kings of trades, then most likely your win, a team would win off your backs.
And a well-deserved victory as well here by EDG. Hopefully, we do see both of these teams have a cleaner execution in the next games. We are going to be seeing them. Well, it is going to be a long journey. 10 weeks in total just for this regular season, and a lot more to be shown by all of these teams, not only from the CN conference, but also from the APAC, since we haven't seen some of the teams perform just yet, since it's just 2 days that has elapsed so far. And I am going to be looking forward to seeing the other teams as well, coming from APAC, coming from CN. We have seen Weibo Gaming suffer, or KBG suffer their first defeat already yesterday against Nova Esports. Nigma Galaxy winning against Nigma Galaxy helping APAC have their first win against CN already in a 2-0 fashion. We saw the first lose of a Zoe and a first win of a Jax. So a lot of things to think about as the weekend concludes.
Still the beginning of like a series or long series of Wild Rift in store for every fans out there. And I know that Guillaume would be showing the schedule, but I would just like to, of course, give credit where it's due. The MVP still is going to be the jungler from EDG, the staple factor from Qingdao, and also helping his team defend the Nexus. Had it been, if Wukong wasn't there, if Qingdao 7 was not able to play it as perfect as he could, then that could have been a game 3 for us. That could have been a win for FPX, but Qingdao 7 has other plans for tonight.
Yeah, and he has been there most of the time, helping out the team, recover from mishap. The Cyclones has been on point. At one time, we even see him become very, very aggressive and engaging against FPX, and that's the thing. That's something that is needed. Here's the result of today's matches. WHG winning a reverse sweep against Thunder Talk. Nigma Galaxy a 2-0 against Race Esports. G as well, dominating series, though it has been a bit of a interesting interaction between FPX and EDG.
The schedule says it all, right? Like a 0-2s. The unfavored goes favored. We're still on standby here, Guillaume, as to what really is happening with Weibo, because to me, Trace Esports would perform a lot better with him at the forefront of everything. As we look into the standings of APAC, NGX gets the one win that APAC wants to really get. That's a +2 for them. Meanwhile, KT Rolls Y, which played their game yesterday against J Team, did not have the same level of success and did lose out in the end as well. So many Wild Rift games in store for us. As you can see, BRU, CES, FL, and all the other teams still hasn't played a game.
And it has been an interesting run in the first 2 days. JDG, JT getting incredible win, as well as EDG, Nova, and WHG. And we have seen some of these teams suffer a little bit, like Trace Esports, Thunder Talk, KBG, FPX, and Weibo Gaming. So those are the teams that will be trying to, come back a little bit better towards the next days we are going to be going through. Because, well, this is going to be a long journey, for sure. 10 weeks, just prepping towards the playoffs, in the start of the playoffs, to determine who is going to be the top 2 coming from CN Conference, and top 2 as well.
There you go.
From our APAC. Here's the schedule.
Okay, finally we have the schedule for. This is going to happen on Wednesday, ladies and gents. So the first match would be featuring one of the teams that hasn't played yet from China, and that's Rare Atom going against Apex Naos Esports, followed by Thunder Talk versus KBG. And the last game would also be an Apex special with Cerberus Esports going against KT Roster Y.
First game for Rare Atom, Naos, and Cerberus Esports. Thunder Talk, KBG, and Roster Y will be trying to redeem themselves after their early mishap in day number 1 and 2. And I'm looking forward to this. Of course, it has been an interesting weekend overall in the games that we have seen in the love of Wild Rift. Thanks to our founding sponsor, of course, Coca-Cola,
the Real Magic.
Real Magic, yeah, it's amazing.
And Riot Games, of course, VNG, really made this event possible. This English coach team. Ladies and gents, again, we will be seeing you on Wednesday. Lots of Wild Rift action in store for everyone. 3 sets of another best of 3, followed by another 3 set on Thursday. It's basically a schedule of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So book your calendars because there's a lot of Wild Rift action in store for everyone.
Yes, and on behalf of the production staff, the back-end staff, us casters, me, Autolus, and Dash, we thank you for having you here, watching the live stream and supporting us. See you again on Wednesday for another action on Wild Rift. But for now, we are bidding goodbye, and have a nice weekend to you all.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.